Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another day in the Jessy Kurczewski trial or the Visine murder trial. Where, yeah, what did we learn yesterday? Mostly it was kind of secondhand stuff where friends who knew her or her ex boyfriend was kind of talking bad about her because she had given them lavish gifts. But we yeah, we'll get into it. But first, let's do the YouTube thing and say good morning to Iris. Good morning, Iris. Anne is here. Good morning, Anne. Irish, of course. Good morning, Irish. Good morning, genitals. Hey, genitals, how are you doing today? Hopefully well. And happy Halloween to all of you Americans who celebrates Halloween. We really don't do that, but I got to dress up as Jamie for Halloween, so it was a great Halloween for me this year. Good morning, Frick. And Toy, I believe it's Toy. Happy Halloween to you too, as well. Yeah, and good morning to all the mods. And yeah, I don't even know why you celebrate Halloween. Is it to keep spirits away, or what? Why do you do it? Because we have our Halloween, which we call, it's kind of like a carnival in the spring, and that's to scare the winter away and start the year of good, because it's so dark where I live that we kind of need to scare the evil away when we get into the the summer part of the year, which in Denmark is one day in July and maybe if we're lucky 2 day in September. It's for the candy, strictly for the candy. Well, I can get behind that. I've been craving chocolate for a long time. I should get some chocolate. Cavity and diabetes. Well, it's that's always something to celebrate, or not. Pagan holiday that was adopted by the church, then by the candy companies, kind of like Christmas. But I believe it's an Irish holiday. Talking about Irish, but I don't know. A fun day with the kiddies. Yeah, in Copenhagen, it's more and more becoming like the American one, where you go trick and treating. My brother lives north of Copenhagen, and they will be going out trick and treating. They asked me if I wanted to come over and walk around with the kids, but no, it's raining. Good morning, Christine. Happy Halloween to you as well. Oh, and happy birthday to your pups. Well, if you can make the neighborhood kids pee their britches, it's a good day. And Stray is stopping by. Good morning, Stray. I hope Jamie is stopping by. Maybe she didn't notice that I sent her a link yesterday. Or maybe she just don't want to play with me today. I'll resend the link just to make sure she sees it. Because she was asking for all of the drama yesterday, and she got it. Morning, Justin. A lot of cats in here today. On our Halloween carnival, we used to beat a cat to death, but that was back in the olden days, and it probably deserved it because it helped the devil. Talking about the devil. Good morning, Miami Spice. No, she's not a devil. She's a nice one. Yeah, she. I think she pulled a muscle when she saw me in her lashes. Yeah, you missed most of yesterday. Well, let me give you a recap of yesterday. We had the former boyfriend talking about how she was poisoned with Visine. He believed that she had her drink spiked at a bar. That's what she told him. She talked about her telling him that the lady who died had been in a coma for 6 months, that she was kind of giving rather large gift, talked about them going out drinking a lot, being at casinos a lot, and that's more or less what he talked about. Then we had his former wife who talked about, well, she gave me spa passes for $100, and it was very odd because she grew up poor and she gave the kids a big present. She gave one of them a TV. Oh, yeah, the ex-boyfriend told us that they had, I think they won a bonus at, or jackpot at 70K that they split. So again, well, she would have a extra money lying around from that. Did it really pertain to the victim in this case? No, but I don't feel so. It was very light on what connection it had to do with the victim. Then we had the ex-boyfriend's cousin who was couch surfing at his house. He was also talking about she didn't go to work. She claimed she went to work. She put on her scrubs and then she didn't go to work. But how he knew, well, he couldn't really answer. But just that she told him or he believes so when the defense asked. Then we had her stepdaughter on the stand who told that she thought that she was giving big gifts and two big gifts, and she had offered to fly the mom of the stepdaughter to Thailand when she went out there to teach in school, and that was weird. But I bet none of them said that when they got the gifts, or when she was nice enough or kind enough to offer all of these lavish gifts. I bet every one of them used the $100 spa certificate that she gave them. But all of a sudden, it was very weird. It was a very strange thing that she did. Um, so again, it was kind of more like more. It was more gossipy than it was. I don't think that it was came off that good. And it seems like they were very gossipy. And the last one we had on the stand yesterday, oh, I can't remember that one. I'm sorry, I can't remember the last one, but all of yesterday was, well, she gave two big gifts, two expensive gifts. Oh, and she gave the stepdaughter a washer and dryer and stuff like that from the house, which they kindly accepted. But now, when she's in court, it was wrong. We're not discussing that again. Well, we did used to beat cats to death. It doesn't change the reality that we don't like it. Talking about beating a cat to death, we shouldn't talk about that when Jamie's here.
Oh, that was too much. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Don't talk about beating cats as I come on here.
I talk about a honored tradition in my country, and people are getting mad about it.
I know. I forgot
Yeah,
about God, beating cats on a barrel for Halloween.
yeah. It's just to keep Satan away. Why do you like Satan?
I'd rather have him around if no cats are killed.
Well, we have a different opinion on that.
I guess you do.
Yeah, I don't know why she talked about the coma stuff. Maybe because then he wouldn't ask to go see her or something like that. I don't know. Why is it odd that someone who grew up poor gets money and wants to see it? Yeah, and did you say no, thank you, I don't want your money when she came around with the money? That's kind of odd, at least the sharing it part. Well, yeah, I don't know why it's so odd to share because again, she was giving drinks at the bar. Well, thank you. I'd like to go drinking with you. So that's one of those things where why in courtroom everything seems bad. Hey, Wolfram, welcome, welcome. Go lie next to the fireplace. There is our lovely Jamie. Exactly, Iris.
Yeah, I forgot what time it was.
No, you don't like me.
No, I was doing work and then I was making breakfast and then I have my watch and my thing went off that said you were live and I was like, oh my God, it's 9:15 already. Yeah.
Yeah. Genitals, it's history lessons. We don't do it anymore. Halloween is to celebrate cats' lives. Yeah, and in 6 months or 4 months we would have unalived them. It's a good tradition. Today we replace the cats with candy. So no, stay straight. It's back in the olden days. I don't think we have done it for like 200 years or something like that. Is today a good day to stop by? Every day when you stop by is a good day. Farrell isn't here, so you don't have to worry that she's nice to you today.
No, he's saying Jimmy.
I don't know, Jimmy. Is it a joke I should
That's
understand?
me, because that's what it was his talk to text for the longest time. It would change my name to Jimmy.
Well, Jimmy, is it a good day for him to stop by today?
It's never a good day for David to stop by. Ever.
You're welcome at my house, Dave. Yeah, and that's why everything. Tomorrow I will be having Turtle Boy on, and the charges against him, the 8 felony charges against him, when they were read out in court, they were so bad. The stuff he allegedly said. Oh my God, he was a monster. And then Dave had him on, and they went through what he really said in the videos, and it was absolutely nothing. But in court, everything sounds bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, today there will be Jody Day at MLS and Nick's channels as well. Hopefully, it'll be in our lunch break if my words on stream doesn't work. Or again, if it works, you should still go and watch Dave and Nick. Okay, so you actually mean Jimmy. Farrell is sleeping. I'm streaming. Farrell is streaming. Yeah, nothing would be better than she was sitting there. What's that knocking? And she turns around and he's standing behind the window. Jamie.
As a creep.
Jamie, come out and play.
No. I have little cameras in my house, so.
Yeah, but that's why it's still
And I have a fenced in yard, so he has to hop the fence like a creep. My neighbors will probably be like, what is going on? Because they are nosy. FYI.
Yeah, everything in the Turtle Boy with the charges against him was so bad when we listened to it in court. And when we saw where they took it in the videos, it wasn't that bad. Well, Dave is always sweet.
Whatever is going on between them two, I love it, and it's very entertaining.
Yeah, and Dave is so creeped out that she's nice to him.
And that's what makes it even better.
Let him know I'm gonna do a stream later this week going over the statute and the case law which set out the elements of witness intimidation. You are concerned.
You're concerned?
I had a pin earlier. I'm just gonna write it down.
I told you it was like 40 minutes. So it's like you have to plan it. David, you are welcome over here anytime. Just give me a heads up because I got psycho dogs and I like to make sure they're put away. They're not psycho, like mean psycho. They're just really, they jump on people and I can't stop it. And I got to get their nails clipped. So they'll scratch the crap out of you.
Oh, coffee and tacos. I should try real tacos, like at Taco Bell. Well, you can make a twofer. You can go to Jamie's and IKEA.
Where is there? Well, there's no IKEA close to me.
Yeah, but Farrell is sleeping because I talked to her earlier, and she's always sleeping when I'm streaming. I do that to her. Yeah, it's a Commonwealth. They do it differently, but still, he was on with rackets this morning, and And
Did you watch any of it?
yeah, I watched everything that's on YouTube. I didn't watch the one on Rumble, but they were going into some of the case law as well. So I think that could be interesting to do a deep dive in that one. But I'm not that into law and how to read it, so I would prefer to have Dave hold my hand. And I will also prefer to watch the stream where he talks to Turtle Boy. Yeah, go get those Swedish meatballs. I bet Lena would kill you if you brought those home and said, "See, honey, I brought you authentic Swedish food."
Are they not really authentic? Kidding.
Well,
I assume
it's authentic IKEA meatballs.
it's authentic IKEA Swedish meatballs.
It's crap.
Because I love Swedish meatballs, the American kind, I guess.
Yeah, but I never. Well, I had a hot dog once in IKEA because they're really cheap. They're like $2 or something. They're really bad because they boil the sausages, and I don't like that. I like a roasted sausage. She's already here, mommy. Why should I chill with the Taco Bell? Because Taco Bell is authentic Mexican cuisine. I know that for a fact. I've eaten there.
Oh, yeah.
From the defense?
I still don't have a computer, Judge.
I don't care. That's
All
a
right.
you problem. That's not a me problem.
What do you want me to do about that? You're just telling me? Just making a record? All right. Attorney Gallivanese has a computer. You have co-counsel. You told me yesterday you have a backup. Hopefully, meaning at the office. So
We don't
hopefully you're
have
able
taco
to get
trucks.
everything that
Mexican
you
food isn't
needed.
that big in Scandinavia.
We're working on it, Judge.
All right. But everything you need today, Attorney Gallivanese has on his computer?
It's probably the best solution.
We had overnight, so I hope so.
Well, you have to be prepared.
Okay, then, all right. Madam
They
Clerk, bring the
love
jury up.
the people and they get excited.
And nothing worse than a boiled hot dog. In Denmark, if you boil them, it's normally a red sausage, and you make that's called a normal hot dog. But then you have it where you roast the sausage, and that's a roasted sausage, a
If for some
roasted hot
reason
dog.
something's not there and you've given
Those are
Madam
the
Clerk the
best.
flash drive, we can always accommodate and help you pull it up too.
Kimchi.
Just let us know.
Oh, kimchi? Wow.
A hot dog is a bun, a sausage, raw onions, roasted onions, sliced pickles, ketchup, mustard, remoulade, a thing you don't have. That's all, and that's great.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of like kissing your sister. It just doesn't feel right.
All rise for the jury.
You're ridiculous.
Thank you, Neo Dark Matter. Taco Bell, so very, very authentic, straight from Mexico. I think Iris is pulling out the hoops right now. Well, IKEA is a great store if you need some okay quality, cheap furniture. My chair is from IKEA. My lighting in my baker studio is from IKEA. My mic arm is from IKEA. They have a lot of different stuff. My couch is from IKEA. My chairs are from IKEA. You can get a lot of stuff that's okay quality for cheap. So I hate going to
Thank
IKEA
you, everyone. Please
because
be
it takes an
seated.
hour to go through, but I like the store because they have okay quality.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, first of all, good morning on this
Good morning.
snowy day. and
183,
slippery out there. So I'm
183.
glad you are all here in one piece.
Oh, it's supposed to be snowing in
Yesterday,
Denmark
during
too.
Mr. Craig's testimony, there was reference to an exhibit that was marked as 183 and then 186. And for those of you who take notes, it's only 183. So I told the parties I would let you know that.
And they don't care.
All right. With that, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Stahl.
Good morning, officer. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. raise your right hand. And my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat. When you are seated, the first thing that I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Francis, Francis, last name Stahl, Stahl.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Officer Stahl, how are you employed?
Through the city of Cudahy as a police officer,
All right. How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
about 37 years.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the fall of
The trailer is
2010.
starting.
Were
I'm
you
out.
employed with the City of Cudahy Police Department at that time?
Is he in
Yes.
at the movies?
All right. I want to specifically direct your attention
Oh, the
to
trail.
September 16th, 2010. On that date, did you receive a phone call?
Well, I don't disparage IKEA very much because, again, it's a good store to get cheap stuff, but you really have to be iron focused and not bring a woman. Nothing against you ladies, but when I go with my gym bro, it always takes forever to go through that store. Oh, I candles. Oh, look at the flowers. I need those. I need those. I need those. And we always it always ends taking an hour, and I need to go in, get this, and get this, and then I have to hear about, oh, but this could be cute. Bring your husband if you want to talk about cute pillowcases. I'm not your husband. And no, it's not. We're just gym bros. Nothing of this mixiness going on. I should preference that.
I would have, yeah, I'd be just like her.
Yeah.
Because I've never been to an IKEA. My one friend gets everything she owns from there, and she has some cute stuff.
Yeah. Well, again, if you go to the, I don't know if you can have it brought to you for. To me, it would be too expensive because it cost me like $10 to, well, maybe, yeah, $10 to go back and forth in my car, and I have a car that can have pretty much everything in it, or we can have a free trailer we can just pick up. So I don't get it delivered, but if you go to, I once a month or so, I run through. I have their app on the phone, and I see, oh, if I need some lighting because they have cheap voice activated lighting and stuff like that, and dimmable lights, and that's really good when you work in stuff like this, that you can do your light with like I have all of these remote
Mhm.
lighting things. So I they have a lot of good stuff, but just don't go there with a woman. A very nice kitchen at IKEA, but don't write. No, never. Kitchens, you should always have something doing for you. Yeah, and don't be easily distracted.
I've never been,
So-
you know where I've never been is to a Costco.
I've never been, but I've been to a Walmart.
I've been to a Walmart many times and a Sam's Club and stuff like that. But like my parents now have a Costco membership and my sister, and they're like even better, Jamie, than Sam's Club. So I'm gonna have to try that out because apparently it's amazing and you can get everything there.
Yeah, I saw Brian Shaw shops a lot there because he buys in bulk because he's a strong man.
From Prime Financial Credit Union.
I just have to see, is this not the correct size? Sorry, something is wrong here.
Yes.
What did you receive a phone call about?
The phone call, I was actually at Prime Financial at the time.
Oh, it's about
speaking
her
with one of the
fraud.
employees there, and we received a call in that person's office that the person that I was there investigating a complaint for had entered the building and was there presently.
Okay. What were you investigating in regards to a complaint?
A fraud case.
Okay. And who is the suspect of that fraud case?
Jessy Kurczewski.
Okay. What sort of information was provided to the credit union that sparked this investigation?
There were, via fax, driver's license, a social security card, and a We Energies bill that were faxed to the credit union.
What caused them concern on that?
The main thing was, I can't recall exactly, but it was either the director
Hey, Pete.
or the chief that had recognized the defendant's name as someone who had tried to open an account once before and that red flagged him. So
Okay.
This is pertaining to her previous fraud charges. She had 2 payday loans that she got flagged by, and then once she tried to open an account, and that's what this guy is talking about.
Ultimately, so that energy bill, social security, and driver's license were they used to try to open a new account?
correct.
Under what name were they trying to open that account?
Always
That was
blame the tech.
Arvila Schultz.
Can you spell that, please?
I believe it's Arivilla
Hey, Burdens.
Shoults.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know how Costco, other than it's big.
When you were at the Prime Financial Credit Union, based on that information, what did you do next?
Based on that information, I actually took the defendant into custody.
Okay. What did you do then?
We transported to the station where I can Mirandize and conducted an interview.
What did Ms. Kurczewski have to say about this situation?
She was upright, honest, and admitted that yes, she did in fact attempt to open the account in another person's name.
So she admitted to trying to open an account under Ms. Schultz's name. Is that
Correct. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. And she tried to open that account utilizing that social security number, energy bill, and driver's license.
Correct.
Did she talk to you about altering any of that documentation, or was that actually Ms. Schultz's documentation?
No, the defendant actually said that I believe she even used her own driver's license, but was able to alter it looking at that of Arvila Schultz. Yes.
Oh, I hope it's nothing too
Do you know how Ms.
invasive.
Kurczewski was able to
Yeah.
obtain Ms. Schultz's information?
Morning, Luna.
Yes, she actually lived above Ms. Schultz for I don't know what extended time, but there was a period that she moved in with one of Ms. Schultz's daughters that lived upstairs from them. It was like a duplex, I guess.
Okay. After this account was opened or tried to be opened, did Ms. Kurczewski try to get her name added to this account?
Yes,
Did Ms. Kurczewski have Ms. Schultz consent to open or to use her information to open this bank account?
no,
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Snow.
Hey, Cross.
Again, Officer, Ms. Kurczewski you said was honest and admitted what she did.
correct.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
Sit down.
this is at least interesting because it's not technical stuff, and it's not good for her.
I'd be asking that you be released from this.
She was a liar. She stole other
All
people's
right, you are released
IDs.
from your subpoena, sir. Thank you.
She stole other people's
Statement calls next witness.
pink slips to get fraudulent loans. Yeah, she isn't a good girl.
I think it looks bad.
State calls Leslie Booton, Your Honor.
I think it looks bad in the aspect of her financial stuff, but it doesn't equate to murder.
No, but you saw the Alex Murdoch trial. If you're guilty of A, you're guilty of B, C, D, and E. And she just comes off shady. That's why I. So even if she took the stand, I don't think they would believe her.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front of the courtroom to my right.
Oh,
It
that's
is
a
up one
tight
riser. When you get there,
dress
please remain
thing
standing and raise your right hand. My
court.
clerk Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
And she looks like the dead person has been her
You solemnly swear that The
hairdresser.
testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Looks like my aunt.
First thing I will ask you to do is to state.
She looks
your
like you
first
had a
and
hard
last
night.
names for the record and spell each.
Sure. My name is Leslie Bouton, Leslie, Bouton, Booton.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bouton. How are you?
Good morning.
How is it you're employed?
I am employed at Robert Hack Diamonds.
And what do you do for Robert Hack Diamonds?
I'm one of the managers,
And how long have you been a manager there?
35 years.
And what sort of business does Robert Hack do?
We are a full service jeweler. We buy gold from the public. We sell jewelry. We do appraisals. We do repairs. Anything that a full service jeweler would do.
She looks like she did the walk of
Sometime,
shame to court.
Around October or November of 2018, did a detective from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department come speak with you at Robert Hack Diamonds?
Yes.
And were they interested in sort of the aspect of your business that buys gold or jewelry from people?
Yes.
Okay. And did they ask you to pull some transaction records?
Yes.
Do you
Hey,
at Robert
Rusty.
Hack keep transaction records in the normal course of your business?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
And cool gamer. Good
It's
morning.
asked of us to do. Record keeping is important.
Okay. And could I bring up Exhibit 88 for the witness, please?
She's one of those ladies who's fun after 3 shots of tequila.
I see a blue screen.
Yeah, you can tell she was a real beauty when she was younger.
Bear with us, Ms. Bouton. We're just figuring out the computers today.
They were told to be in court and make sure the electronics worked before we started trial today. Jamie, did I not hear that yesterday?
They're
It
supposed
was
to
there. There it is.
It's all working.
I see it's
Come
not on
on.
the defense screen.
Well, check your monitor, please.
Do, 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 do.
Keeps.
He is a pretty lady.
It
We
went
should
off.
all be lucky that we look this good. But she could have used a comb and an
Right,
hour
I
of
don't see it
sleep.
either. It was on and then it went off. I don't know what's happening with the connection. It appears to be the table and not the folks using the technology.
Ready to do it the old-fashioned way.
Here's a
Yeah.
document camera if they need it. Oh, it's next to me, Teresa.
It's working now, Judge.
Okay, good.
But when you have your hair extensions in, you're not
It's that on.
supposed to make sure that you brush them.
Well, he needs to look at that.
Yeah, you gotta kind of make it look natural.
Just in case. Is that up on your screen now, Ms. Bouton?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recognize what Exhibit 88 is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a property transaction record. When somebody comes into our location and chooses to sell an item, we fill out this property transaction record.
Okay. And could we move to Exhibit 89, please? And Ms. Bouton, do you now see Exhibit 89 on your screen?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is, we have to import every buy that we do within 24 hours. I don't know if this was the Newper system or the leads online, but we import it so that the municipalities can see what we purchased if there's an issue.
Okay. And is there in fact a photograph of the item you purchased on Exhibit 89?
Very blurry, yes.
Okay. And in the top middle of that form, is there a transaction number?
Yes,
And what is that transaction number, please?
91569.
And if we go back to Exhibit 88, do you see a transaction report number on that form as well?
Yes, 91569.
So does that mean Exhibit 88 and 89 are linked together?
Can we go back to the other one, please?
Yes, 89, please.
Yes.
Okay. And so at this time, Your Honor, I'd move Exhibits 88 and 89 into evidence, and I would ask to publish.
Objection.
Exhibits 88 and 89 are received, permission to publish granted.
It's Dave that's outside of her house.
Thumbs
The
up from
dog's
jury
going
box
crazy
if they
for.
have one on the screen. Okay, thank you.
At least that one's quick today.
All right, Ms. Bouton, as we go through Exhibit 88, can you determine who the person that was selling this item was?
Yes,
Who is that?
Jessy R. Kurczewski.
Okay.
Do
Do you know who that person is?
I do not.
Okay, just a customer that came in to sell.
It's
Correct.
the MLS
And on what day
school
was
of
this
names
particular
himself.
transaction made?
October 22nd of 2018.
Okay. And in the middle section, is the person selling an item required to tell Robert Hack Diamonds how long they've owned an item?
Yes, they are.
Why do they have to disclose that?
Well, the municipality that oversees our buying operation, which would be Greenfield, this is their form. This is what they request of us. So we ask all if the item is owned by them, if it was found, and how long they have owned it.
Okay. And what was the seller's response to how long they've owned this particular item?
2.5 months.
Okay, and now if we could publish Exhibit 89, please, Mr. Vulcaner. Thank you. Now, Ms. Bouton, again, this is
Oh, it's the
a
bracelet that
different form
someone
that's
was
linked to
believed
Exhibit
he was
88, correct?
Correct.
supposed to
Talking about
inherit.
the same sale of an item?
Hmm.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay. And in fact, there's a verbal description of the item on this form. Is that correct?
yes.
And what is that description of this particular item?
Yellow gold men's heavy link yellow gold bracelet, 10/23 of 18, imported by me.
Okay. And you said there's a photograph, albeit a grainy one, correct?
Correct,
All right. And that's a photo you at Robert Hack takes of the item?
correct.
Okay. If I showed you what's previously been put into evidence as Exhibit 46, do you believe you can see the same gold bracelet in that exhibit?
I'm going to pop back to the other one real quick for
Sure.
me.
Exhibit 89, please.
Yes,
Okay. And if we go back to Exhibit 46, you can touch your screen and show the jury where you see that bracelet in that exhibit.
right here.
All right. And you've drawn a red line sort of in the middle of the picture. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much. We can clear the screen. All right. And now if I could just show the witness Exhibit 90, please. Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at in Exhibit 90, if you know?
We are looking at another property transaction record, another sale by the same person on 10/26 of 2018,
Okay. So a couple days later than that last transaction we just talked about.
correct?
And if we switch to Exhibit 91 for the witness, please. Again, is this a corresponding transaction report?
Yes,
All right. And I'm sorry, are these fair and accurate representations of this particular October 26th transaction?
appears to be.
Okay, I would move Exhibits 90 and 91 into evidence, Your Honor, and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 90 and 91 are received, permission to publish granted.
All right, and again, same kind of questions, Ms. Bouton. Again, Ms. Kurczewski was asked to declare how long she's owned this item or items, correct?
Correct?
And what was her response?
3 months.
And if we go to Exhibit 91, please. Again, we have a verbal description and albeit grainy pictures of what these items are, correct?
Yes.
What were these items?
White gold diamond ladies bracelet with round white stones, prong set stones.
Okay. And in fact, we see that Ms. Kurczewski gave an address, correct?
Yes,
In what city was that address she gave?
Franklin.
Okay. And if we could take that down and show just the witness Exhibit 92, please. Do you see that exhibit now?
Yes,
And again, what are we looking at there?
a property transaction record of a sale that took place January 4th of 2019.
And who was it a transaction with?
Jessy R. Kurczewski,
Okay. Same person in the first two transactions?
correct?
All right. And if we move to Exhibit 93 briefly, are you able to link that item up with Exhibit 92 based on that transaction number?
Yes,
And are these a fair and accurate depiction of the transaction on January 4th of 2019?
yes.
All right, I'd move in Exhibits 92 and 93 and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 92 and 93 are received, permission to publish granted.
Thank you. Thank you. It's up in the 3 box now. Again, as we go through this, can you just tell us how long Ms. Kurczewski stated she owned this particular item that was being sold?
6 months.
And if we can switch to Exhibit 93, please. Again, what is the sort of verbal description of these items that were being sold?
Looks like a bracelet, yellow gold, one yellow gold S-link ladies bracelet with round stones. Second, yellow gold, two-tone gents wedding ring with a row of round white stones channel set. And the second one was a yellow gold ladies ring with 14 round prong set white stones.
Okay, with that sort of verbal description in mind and that black and white photograph that was provided, if we go to Exhibit 46 again, do you think you can see those rings in this photograph?
I can see rings in the photograph. I don't know which ones go with that
Danny.
as, because I'm not looking at the top of them. I'm looking at the side of them. I can see the bracelets though.
Okay, the bracelets in that second transaction we talked about,
Yes,
and just circle those briefly.
the bracelets.
Yes, please. Okay, those are the bracelets that were sold that we discussed.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Thank you, Jess.
sorry.
That's okay.
Do any of those rings at the bottom of page 46 appear at least consistent with that third transaction report you just looked at?
Yes, consistent.
Which ones look consistent?
Circle?
Yes, please. All right, you've circled, as you're looking at the photograph, the two rings on the furthest right. Is that fair?
Correct.
And actually, Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind, would you please capture this annotation? And I believe I would ask that this be marked as Exhibit 46B.
If it,
Your Honor, once that is done, I would move Exhibit 46B into evidence as well.
No objection.
Exhibit 46B is received.
Yes, please. Thank you. And Ms. Bouton, my final question for you is, when a person comes in and fills out these transaction reports, is there any way for you at Robert Hack to verify how long a person has owned an item, for example?
We cannot verify how long someone has owned the item. No, we simply ask them.
Okay, and then you keep documentation of
We
their responses.
documented absolutely what they say.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have.
Any Cross?
Just a few questions, Judge.
why?
Ma'am, are you the one that filled out each one of these exhibits that you're shown by the state?
No, I'm not.
Who filled them out?
There were 3 different staff members on them.
So each transaction was handled by a different employee.
Correct.
And it seems like whoever filled out is the person who is handling the transaction on behalf of your jewelry store, are they the ones who fill out the form?
Yes,
So all the handwriting on these property transactions are done by your employees.
correct.
How do they verify the name, driver's license number, and address of the person or the customer?
We take one of 3 forms of identification: a valid driver's license, a passport, or a valid state ID.
So each transaction handled by your employee, the customer appeared to be given the same name, address, driver's license, correct?
Appears so, yes.
There didn't appear to be any kind of fraud with that information, correct?
No.
And I noticed on one of your exhibits, I think it was number 92. State, could you pull that up, please?
Sure, we can do that.
Where it says in the middle section, it talks about, is the article totally owned by you? And it says yes, correct?
Correct.
And it says, was the article found by you? And it says no.
Correct.
And it says, give details, and it's empty blank, correct?
Correct. So I can explain.
Well, let me bring up another exhibit. Could you bring up exhibit number 92
This is 92.
or exhibit number 90?
I really hate that he always messes
Again,
around.
on that form, it says
Oh,
your employee
Hey,
took
Sal.
on the word Lynn Hernan.
We have a question for
Correct.
you.
So sometimes some employees ask more information from
Luna would
regards
smash.
with the customer than other employees. Is that safe to say?
I think it's more
I
safe
could-
to
I
say
could
that
use some
sometimes
coffee.
the
I'm gonna get
client
some more tea.
offers more information to us and we jot it down.
So in this transaction, the client or customer provided the detail that the item was given by her Aunt Lynn Hernan.
Correct.
And that mistakes the testimony.
Sustained, rephrase,
Well, on that exhibit, what was written down when it says give details?
Hey, Bill.
Lynn Hernan aunt.
Real.
I bet she smokes the
No
extra
further
long
questions. Thank you.
cigarettes, the
Right, any redirect.
skinny
Thank
ones.
you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. All
Thank you.
I would ask that Ms. Bhutan be released from her subpoena.
No objection.
right, thank you. You are released from your subpoena.
Oh my God. Not complete.
Another smash.
Statement called. Next witness.
The state calls Magdalene Soboniak.
She looks a little rough. But who am I to say?
Before you bring her up, can I just see the attorneys at sidebar for a second?
Mommy is angry.
No, she just reminds me of my aunt. Like, I think she would look a lot better if she kind of wore her natural hair, maybe. And I think her eye makeup was a little too young for her.
She looked like she has been out partying and haven't been home.
Yeah. But she'd be a very pretty lady. I think it's just.
Good morning, Miss
trying to be-
Soboniak. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. And then the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
She looks kind
Magdalena
of like
Soboniak, Magdalena Soboniak.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Soboniak, thank you for being here this morning. I just have a few pretty specific questions to ask you, okay?
Sure.
Have you ever met someone named Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes, I have.
Do you in fact see her in the courtroom today at the defense table?
I do.
Okay. When you met Ms. Kurczewski, were you both in a custodial setting?
Yes.
Okay. Was that here at the Waukesha County Jail?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
oh, it's a prison snitch.
Now, speaking of that, have you been convicted of a crime before?
I have
How many times?
5 times.
Okay. So at some point in time, did you actually ask to speak with a detective from the sheriff's department about Ms. Kurczewski?
I did.
Would that have been around January of this year?
I believe so.
Okay. And were you able to meet with Detective Plennis?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, around that time, were you housed with Ms. Kurczewski in the jail?
Yeah, Virginia Slim
Not
Scot's
at that
the one
point.
Okay.
thought
Had
about.
you been previously?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember roughly what time frame that would have been, or how long ago from the interview it had been?
I believe I was moved in November. And I met with Detective Plennis in January.
Okay. So if the meeting was in January of this year, then you think that you were moved in November of 2022?
I believe so.
And at the point in which you were moved away from Ms. Kurczewski or in with her?
Away from.
Okay. So prior to November of 2022, how long would you say you were in the same housing unit as Ms. Kurczewski?
I don't know the exact time frame.
Was it more than a day?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It was months. I mean, I got to Waukesha, spent a few weeks in the regular pod housing, and then I got moved to pod 3, which she was housed in.
Okay. When you were in the same housing location, did Ms. Kurczewski ever talk about someone named Lynn Hernan?
Yes, she did quite often.
Did she talk about her to you?
Yes.
What would she say about her generally?
Generally, she'd just talk about her case and talk about her good friend, about her passing, and just basics of what she was accused of, what she did, what she claimed to not do.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you how Lynn Hernan died?
She said that it was in her belief that Lynn died from taking her own medication and taking too much.
Okay. When Ms. Kurczewski would talk about Lynn Hernan, did Ms. Hernan's finances ever come up, or the money situation with Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
And what would Ms. Kurczewski say about that?
That somehow she gained power of attorney and she was in charge of writing all her checks, paying for all her bills, taking care of all of her finances. She was basically in charge of she had full access to all of her accounts, all of her money. I don't even know if Lynn would check up on what the money was going to.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say about where the money was going to?
She said she would take care of the bills for Lynn. However, she also had gambling habits. She would go to Potawatomi. She would spend days there with her boyfriend. She would only play high limit Texas Hold'em. She would lose a lot of money. She would have to compensate with this, so she would write checks. She would she would say she had permission to write checks to redo the house for her boyfriend, redo the kids' rooms, redo all their clothing. She would she would say she had permission to write checks to redo the house for her boyfriend, redo the kids' rooms, redo all their clothing. That's why she didn't care, when the boyfriend didn't like her spending a certain amount of money, and she'd have to redo all the pictures, all the furniture, everything like that. And I'm just wondering how you can spend all this money and not care that you have to redo the whole house.
When you said that, I think you said she would write checks, who would write what checks?
That she would write checks because she had the power of attorney. So she could write checks to herself, or she could write checks to cash and sign for herself because she had access to the bank accounts.
Whose accounts, whose checks?
It's the stream that's choppy, so I tried to put it down in quality.
Did Ms. Kurczewski say that she did in fact write herself checks sometimes?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to go blow my nose, stupid.
Okay.
Did there ever come a time when Ms. Kurczewski talked to you about handwriting?
Yes, she said that her and her attorneys requested the FBI handwriting analysis, and they were waiting on that. It got pushed back, so she was quite upset about that. She finally went and did the analysis, and I remember when she came back from it, she was quite upset, shaken. She used my account, which she did quite often, to make phone calls so people wouldn't listen to what she was talking about. She made a phone call to somebody crying. And then we always sat together. It was just me and her eating or whatnot, sitting and talking. And she had explained that she was under the impression that she would have various paragraphs to do the analysis on, like separate pages, do paragraphs so she could maybe change her writing. But this was like a stack of maybe 100 papers, and it was the same sentence over and over again. So she was quite upset about that. In fact, she was crying, I believe, that day when she came back. And then she was crying when she made that phone call on my account. So she was upset because this was the same thing, and she couldn't change her writing.
Okay. Were you ever able to be at any court appearances with Ms. Kurczewski about her case?
Was I able to what?
Were you ever able to be in court when a hearing would happen about this case?
No.
Were you able to follow the case at all in media or news?
I was incarcerated the entire time, so.
Okay. Did anyone else ever talk to you about this FBI handwriting analysis other than Ms. Kurczewski?
No, she was the only one that talked about her case to me. She's the only one that actually bragged about why she was in here. She's the one that told me why she was in here, bragged about her bail, that she's been in here so long. I mean, I didn't know about the case from anybody but her.
Okay. When when you would talk with Ms. Kurczewski, did the idea of a car title loan ever get discussed?
Yes.
And what was discussed about that?
That was her original crime that she said she maxed out at TCI, Tachita Correctional Institute, because she said she had, I believe, a Mitsubishi Eclipse that she had a title for, and she created 1 or 2 additional fake titles and took out loans on the original title and then on these fake titles, and said she claimed once she got found out or busted that she didn't know she could take out additional loans on these duplicate titles she made. So she told me she made the titles, took out one loan, took out another loan when she already had.
Sidebar. Please.
Sure. Sidebar. I mean, I know she's like doing all this weird, shady stuff with money, but I still haven't heard anything that says Lynn wasn't giving her money. I mean, if Lynn was still alive and she was looking at her bank account, wouldn't you think that she would see money being taken out? I don't know. And if she was her little cash cow, then why get rid of her? I don't know. Yeah, she gave her power of attorney. They had all that paperwork where she signed it too.
All right, thank you. Attorney Nicolai, your next question.
Thank you. At a point in time, Ms. Soboniak, did you ever talk with Ms.
Baker needs to get back.
Kurczewski about wanting to be able to have a new identity
Yes.
for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Kurczewski say or offer regarding that topic specifically?
She was very proud of the fact that she worked in a dental office, but she was more proud of the fact that she could create these documents, and she was so good at forging documents that she could create a new identity, not for herself, because she would claim she would go out of the country to get her own identity, but for me, she could do a new identity and years of banking history. And if I believe the promise was to get the truck.
Yeah, exactly, Justin.
Part of a payment for the truck, my truck, that she wanted for the man who was, or the 20-year-old that was incarcerated here that she liked, that she had living with somebody that was previously incarcerated here.
Let me check, Your Honor. This is vague, confusing.
Let me just ask some
Sorry.
specific questions, okay?
Okay.
So the objection is sustained. Please
I apologize.
So during this discussion, did Ms. Kurczewski say that she could make you a new bank history?
Yes.
Did she say she could create a work history for this
Yes.
new identity? Did she tell you how she was able to do that?
No.
Okay.
I shouldn't do that. See, she runs away when you try to give her responsibility.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I thank you, Cross.
Not again. We are caught up.
Jessy never did create any of these things for you, true?
Correct.
And you said that she went
out of the country to get her own identity?
No, she said if she was gonna get a new identity for herself, if she ever got released on bail, she would go out of the country, that she researched it and
Okay, so you're not claiming that she went out of the country.
correct.
And you were you were housed in the Waukesha County Jail with Jessy.
Yes, I was.
And when you talked about Jessy coming back from court hearings, you weren't in the courtroom for the court hearings. True?
No, I was not.
Because you were sitting in the jail, right?
Yes.
But after court, isn't it true that you'd all watch the TV and the news about what had happened in court? That was common in the jail to watch TV.
Not myself. I would be walking and listening to music all day long. I wouldn't even sit to watch TV when Jessy would ask me to.
Come on. Why must you be like
You
this?
you listen to music all day long, but yet you have these long, elaborate conversations with Jessy.
Absolutely. That's the only time I would stop my walking.
And when you were in the jail with Jessy, you could see her paperwork, right?
She would actually get called out.
Just yes or no?
No.
When you were in the, so when you wrote to the law enforcement and indicated you wanted to talk.
He only
to them
has 5
because
prior
you had
conviction cells.
information, right?
Yes.
You can save this one.
And you said you've been convicted of crimes how many times? did you
5
say?
times.
5. And one of the things that happens at the jail is, you know, that if police, law enforcement talk to you and you've got information to share with them, you might be able to get some credit. True?
Why must this trial be like
I'm
this?
not sure.
You
I've
know,
never spoken to anybody or gotten any credit for anything, so I'm not sure how it works.
you said you've been in custody the entire time that this case has been pending, so you weren't able to ever come to court. So you're saying right now, as you sit there, you're in custody?
No, I'm not in custody, but when I was in custody, this is the first time I've been in custody, so I don't know how this works. I asked to speak to a detective. I don't know how these things work.
Well, the state's suggesting that you would have no way of knowing anything about this case, and that's clear to me that you're not in custody right now.
Correct.
You could have researched this case, right?
I suppose.
When you were in jail and you met with a detective, it was Detective Plennis, is that who you met with?
Yes.
You also provide information on another case, true?
A Posa is more fun to lay when it's
Not another case, no.
if it's not done all the way up. What I'm trying to say.
Were you interested in knowing what kind of incentives you could get for cooperating?
I believe I asked if I cooperated, if I could get anything in return. I believe that was my first question.
Okay, so that's what I was asking you about before.
I said, I don't know how it works. I didn't say if I asked or not.
I see. Okay.
You're
So you did ask, though, if there were
And
any
she
incentives
comes
you
off a
could
little
receive.
sketchy. It's
for
good that they
cooperation,
point
true?
this out.
Correct.
For example,
Hey,
you
Steph.
wanted the detective
Welcome.
to reach out to other district attorneys, true?
I didn't necessarily say that. I asked if I could get help with my other case.
I mean, all jailhouse
You
snitches
wanted
sketchy.
the
We're all doing
Yeah,
it for
detectives, you asked if there was something they could do for you
Purely
to avoid
for
going to
themselves.
prison, true?
I'm not certain if that was at the time. I believe it was asking about my other open case because I already had lost my, I believe I already lost my revocation.
You'd agree with me that one of the things you were hoping to avoid was going to prison,
Of course,
right?
of course. But I'm not sure if that was the exact question is all I'm saying.
And when you finished your interview with law enforcement, they indicated, or they agreed they would tell your lawyer, tell other district attorneys about your cooperation.
All they said is they could say that I
It's so annoying.
cooperated. There could be no deals. There could be no incentives.
They told you that they would advise other people that you cooperated, true?
They said that,
That's a yes or a no. Either they did or they didn't.
I'm not sure on
The question that's being asked.
Isn't it true that the detectives told you that they would reach out to others and advise them about your cooperation?
I suppose.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Ms. Soboniak, the things that you testified about today, are they consistent with what you told Detective Plennis in January of this year?
Yes.
So has anything that you've said today something that you made up based on watching the news since you've been out?
No.
Okay. Did you get time cut off of any sentence for this information?
Absolutely not.
Did you get any benefit on any other case you may have had or have because of this cooperation?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Just like
Oh,
Zachariah Anderson. Oh no, we
Nice
didn't
to
make
know.
any plea deal. Oh, all of my 30 years just went away.
Yep.
No objection.
All right, thank you. You are released from your subpoena. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you just heard testimony that at times Jessy Kurczewski was in a custodial setting. Her custodial setting does not have any bearing on her guilt or
Shut up.
You
God.
broke the stream, Jamie.
Well, she needs to zip her lip sometimes.
Yeah, but she has to read this all the time because it doesn't matter that she was in prison because that's totally normal.
Well, they either are already feeling a certain way or not. It doesn't matter what she says to them, to be honest
No.
with you. And she only has to say it once. If they know, oh, well, she was in jail, I'm not supposed to consider that. Then they know. But
Yeah,
they don't-
do that in the jury instructions, and the first time someone is talking about it, say, well, it doesn't mean anything. I hate that, but she's a talker.
She loves it. She loves hearing
Yeah.
out.
innocence and should not be used against her in any way. All right, the statement called its next witness then.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Anthony Posa.
My own.
No, I just think that woman lawyer, the defense lawyer, she was just
Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. And my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
she
Raise
just
your right hand.
know how to
You solemnly swear that the
attack
testimony
with
you're
the
about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh,
so
she
help
could
you
learn
God.
something from
All right,
Rosemary.
thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Anthony Posa, Anthony, Posa, Pozza.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Posa. How are you doing?
I'm trying to write what they're saying before they spell their name. I never hit it. I know I'm
No.
dyslexic, but these people, is there a heavy Eastern European community in this part of the U.S.?
I don't know, but they all have rough names. They're not like your
All right.
isn't your fun old John Smiths, you know.
No.
How old are you as you sit here today?
26.
And what do you do for a living?
Work on old motorcycles.
I thought he said workout.
Did you go to college before going into that employment?
I did.
Did you graduate college?
I did.
What is your degree in?
Supply chain management and marketing.
What years were you in college for?
2016 to 2020.
And where did you go to college?
University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee at Waukesha and Milwaukee.
Okay, so you started at Waukesha, finished at Milwaukee.
Correct.
What years were you at the Waukesha campus?
2016 to 2017.
Do you know Lynn Hernan?
Absolutely.
How did you know Lynn Hernan?
I've known her since birth. She was like a aunt, family friend, close. Saw her on every holiday and
Well, this is Anthony,
birthdays and stuff like that.
the son.
Yeah, that's the guy.
So on those
who
birthdays and
was supposed
holidays,
to
would you
own
all
the
get
truck or
together,
something.
or was it phone calls, or just sending cards in the mail?
We'd always get together on, my birthday. My mom would have parties and stuff, and she would always show up. I'd always depend on Anthony.
Did that tail off as you got older?
As I got older into high school, it was a lot more phone calls. But as I got into college, I'd go and see her at her residence in Pewaukee.
Okay. How often would you say you went and visited her?
Once or twice a month.
And was that while you were at the Waukesha campus?
Correct.
So that was 2016 and 2017?
Yes.
And how was it you would go visit her? Just
I would just drive over there for lunch because I had a long lunch break, and she'd usually offer me food or whatever was in the fridge. And it's just a cool place to hang out, I guess, away from campus and, but still close enough to where I could get back to class pretty quick.
okay. So it was kind of
I think
between
that
classes over the
smoke the
lunch.
devil's lettuce with her.
When you went there, you said she would kind of make you food or let you go into the fridge and things like that.
Absolutely.
Would you guys sit and talk?
Yes.
What kind of things would you talk about?
Usually old movies and stuff. We both really liked, like Wizard of Oz and Godfather and Scarface and all of like the 80s and actually is back as far as the 50s. We'd watch all sorts of crazy movies together.
Did you know Lynn's hobbies outside of old movies?
Yeah, she liked to have fun with my mom on the water. She loved the lake, and for a while she was living in various lakes as I grew up in like the Muskego, Mukwonago area.
Okay. Was she crafty at all?
Oh yeah, she could reupholster anything. She made by.
Okay. Was she a big home repair person?
Yes and no.
Did you ever see her with power tools out and say, Lynn, what are you doing with that drill or that saw today?
No.
Okay. What about guns? Did you ever know Linda had an interest in firearms?
No.
Not at all?
No.
What about those movies you talked about though, like Godfather and Scarface?
It's just a movie, it's the stuff we're watching, but she loved those movies. Absolutely.
Okay. So she was never talking about
No.
trying to get guns or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever see any guns at Lynn's house?
No.
Let's talk about Lynn and technology for a second. Was Lynn technological at all?
No. I mean, if I had to show her pictures on my phone, and usually my phone was so cracked up, she'd say, "Oh, you have to go, print those out. I want this picture, that picture." And she didn't have anything really. There was no sending stuff to her via email or even text message. There was none of that. You just called her.
Okay. Did Lynn have a computer?
No.
Did she have a phone that could access the internet?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Do you know what kind of phone she had?
Flip phone.
When you would visit her at lunch, was she just kind of sending text messages all the time, staring down at her phone?
Never. I mean, if I was there, it was pretty much one-on-one. That was what was nice, is kids in my generation are always on their phones. So it's like not having a person to talk to, and you'd always talk to Lynn. Absolutely.
And on these occasions you would go over between classes, was that because Lynn invited you or would you just drop by?
I would just drop by most of the time.
Were there any times you told Lynn ahead of time, hey, I think I'm stopping by, and she told you don't come?
Sure.
How many times would you say that happened?
2 or 3, and on one of those occasions I just stopped by anyway because I knew she wouldn't be mad if I just showed up.
So you did show up on at least one occasion where she told you not to?
Yeah.
And was Lynn mad about that?
No, she's just kind of, gave me crap about it and was like, "Yeah, I told you I'm not looking that great today." And I said, "That doesn't matter. I just want to hang out with you, making sure you're all right."
Did she let you come in?
Yeah.
Did you sit and have a conversation?
Yep.
Did she kick you out after a short time?
Well, no, I just had to go back to class.
Okay. So it was pretty normal other than her saying she didn't look very good.
Yeah.
Was that something Lynn was kind of thinking about a lot, how she looked?
Towards, yeah, when I was in college, she did.
Okay. Was she a person that liked to look good?
Yeah, she always liked looking good.
She was a hairstylist, right?
Yeah.
Did she do makeup?
Even behind, why is the stream acting like this?
I think way back in the day, but that was before I was born.
Okay. She wear jewelry when you saw her?
Yeah, she always had like gaudy costume jewelry on. That was just kind of old school stuff.
Okay.
Not anything extravagant, just costume stuff most of the time.
On any of those occasions you just dropped by, even if Lynn told you not to, was that because somebody told you, hey, Anthony, go visit Lynn, she's lonely and sad, or anything like that?
No, I was always on my own accord. There was a couple of times I'd go there with my mom and she'd say, we need to see Aunt Lenny. It's 2 months after a holiday. We got to, exchange gifts. She's been wanting to see you, blah, blah, blah. And that was, the few times that, I wasn't like I got guilted into it. I wanted to see her.
You like seeing Lynn?
Yeah.
Do you miss Lynn?
Absolutely.
So you're obviously aware that Lynn passed away in October of 2018, correct?
Yes.
You remember how you found out the news?
Jesse Kurczewski called me, I think, the day of.
Yeah,
You
I
remember
never
how,
heard.
what time?
That's the funny stuff because I never really hear anyone talking about what they did for her.
I know. That's what I'm
She
saying.
came over. She came over to her ex-boyfriend's house and made food and then left because she couldn't eat.
What did you do to accommodate her? What did
Yeah.
you do? You know, did you go over and bring her food? Did you bring her gifts? Did you bring her anything? It was like, oh, I don't know. Like I know a lot of people get busy in their life and stuff, especially when they're young, like this guy, but it doesn't sound really genuinely like, I mean, I think you're trying to make up a lot of the stuff that you did do with her as like, oh yeah, it was great. Like, but I don't think
Yeah.
I think it was just like very ingenuine. I don't know. But yeah, like
Yeah.
exactly what Iris is saying, you know, like it's just like I feel like a lot of people were using her as a cash cow and what she could do for them. Didn't sound like anything in her life.
And this is the most genuine one, the guy who went over there to get some food when he was in college.
Yeah.
At least that's what most 18-year-olds do with their grandparents when they might have been drinking a little too much and don't have money. They can always go visit grandma and get a little fridge rating going on.
Mm-hmm. But if she was ill like that, why is Jessy taking care of her and not these other people that are supposed to be the closest than ever people of her? You know what I mean? Like, how
Yeah,
come?
Jesse's mom, Flowers,
Yeah,
supposedly was a old friend of hers as well.
yeah, and they were the ones taking care of her, from what
Yeah.
everybody said, and they've said. Obviously, they have evidence of that. But all these people that were like, oh, she was like my grandmother, my aunt, but you weren't offering anything up. I don't know.
No, and yeah, the caretakers in Denmark, it's very normal for elderly people. As I've said many a time, I live in an HOA where there's a lot of elderly people, and most of them they get a family visit maybe once or twice a month. But they have daily caretaker visits because they need help with basic stuff like getting out of bed or making food. And we don't really put people into old folks' homes until they're like 6 months back on their lease of life. But a lot of people, I so wanted to visit grandma, but I just couldn't do it today. And well, the government takes care of them. So to me, yeah, as Burton says, everyone took advantage of her. Yeah, we should really take better care of our elders. That's why I'm happy that both of my parents, well, my mom ended up in a hospice with the big C, but that was very, very, very positive because it was a private hospice and they took really good care of her. And it made my dad had gone if she had lived half the year more because he was taking care of her, no help at all. Couldn't even get doctors to come check her when she was sick at night and stuff like that. It was really bad. And my dad, as an old EMT, did whatever he could. But when she went into the hospice, it was a very positive experience. She only lived 10 days in the hospice, but still, it was a very good closure because my dad didn't have to try and force feed her and give her medicine and all of that. So that was a very positive experience. And as I also told, my dad died in my arms, so he didn't get to have any help. So we're happy that he didn't end up sitting somewhere and just being a vegetable in a chair.
Yeah.
He almost got to live his full life. He fell off a cliff in the end, but at least he always said he wanted to go with a bang, and I can tell you he didn't went with a bang because I hold him while I sat him down on the floor, but still he didn't know it was coming, and that's the way he wanted to go. So
I agree.
no, yeah, thank you for condolences, but
We love you.
it was
babe.
the best way it could happen. I was so afraid. Every day when I went over to visit him, I was afraid I'm gonna find him dead. So I'm kind of glad that it went the way it went, even though he had said, "Oh, just drive on, come and pick me up again in half an hour." I'm glad I went with him. So,
Yeah. I'm glad that
so
you got that. You got what you wanted, because I feel like a lot of people don't get that. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't get that with my grandma. I was very close to her, and I can't thank my sister enough, because she had just become a nurse at the time, and my grandma went home on home hospice, and she went so that she could feel more dignified. My sister took care of her and gave her baths, and I wish I was there a little more, because I feel like, that's why I see I will never do that again in my life. I was in my young 20s. I was working, school, and I was partying, and the least of my concerns was like spending all that time that I wish I did. So I'll never make that mistake again. But my sister.
no, but you're young, you're dumb, and everyone lives forever when you're 22.
Oh yeah, you never realize how short you think that it's never gonna happen. But yeah, so.
No, and my mom, she was. It was a total freak accident, but they have screenings, breast cancer screenings, and they are supposed to give them at a certain interval when you pass. I don't know if it's 60 or whatever age it is in Denmark. And she hadn't been called, so she called them and said, "Well, wasn't I supposed to be called?" And yeah, then they found it, and then she was found to be. She was cleared of cancer after they removed it, and half a year later she was dead of cancer. So yeah, it happens, but everyone has to remember that we are only here for a certain amount of time, so make the most of it. And
oh yeah,
as I tell my children, because they have elderly grandparents on the other side as well, and I said, remember, you can never talk to them again when they're not here. So when you're thinking, should I call them? Call them. Every day I want to call my dad, every single day. And he's been dead for 3 years now. I want to call him every day, and I can never do it again. And I told my kids, even if you feel like it's a burden and you have just call them. You can always talk for 10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, because
everyone out there, remember that even though they are a bit annoying and they are a bit slow and they always tell the same stories, you're gonna miss those boring stories. The last time my oldest visited my dad, she said, "Oh, it was a good day. He only told the same story 4 times." So
I agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more, because my crazy dad and mom, you've heard stories about them on here. They I couldn't be happier with their craziness.
no, and I think
I
when you get
I embrace it now.
yeah, when you get past 30, you get to see, oh, they weren't that annoying at all. They were kind of right. Maybe I shouldn't spend all my money on booze. But no, but
mind you, my mom did buy me a stinking sign that she made me put up in my kitchen that says, "Oh my God, my mom was right about everything." Even though when she comes over and reads it, I say, this is wrong. It needs to say Jamie. And she's always like, whatever. But it's kind of funny, and I keep it up for her. Even though I despise I don't want to admit that my mom was right about things.
Never. They were never right, but still. they knew stuff. And that's
a little bit.
And that's actually one of the good things about all of this electronic communications, that we can FaceTime people. My sister does it a lot with her husband's parents, because so her son can keep some kind of connection with them because they live so far away. And they have family in the Far East as well, because her brother-in-law is married to a Malaysian woman, and he works for a big international company in the Far East. So they use it a lot, and that's a good thing, that the kids have learned to FaceTime their grandparents just so they can see them.
I think that is so wonderful. It really is cool.
Yeah, and my youngest daughter is kind of like this one. Whenever she's hungry, she goes back to her grandma. So because she knows
nobody could make boxed macaroni and cheese like my granny.
I never had macaroni and cheese.
But like, it's the cheap Kraft. Well, it was off-brand bought like Kraft macaroni and cheese, but like, that stuff's not the best. But for some reason,
It
she knew
tastes
how,
better.
she knew how to spruce it up, and it tasted like gourmet.
My mom was famous for, it's a Danish thing that we call frikadeller. It's kind of like meatballs, but she was famous for those. I haven't had one since that I like. I had never tried to make it my own, even though I have her recipe. Everyone who has tried to make her recipe says it's just not the same. If it's the wrong skillet or it's the wrong way to mix it, it'll never be the same. So I miss those.
Yeah. So live it up.
Yeah. Remember your grandparents, because you'll miss them, and your parents, because you'll miss them someday.
Don't recall.
It was a phone call though, not a text message or something like that?
No, it was a phone call.
Is there anything that you recall about that phone call in particular?
Hey, Bobby.
Just that she had called me to say that, Lynn Hernan had passed away and that I was on this will and that, that we'd have to get together in the next couple days.
Well, let's walk through that. Was it just that fast? She told you Lynn died and then got right to...
I mean, there was a little bit more conversation to it, but I don't remember the details of everything I said.
Do you remember how you felt when you heard that news?
I was devastated. My family was devastated. I mean, I'm close with my aunt and uncle and my parents. So, I mean, we all just were pretty shocked because my uncle talked to Lynn every day. So it was just odd.
Do you remember in that moment hearing this news and feeling devastated? Did you want to talk about the will and needing to get together to talk
No,
about
I didn't want to talk about any of that. Lynn would bring that up to me when I'd go see her in college, and I usually shut the conversation down because it was just kind of awkward. I didn't want it. I wanted her here, not any of her things. I mean, and as far as I knew, she didn't have that much stuff.
So when Mr. Kurczewski kind of moved right into talking about the will and needing to get together, what were you feeling?
I felt like it was a little rushed, but I also understood like the stress of, in a state, when you're dealing with an estate. So I just figured maybe she just wanted to get on with it and move on. And I just didn't know much.
Did you know prior to Ms. Kurczewski telling you that you were a beneficiary of Lynn Hernan's estate?
I knew I was on her will, but I didn't know to what degree.
Okay. And you said Lynn would bring that up sometimes when you would have these like lunchtime conversations.
Yes.
You remember how she would bring it up?
It's always like really, we'd be in the middle of a conversation and she would, talk to me about, money she put places and that if something ever happened to her to, make sure to grab it. And like I said, it was always very awkward conversations that I honestly dismissed 99% of the time.
Okay. So she would bring it up in the sense of if something happens to me.
Right.
Did you ever take that to mean Lynn was thinking of committing suicide?
No.
Did you ever, in your whole time knowing Lynn Hernan, believe she might commit suicide?
No.
If you thought that, would you have taken some action?
Absolutely. I guarantee you, if my mom and I knew, we would have taken some action with getting her some help.
Do you recall when the last sort of in between classes, lunchtime kind of conversation you had with Lynn was?
The last time I saw Lynn was a month before she passed away with my uncle. They were on the way home from a restaurant and they met at my uncle's house, and I live really close by, and I walked up there and she was there and she looked pretty good, and we talked for a while, and that was the last time I saw Lynn.
Was that in August or September of 2018 then?
It was August.
August. And you said she looked pretty well?
Yeah.
You understood she had just come from lunch, it sounds like?
Yeah.
Out at a restaurant?
Yeah, with my uncle.
Okay. And did you have a pretty standard conversation with her that day?
Yeah, I talked to her for about an hour and a half.
Do you remember leaving just feeling like, hey, something's not right with Lynn, anything like that?
No, in fact, she said she was starting to feel better, and she did complain about back problems and certain things before that, and she's like, I'm fine, I'm glad I'm getting out again, and we need to do this more often, and you need to come with us next time. And I didn't think it was like the last time by any stretch of the imagination.
So she was setting up times to get together in the future with you?
Yes.
If we sort of move past what we've been talking about, where Ms. Kurczewski now tells you have
I think
to get
Iris
together
is working,
to discuss
but
the will
we
and
would be
things like
dead if
that,
she was
okay?
in the chat.
Did Ms. Kurczewski tell you who would be in charge of handling Lynn's estate?
Yeah, she said she was appointed power of attorney.
Okay. Did you ever have to like okay that or anything?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have to sign a form saying you were okay with Ms. Kurczewski handling the estate?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If we bring up Exhibit 69 for the witness, please. Is that on your
Okay.
screen, sir?
Yeah. Pause. I really cannot stress enough that I hate when they do this like unaliving thing, like self-unaliving thing, because it's like no one that does that. I don't know anyone that I have been that's been a part of my life that has done that I knew that was going to happen. No one knows it's going to happen. 99% of the time, you will never know somebody's going to do that until it's
No.
already. There's no
I
signs. They're not going around talking about it. They're not telling everybody, oh, tomorrow it'll be
Yeah.
the day.
if they do that, they won't go through with it because
It's usually
a
the
lot of
opposite effect. If you're talking about it, you're usually just wanting somebody to console you. Normally, you're not saying anything, and then you do it.
yeah, and that's why it's so stupid to bring in a case, because how would you disprove? Even Jessy can say, well, she told me all the time. How would you disprove it? She can go and understand and say, well, this guy he was just leeching her for money and tried to get the 50K so she would talk to him. I trained with a girl and she seemed like the happiest, sweetest girl ever, and nothing then. And I was wondering, she always had a long sleeve shirt on, and I didn't think about it. We always talked at the gym. Seemed super friendly and all of that. And it wasn't until I got to talking with her ex-boyfriend said, "Did you notice her long sleeves? She was a massive cutter. You never would have. You wouldn't have guessed she would be a cutter."
Mm-hmm. Well,
Because she was always happy, she was always full of joy, and every time I talked to her, she was very positive. But you can't tell who won't be here tomorrow, and those who won't be here tomorrow isn't the one telling you they won't be here tomorrow, because all of the people going around, I can just end myself, they won't do it. But again, if you are fighting stuff like that, please talk to someone, reach out, because
Yeah.
a lot of people, especially now we're going into the winters, can get depressed, and it's never the right way out. So talk to
Well,
someone, get help.
yeah, reach out. But to sit here in the courtroom and say, "Oh, never, never, I never, never, never," you wouldn't. You don't know.
No, Robert Williams, boom, going out in a blaze of glory. Yeah, it's a cry for help if you're talking about it. The people you don't know don't you won't. We had it's kind of locally famous. We had a guy in our school. We have a tall bridge in because I live close to water and we have a lot of islands, and we have a tall bridge down there. And he had walked his girlfriend home, and she had said, "Well, I don't think it works." And yeah, he took a nosedive, and no one saw it coming. It's just because she broke up with him, and he had to walk over the bridge home. If he didn't have to go over the bridge, probably never done it. The worst part is 5 years later, his brother goes down there, do exactly the same thing, leaves a note to the parents that I can't live without him.
Yeah.
So
like
right
what?
next to my grandma's grave are two graves of kids who I think he was 8. The one was 19 and the other one was 20. And no one saw it coming.
No.
Yeah, going around and say, if you don't do it, I'm going to kill myself. No, they won't do that. It's not the people who does that, but it's the people you really don't know, people who are severely depressed. I was in a train once that caught one, and that's not a pretty sight. Let's just say that.
My uncle, he drives trains, and
Yeah,
it's happened more than once in his life.
yeah. I have a guy. He caught 6 within 2 years because it got really fashionable to do a train again. Normally, the bridge we had back in the time when it opened, my dad was in EMT. They had 2 a week. So yeah.
But yeah, my point is like you normally are not going to see signs. So
Yeah, and no, we can't say stuff like that on YouTube. It's good that I'm only partially monetized, so I don't. Well, I wouldn't get any monetization anyway because I do long form content. But no, it's just. But again, it's like with the Turtle Boy, you saw the charges against him, and when they played it for you on the stream, it was totally different. Everything sounds bad in court. Did you notice? No, she was always smiling. Yeah, my dad had to pick up back in the day when it wasn't fashionable to do this. He went onto a farm where two aunts lived together, as it was told back then.
Mhm.
And one of them had been doing all of her chores on the farm, took a shotgun, put herself out. I don't know, where do you call it, where you put all the manure and stuff like that on a farm? The rubbish heap or whatever. I don't know what the English word for it is. She sat in that and took a deep breath on a big pipe. And he said, well, that was nice of her. A lot of people do it inside the house. It's such a mess. She just walked out and sat down, did it out there. And she had been doing everything and kissed her friend, because you couldn't be girlfriends back then, kissed her goodbye in the morning and said, see you later, honey, and just sat out there. And he said she was sitting perfectly still. She didn't have anything else but this on her head, but still, the gun kept her up. So, yeah. It's become very fashionable again in Denmark to do that. But I know Japan has a very high rate of self-deletion.
Mhm.
Hey, Iris.
There
We
she
were
is.
thinking about you.
She brought her sandal in to get at Bobby
Yeah.
upside his head.
Yeah. A lot of people are getting this because of the environment and all the crisis. Don't watch TV. Watch Jamie and I. We'll help you.
Well, fun.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay. Do you recognize what Exhibit 69 is?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It looks like oh, my bad. It just looks like it's I consent to the admission of the will dated November 26, 2016. It looks like I signed off on it, and I consent to the appointment of Jessy Kurczewski as personal representative.
Okay. So and that's your signature on Exhibit 69?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I will move Exhibit 69 into evidence.
Objection.
All right, Exhibit 69 is received.
Okay, so a couple things with that document, Mr. Posa. You sort of said, I'm okay with Ms. Kurczewski running the estate.
I believe I had to sign this, or it was just gonna just sit open.
Well, let's come back to that for a second. But you would acknowledge that's what you were signing off on.
Yes.
And that the will that was put forth, you said that looks good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you felt like you had to sign that form?
Yes.
Why is that?
I was, Jessy gave me all these forms to sign, and I'd read over the will, and I read over everything that she gave me. And she says I was appointed, and it looked like in the will that she was appointed. It was notarized, and I just felt like, okay, well, this is Lynn, and I signed it.
Okay. And your signature was dated October 11th of 2018?
Yeah.
And
Would
would
you
that
be
mean
on
that
trial
there was a
for?
will
That could be a
at
question.
least given to you to review prior to that date?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from there, did you really pay attention to what was happening to the estate very closely?
No, I would just check up with Jessy every once in a while via text and ask her if she needed any help.
Okay. And I should go back. Prior to Ms. Kurczewski calling you to tell you that Lynn had died, had you ever talked to Ms. Kurczewski before that?
Never.
Did you know who she was?
Lynn would bring her up on occasion, but it was rare.
Okay. Had you ever met her in person?
No.
All right. So at what point did you and Ms. Kurczewski either start talking on the phone or getting together in person to talk about the estate?
Like the day after Lynn passed away.
Okay. October 4th?
Yeah.
Was there ever a time where Ms. Kurczewski invited you to come to Lynn's condo to sort of go through personal belongings?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
She asked us, and my mom and my uncle came with us to go into the condo, and I was a little distressed. I wasn't really thinking about stuff as much as I was just kind of thinking about what had happened. And of course I walked through it because it was more of, a memory of our friend. And I took some of her parents' things from like World War II, some dog tags, and a little box of just mementos from her family because I was close with her dad when I was a little kid, and he would tell me stories about World War II. So that stuff was important to me. I had a little box, and they said, "Hey, could I grab this stuff?" And Jessy said that was fine.
that's the
So
other
she let you have
explanation.
some of Lynn's
You can
property, or actually
you can
it sounds
always
like
twist
Lynn's
it.
parents' property.
Everything
Yeah.
sounds bad in
Okay.
court.
Was there ever a time where you said, "Hey, could I have that?" And Jessy said, "No, absolutely, you can't have that."
I asked about certain things that were like higher ticket items toward like later in the month, and I said, what are you gonna do with this? And it just, like the Jeep was signed over to her mom 2 weeks before she died, she said, and all this stuff. So I just assumed that, Lynn had gotten rid of all of her stuff that was of value, and I didn't question it any further.
You just made that assumption.
Yes.
Is that based on what you were seeing as you kind of went through the condo?
Yes.
All right. Aside from the Jeep, you said big ticket items. Was there anything else you asked about?
She had a bracelet that, to my knowledge, was supposed to be given
It's speculation.
Overruled. He may answered. He said, to my knowledge.
was supposed to be given to my uncle, and that was discussed with me in August, which was 3-4 weeks before she passed. So that was a little bit of a red flag, but again, I didn't question it because I just assumed that Lynn was getting taken care of by Jessy, and that she just assumed all the high ticket items.
Did you ever ask Jessy about that gold bracelet?
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened to it?
She told me that it would make more sense to sell it and split it than give it to my uncle.
Okay. And do you recall what day this was or how close in time to Lynn's death?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you think it was still October of 2018 or beyond?
I think it was October, maybe early November.
Okay. Now, did there come a time, well, let me ask you this. Did Lynn ever tell you that you were a person who was granted access to her bank lockbox?
She wanted to give me access when I was a minor, and my mom didn't want me to have access to it just because she was worried about any, repercussions of that, just because I was was under 18. And honestly, she showed me where the lockbox key was, and I never really paid much attention to it after that.
Okay. Did there come a time where you had to sign some form with the bank that Lynn asked you to?
I don't know if I ever did sign that form, but if I did, I was probably fairly young.
Okay. But your mom, it sounds like, didn't want you to have a key of your own.
No, she didn't.
So if I'm understanding, Lynn told you where her lockbox key was kept?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in this like little cabinet. It was behind like a DVD box set, like hanging up on this little hook.
Okay. So like a DVD cabinet, you said?
Yeah, it was like a cabinet. She had all this trinkety stuff. And
okay. And was the key sort of like hidden behind DVDs, or was it just kind of?
Yeah, hidden? It was kind of hidden. I mean, you have to look for it.
Okay. If Lynn hadn't shown you where it was, would you have just seen it hanging
No,
there?
there's no way. Wouldn't even. And if I would have found it, I wouldn't have known what it was if she wouldn't have said anything. I just thought it was some key that, was for a safe of, a bunch of paperwork that she, have sitting around from her parents' estate. Okay. I know she had a lot of paperwork from her parents' estate still laying around.
Did there come a time after Lynn died that you went looking for that key?
When Jessy had me come over, I asked about it because they noticed that the cabinet was open and it's kind of a mess. So I just said, where did you know about the safety? And she said that the safety deposit box was emptied months ago.
Okay, let's go through that a little more. So there came a time where you looked for that key?
I asked about it. I didn't really look for it. More so asked about it because I looked at the cabinet when you walked into the main living room, and I saw that the cabinet where the key was hanging was gone through.
Okay, the key was not there, or you couldn't tell?
There was no key there.
All right. So then you asked Jessy Kurczewski about that key?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said that the safety deposit box that Lynn had was, she went through that money months ago.
Okay. Why was it you were looking for that key?
That's what Lynn told me to look for. And I just asked about it. It wasn't something that I was real stressed about or anything like that.
Stopping by, Ann.
Again,
And
I figured Lynn needed it.
Have a good day.
And
you're always welcome back.
Okay. Did Lynn tell you why she wanted you to look for that key if something happened?
It would help me with my college or something like that if I had access to it, if something happened to her.
Okay. So was she telling you there was money in that lockbox?
Yes,
Okay. Did she tell you about how much?
it differed from time to time. One time it was 10,000, another time it was 50,000.
Okay. And when you asked Jessy Kurczewski about that lockbox key, was that same sort of late October, early November timeframe?
No, that was probably fairly early. It was probably I think we came to the Lynn's house that weekend, or maybe a couple days after she called me to let me know Lynn had passed.
Okay, so within a couple days of Lynn's death.
Yeah.
I did ask about it.
Okay. And
That's
did you ever either walk
that's
through
my big
Lynn's
problem.
condo that day?
Everyone knew her
or-
so well, but she get
Let
the
me back
power
up.
of
Did you ever go to the
eternity.
bank and go into that
Yes, out
lockbox
of-
yourself?
I didn't even
Uh,
know what bank it was
No,
at.
she had no
Okay.
family.
So you never went to that lockbox?
No.
They were all calling
you
her
ever,
auntie and
see
stepmom.
a pile of cash at Lynn's condo that was
No.
sort of set aside for you?
Never.
Did you ever get, whether it was 10,000 or up to 50,000, did you ever get that?
No.
So let's kind of jump ahead again to,
Let's do a recap for Vinasaur. Yeah, today has been quite good actually. We had a jewelry lady talking about her pawning off, not pawning off, selling some gold jewelry, even though we earlier heard that an uncle of the guy on the stand today was supposed to have inherited a golden bracelet. Then we had a prison snitch talking about how she got power of attorney and stuff like that, and she could have helped her with the fake IDs because she used to make fake IDs from patients at her dental clinic she worked at. And now we have this Anthony Posa guy who supposedly should have inherited a bank box with a large sum of money, and everyone was so close to this the dead lady, but she gave power of attorney to another person. So that's what we've been talking about. Why didn't she talk to them, all the people who loved her and was so close? This guy said, well, I always went over there to eat. And then we got sidetracked, which never happens on my channel, and talked a little bit about, because they said, oh, did you ever get the feeling she was going to self-delete? And no, oh, of course not. But how many times do you do that? So it's been pretty good today. Well, yeah, but always make sure your paperwork is in order. Go get your sleep on. I'll tell Jamie you said hi, Jamie.
you're sort of keeping in touch with Ms. Kurczewski about how the estate is going, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of updates you were getting?
I was just asking how, she said she's having a rummage sale. I know my
Bell
mom
said
offered
hi.
to help. And when my mom offered to help, I was also insinuating I was going to help too. So I know that they had talked about, together if my mom could assist her in any way. She said she had it handled and that she was happy to take care of it. So I would just check in from time to time to see, how things were coming. And she said, oh, it's going fine. And then I'd check in around about the sale of the condo every once in a while. But that was like the year after. It was in 2019. I think I started asking about the condo just because I was curious to know what was going on.
Okay, so we're into 2019 with sort of these general updates.
Right.
Any red flags or anything like that in these updates?
Early on, no, because I figured it was a lot of work. I mean, my parents had to go through my grandparents' estate, and I watched how long that took. So I just, early on, I was like, yeah, this is going to take some time. And honestly, if Jessy needs the time, give it to her. And then it came to be like March of 2019, and that's when I started getting, I started thinking about like what had happened, and the estate, I think, was finally starting to close up, and I was starting to get things from what I believed was Lynn's attorney with, final account bills and stuff. And that's when I
Okay,
got a
let's
lot.
stop you there for a second because I'm going to show you Exhibit 76 when we talk about final account bills, as you said. All right, is that up on your
You
screen,
rather
Exhibit
have you
76?
here than have an
Yes.
interesting
Okay, do
case.
you recognize what Exhibit 76 is?
Oh, fitty.
Night Farrell.
Think so?
Green.
Have you seen that before?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's bring that down for a second. What do you remember about sort of final accounts that Lindsay said? You said in March of 2019, you started to get.
I just remember getting a final account with just a bunch of credit card bills and condo improvement like receipts, and it was just not like Lynn because I knew Lynn didn't have a credit card, and it was just weird how she had
Did you
all
though?
these stats that
Did you?
just didn't make any sense to me.
Okay.
I'm
So
sure-
sort of in March of
No,
2019, now you're having some sort of red flags go up.
Right.
And when you say Lynn didn't have a credit card, how did you know that?
She told me. I mean, she said I don't have any credit cards. I would go out to lunch. She'd pay with cash every time. I mean, I think we went to a thrift store and she paid with a check. And I remember literally looking at her going, "Who pays with checks?"
But
Okay.
that doesn't mean that
Did you
she.
know for a fact that Lynn had no credit cards, or was it just that
No.
she didn't use them, or you didn't see her use them?
She had a Kohl's charge card and maybe a couple store cards
Well, those are
that I
credit
knew
cards.
of, but she would literally go into
Yeah,
Kohl's
that's
and pay
credit
her
cards.
charge card.
That's
outside
credit
cash.
cards. Duh. Those are
And while we're
worse.
kind of on that subject, going back a little bit, when you talked about birthdays and Christmases and things like that, would Lynn get you gifts?
Yes.
What kind of gifts would you get from Lynn?
Early on, it was always really cool toys like Legos and Hot Wheels, and she always
Yeah,
made me feel like, you know, I was
this case
her
wouldn't be
family.
rolling if he
As I got older,
didn't
the
get
gifts
mad.
turned
He didn't
into,
get the 50K.
GameStop gift cards, and I remember on a particular Christmas, she gave
What
me a
did you get her?
$100 GameStop card,
did
and I
you-
just remember going, "Wow, I didn't expect that at all." But that was probably like the biggest monetary gift I got from her. But it wasn't about that. I looked forward to her food and her
You did have
all of
the
her other
power
spoils.
of
Honestly,
attorney.
And it
Yes.
was
So at
Jessy.
least money wise,
Jesse had
you
the
can
power
remember
of the
$100
attorney
gift card being sort of
notarized
the
and
most
everything.
extravagant.
yeah, and there might have been another $100 like gas card as I got my license, but she was really happy when I got my license because I could go and visit her finally.
Okay. When you were going to college, did Lynn say, "Hey, I'll pay for your whole college"?
No, she never said that. There were times where she would offer me $50, $100 for gas for college, but I never took any of that from her just because it was uncomfortable. I mean, I was working at the time at a machine shop, and I had an income. I didn't want to take any of her money.
Okay. Did she ever, without even asking you, just say, "Here's a check for $10,000, put it towards your tuition"?
Never.
So $100 at various times is the most you can remember her giving you.
Yes.
And again, you knew her your whole life.
Yes.
So going back to the estate, and it's starting to close up, you said, and you're getting these credit card debts on behalf of Lynn, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Do you remember when you had
Oh, my nose
sort of
again.
these suspicions? Did you do anything about that?
I had talked to a couple of attorneys and just asked if this was something that I should look into. Told them how I felt about it, and they kind of dismissed it. And I figured, well, Jessy supplied me with some receipts. I guess Lynn had a lot more credit card debt than I was ever aware of, and I bought the story just because I was dismissed from a
Oh
couple
my
of attorneys
God,
a few times.
kid, I
Okay.
swear to
You
God.
said when you told them how you felt about it, they kind of dismissed you.
Yeah.
How did you feel about it?
I just felt like something was up, and I wanted it looked at more closely because I felt like the information I was getting from Jessy and Lisa Martinson was not true.
Because you wanted money.
Do you have any legal training in your background?
No,
Do you have any detective or law enforcement training in your background?
no.
Do you have the resources, at least back in 2019, to investigate this further on your own?
Yes, I had a little bit of like money that I got that I put towards looking into it.
Okay, so you put up some of your money to hire somebody to look into it first. And was that those calls to attorneys or something different?
That, and I finally retained an attorney later on.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. As far as the receipts, you mentioned you got some receipts from Jessy Kurczewski.
Yes.
Tell us about that. How did you get those?
I asked her for receipts when I got the final account statement from Lisa Martinson because Lisa Martinson wasn't providing me with really anything, any details. Correspondence was kind of weak. And I asked Jessy, I said, "Can we just talk about this? Do you have any receipts about it?" And a couple of days later, she sent me a big packet of receipts. Some of them looked to align with the final account. Some of them didn't. So we decided to meet up at a restaurant and talk about all of the receipts and how it reflected the final account statement.
Okay. So when you asked Jessy for these receipts, do you remember what time frame we're in? Are we still in March of 2019?
I think March to May. I'm not really sure.
Sometime spring of 2019.
Yeah.
All right. And was that a phone call or was that a face-to-face meeting where you asked her for receipts?
It was a phone call, and then we met face to face, I think, within a week.
Okay. So on the phone, you say, "Hey, I'd really like to see some receipts."
I think a lot of this is leading.
Why is it his business? He wasn't.
Didn't have a question just yet, but I'll take that under advisement. Attorney Sitzberger, he's your witness. Avoid the leader.
Understood. What occurred in the phone call, just the phone call? Don't skip ahead a few days.
She said that there was no problem getting any receipts and that she'd get them to me in a couple of days.
All right. And you said that she did give you receipts.
Yes.
How did she get those to you?
She emailed them to me and then I downloaded them and printed them, I think.
Did you look through them?
Yes.
Did you have anything to compare the receipts to?
Yes, I had a final account statement that Lisa Mortensen provided to me also via email.
After looking through all the receipts, did you still have any suspicions?
I did, and that's when we met up to discuss that.
All right, so tell the jury about that meeting in person then.
We decided to meet at that Samori on Highway 100 to talk about the final account statement. I went through some of the receipts that didn't match the final account statement. She assured me that on every single one, she assured me that this was, that Lynn had all this credit card debt and that, she had tried her best to sell everything, as fast as she could so that, she could get us something. The final account statement, like for the entire estate, was I think $26,000, which I thought was strange considering her house was $145,000, and it's hard to believe that she had that much debt. I talked to her for probably 2 to 3 hours, and she kind of had me convinced that that was true and that she had racked up all this debt. So we settled, or what I believed was settled, the estate that day, and I signed a check for half.
Okay, and so eventually you got a check for half of, what did you say the total estate was at the end?
$26,000.
So you got roughly what?
$13,000.
Okay. Now you talked about these receipts. Can we bring up Exhibit 65, please? Is it up on your screen, sir?
Not yet.
Oh, thank you.
No, it is.
Thank you. Do you see Exhibit 65, Mr. Posa?
Yes.
All right. And if I have Mr. Vulcanier, actually, before I do that, can you see how many pages along the right-hand column that document is?
52.
Okay. And if I have Mr. Vulcanier scroll through those pages briefly, can you let us know if you recognize what Exhibit 65 is?
I do.
All right. And to be fair, you said you do on page 8, I believe. You know what this whole exhibit is?
Yes.
What is it?
These were all the receipts that Jessy sent to me.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 65 is received, permission to publish. Granted, when you get to a logical stopping point, we'll take our mid-morning break. So I'll let you tell us when that is.
This is convening the gray spot.
Okay, then we'll take our mid-morning break. All rise for the jury, please.
People get weird when money's involved and people pass away. Ugh, I hate it.
It's freezing in here.
But
Thank you, be seated. I just have 2 sidebars. You can step down.
oh my God, of course she does.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thought I heard the second door. That was the first door. You can still step down. All right, thank you. Be seated. I do want to put 2 sidebars and my note on the record. First, the note, we had the officer on the stand, and I just wrote him a note that said, please refer to her as Jessy Kurczewski, not the defendant. He nodded his head when he got that. So that was obviously in relation to a prior motion in limine. And then prior to Ms. Soboniak's testimony, I asked and called for a sidebar because I asked the defense if they would like me to give a limiting instruction or cautionary instruction, since I anticipated Ms. Soboniak would testify regarding time in custody with Ms. Kurczewski, and the defense indicated they would. And I just said similar to what I gave yesterday or whatever day that was. And they said yes. And then they asked about the note and I told them, and there was a thank you. And then the other sidebar was during the testimony of
this is
Ms. Soboniak.
he claimed he was
Attorney Kugler
the
had raised a
nephew.
concern about whether the testimony was about a prior act that I disallowed. And in a nutshell, I was a little concerned. I wasn't sure based upon the testimony. It just started where she referenced about going to Cheetah, which obviously I know is the women's prison in Wisconsin. Attorney Nikolai indicated she was going to move on from that. I said, if for some reason it comes up again, I can strike testimony, but to lead the witness to avoid that. So I believe that puts everything on the record. Anything the state would want to add to that?
No, thank you.
How about the defense?
No, that's right.
right, I think you might have a computer here. So
But he just, yeah, like I am so annoyed by this whole like, oh, sir, well, yeah, like I'm pretty much her nephew and we're so close and I know everything about her. You do not. You don't know Jack. And oh, well, I knew she didn't have any credit cards whatsoever. Why? Because I asked her. But she had store cards and stuff like that. Those are credit cards, honey. Do
Yeah.
you not realize that? And
Yeah,
usually
they're
they're a
a
lot
credit card for stupid people.
they're a lot riskier than a regular credit card because been there, done that. Don't get involved with that sometimes. Unless you're
No.
good at it. I mean, some people are good about it. My sister purposely uses hers for the points and then pays it right off. But I wasn't so good about that, so I had to get rid of it.
Yeah. And yeah, again, a lot of money evaporates if you have to get lawyers and stuff in to do all of the housekeeping after. It's
Sorry.
really an expensive thing to die.
Well, he started getting her. Why? Yeah. Did I miss? Like, was he just getting her mail and seeing her
Yes.
credit card statements or something like that?
Yeah, he found it funny because he got all these statements for her from unpaid bills for her credit cards.
Yeah. And so he's just like, oh, I didn't think she had any credit card debt. Well, you don't know. And I'm not saying this is everyone. I've just seen it in my life before. But sometimes when people who don't have money come into some money, they're not really. Some people are very smart about it. Don't get me wrong. But some people aren't. And they usually start getting themselves in trouble with some things and financially. And it happened. How do we know that she didn't? Because I mean, she went out and bought a car immediately.
Yeah, and this supposedly 50K in a lockbox. Well, it was a 10 or 50K. That's a big difference.
Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah, and all these people who really loved her, and they loved her like a mom and like a aunt, and they hang out with her all the time, but none of them were there.
None of them. Yeah, Jessy was the one taking care of her.
Yeah.
Changing her pee pads and doing all the stuff that no one else was doing. But all these family members walking in were just, oh, we were so close. We did all these things together. But you weren't there taking care of her.
No, the ex-boy.
Convenient for you, and you're talking about all the things she did for you and all these gifts she gave you, and nobody's saying what you did for her. You weren't there. You weren't changing her pee pads. You weren't seeing if she was okay.
No, and the ex-boyfriend who really kept in touch with her, talked with her once a month, maybe.
Yeah.
And in the end, no, not so much. Maybe every second or third month. And oh, she always came over and made stuff for us because she was a great cook. And then she went home. Well, did you give her a bottle of Jack as a thank you, or what did you do?
No.
Yeah, and get your stuff in order before you can't do it, because that's when family trouble starts.
Yeah.
And he wasn't the executor of the estate, no. So it was her.
Jessy was willed it all. It showed it, and then she had power of attorney over everything. So none of these people had any. Obviously, Lynn picked this woman over these family members that were so close to her.
I have to cough, so I muted and forget to turn it on. It may have been 50K. It may have been 100K. It may have been zero money, because she can say, well, I'm going to leave this to him. And then she got really fond of Oxy.
And Mr.
And started using
Posa,
those
you can
money.
come on back up on the witness
Do we have
stand.
anything saying that there was 50K in a box?
Yeah, wow.
Not all of your stuff, just all your money. And
Okay.
it's totally an accident when you drown in the pool.
And And because he started getting into all this business, then he's asking lawyers and getting into this.
All right,
and
is there anything?
now here we
go back on the
are,
record, I should
and this
say,
is
is
what
there
it feels like. It feels like
anything prior to bringing
the
the jury out?
caregiver is getting
Okay.
in trouble
Thank you.
because
From
the
the defense?
family
Not
is
just thinking.
now like,
Cooper,
well,
are
where's my
you up
cut?
and working,
That's
or?
what it feels
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, they
You got a
they
great-
just got
with
mad.
great
They didn't get
staff,
the
so
money.
it's- I saw them walk
Hey,
in, so that's good to hear.
Jude.
All right, then, Madam.
He
Clerk,
mentioned the
have jury
house,
brought
how
out,
much the
please.
house was worth or whatever, and he only got like 13,000 or something like that.
Yeah, but again,
Got for debts.
Okay,
And I didn't know she was in that much debt.
freezing in here, and I have this on.
I mean,
so-
granted, yeah, she could have been stealing
So-
it, but still. Are they gonna?
yeah, we really don't know anything about what had
We'll
happened.
probably adjust it a little bit.
Yeah, but again, they have to show us that she tricked her. But again,
Because I got the robe.
because
Although
she's
I
been
don't- I have
convicted
sleeveless
prior,
today underneath this,
she will
but
be,
whatever.
oh, she's a bad
In any
person.
event,
Yeah. They keep bringing up all this fraud stuff she's done, so
I'm
she
just
must
glad
have.
everyone got here safely.
But
It was very
Lynn's-
slippery out this morning.
All that stuff was notarized.
No adult
He
trucks.
signed it.
Yeah.
If you went over a bridge, trust me. I mean, my tires did that a couple times.
Why are we talking
slowed
about?
down after that.
You live in Wisconsin. You should know how to drive in the snow. Everyone, remember to change into
It's
winter
gonna be
tires.
cold, although I do recall trick or treat in the snow previously. So
Who's complaining?
probably they think it's the
Yeah, and all of a sudden, someone who doesn't talk to the person she has a power of attorney
know,
for
it looks
will
like a
come out of the
condo, though.
woodwork and say, "I thought there was be some money for me."
we will wait till that sound is gone as well.
I mean, that's exactly what happened to my mom's side of the family when her mom passed away. Everybody was out to be like, but the house, and we need to do this and that. And I don't know. I have a whole thing with like, I don't, other than like
All right, thank you,
the
everyone. Please be
memory
seated.
stuff, like, I don't want to fight
All
over
right,
that
then,
stuff. But it
Attorney
tore people
Sitzberger,
apart, and
when-
it's,
You are ready?
I've seen it.
I don't hear the doorbell sound anymore. Go ahead.
If we could, Madam Clerk, please publish the 65.
Happy Halloween.
Good thing I can do that.
Oh, there is no Madam Clerk. Thank you, Judge. And I'll just wait for the jury box to give me the thumbs up. Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Posa,
Thank you so
when
much,
we
Jude.
took a break, we were talking about the receipts you had been given from Ms. Kurczewski. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, you said Exhibit 65 was those receipts, correct?
Yes.
All right. And 52-page document, correct?
Yes.
Is that the entirety of the receipts Ms. Kurczewski gave you?
Yes.
So we start with page 1. What did you understand that receipt to be?
This looked like a credit card payment for $4,397.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you to speak up or move closer to the microphone because it's a little hard to hear you.
All right.
All right. Could you just repeat what that was?
It looks like a credit card receipt for the amount of $4,397.
I apologize. The audio was not on.
Aha.
That is going to be much, much better.
All right. So now you can probably sit back. All right. So that's a receipt for a credit card.
Yes.
All right. And there's 2 notes on the bottom of page 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you read what's, as you look at it on the left lower corner?
Yes.
And do you know what that note is?
Looks like a note somebody put on the receipt for a copy of the receipts I requested.
Okay. Was that note on the receipt when you got it from Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. What's that one to the right?
That looks like that was when somebody paid over the phone. Looks like 11/10 of 2018.
All right. And so that 11/10/18, was that just handwritten on the receipt or was there something like attached to the front of the receipt she gave you?
Judge, don't object to leading.
Sustained.
All right. How was that note pertaining to 11/10/18 put on page 1?
It was just a sticky note attached to a receipt, and then she put it in a photocopier and uploaded it that way.
And when you say she did that, who are you referring to?
Would assume Jessy.
Okay, Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes.
All right, can we go to page 2 of Exhibit 65, please? Thank you. And this is another receipt that was in the packet?
Yes.
What did you understand this to be?
This was a receipt for $14,621.56.
And to who?
To Wells Fargo. And then with the post-it note, it looks like it was paid 10/31 of 2018 and it was mailed in. And
I object to speculation as to when it was paid or mailed in.
The document can speak for itself unless he has personal knowledge, so sustain.
Sir, that handwritten note on the bottom right corner, did you write that?
no,
Was that on the receipt when you got it?
yes,
All right. And you got that from who again?
Jessy.
Okay. Can we go to page 3, please? Again, what did you understand page 3 to be?
I thought that this was a bill for a cleaning service for her condo.
And again, the handwritten notes, did you put those on there?
No,
That's how you received it?
yes,
All right, can we go to page 4, please? What did you believe this to be?
So she had her condo cleaned.
AT&T phone bill.
And again, there's some handwritten notations on there, correct?
What's the big deal?
Did you make those?
No,
You didn't
Can we
do
go to
it?
Page 5, please.
Did you go there and do it? Good God.
What did you understand this to be, sir?
a receipt for painting the condo.
All right, and again, the handwritten notes on it, did you make those?
No,
Page 6, please. What are we looking at here, Mr. Posa?
looks like a Tri-City
Yeah.
bank.
This is, and again, we've gone into the monetary
withdrawal
part of a murder trial.
for
We've seen this before.
2,700.
Paid all this stuff
Okay.
for
And
when?
again, there's a handwritten note.
Yes,
Did you make that?
no,
Is that the state you received this invoice or
And
receipt
again,
from Mr. Chesky?
she had
Yes.
the
Okay.
receipts.
Page 7, please.
Mhm.
What are we looking at here?
looks like a, what I believe to be an email confirmation of a receipt for Capital One credit card.
And again, the handwritten notes, did you put those on?
I did not.
Page 8, please. What are we looking at here?
Another, it looks like an invoice sent to an email
You pay off her credit card
for
for
the
it?
amount of
That's nice.
$13,663. A credit card is what I would assume.
Okay, and again, you didn't know Lynn to be a credit card user at all, correct?
No,
Did this amount surprise you?
Know her
absolutely.
well at all, dude.
Again, the handwritten notes on it, did you make any of those?
No,
Jamie, I have no
Page
idea
9,
about your
please.
financial stuff. I spent more time with you
What is
than
that?
anyone else.
it looks like the second
Yeah,
page of
exactly.
the last document.
Okay, page 10, please.
I didn't even know I don't even know what credit cards my mother has.
Page
let
9 and
alone
10 the same?
My sister or anybody.
Yeah, that's just so nasty.
Are page 9 and 10 the same, Mr. Posa?
And can you go back one more time? Yeah, they both look like they're the second page of the previous email receipts.
Okay, let's skip ahead to 11 then. What are we looking at in page 11?
It looks like a photocopy of a check that was paid to the order of Chase Bank in the amount of $16,782.
Okay, again, the handwritten notes on the bottom, did you make those?
No,
All right, page 12, please. What is this document?
it's like another Tri-City National Bank withdrawal for $96 and some change.
Again, there's some handwritten notes.
Yeah.
Did you make any of those?
No,
All right, page 13, please.
Judge, I think all these documents speak for themselves.
Is there an objection?
No, I mean, a lot of it has hearsay and they speak for themselves.
I've already received it, so what grounds do you have for me to not continue publishing it.
I withdraw my objection.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Posa. What are we looking at here?
This looks like a emailed receipt in the amount of $1,816.24 to Pro Healthcare Business Office. Looks like a medical bill.
Okay. And Mr. Posa, fair to say, if there's any handwritten notes on any of these 52 pages, did you make them?
No.
Are all these 52 pages in the state, you received them from Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Volkner, if you could just sort of slowly page through the rest of the 52 exhibits.
Which that makes sense, Farrell, because you were taking care of him.
Yeah.
So Jessy would know what she had going on, but this guy wouldn't.
Well, is it one of the nice Lambos or is it a old banged up? And some people put all their money into their car and they can't even afford food.
But you might know the material things that this person has, but do you know like every credit card and them spending this and that and the other? No. Me and my sister are super close and I couldn't tell you.
No, because why should you?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you if she was using her debit card or credit card, cash. Like I couldn't tell you what kind of debt she's in.
Yeah, and again, she paid her bills. Was she supposed to default on the payments?
Yeah, she took like that's what I'm seeing. She's paying off all her stuff. So what's the problem here? Is it supposed to show where all the money was going? I mean,
yeah,
that
Thank you.
she caused all this debt for her.
Mr. Posa, you said earlier that you signed off on the estate being closed and you got paid half of the estate, correct?
Yes.
You remember approximately what time that was?
Between March and May of 2019.
Okay. Did you have any reservations about signing off on the estate?
I did, but at the time I really didn't think there was much I could argue. And I honestly wasn't as worried about money. I just, it wasn't bringing back my friend.
Did there come a time after the estate was closed, let's just say, that you brought those 52 pages of receipts to the Waukesha Sheriff's Department?
I did.
Why did you do that?
I was asked by the detectives that came to my house to interview me to bring whatever correspondence I had with Jessy Kurczewski.
Oh, of
Do you
course.
recall what time frame you were asked to bring those documents?
I thought it was like July of 2019.
Did there come a time that you learned that many of those 52 pages were fraudulent?
Yes, later on.
Did that prompt you to take any action?
I retained an attorney,
Okay, who was that attorney?
Elizabeth Taylor.
Okay. And if we could put up Exhibit 82 for the witness, please. Now, you said earlier that you felt dismissed from some attorneys, correct?
Yes.
Was that true of Attorney Taylor?
No.
And in fact, is Attorney Taylor still your attorney?
As of now, yes.
Did she help you take any action in the estate case of Lynn Herman?
Yes.
What action was that?
To remove Jessy Kurczewski as personal representative.
Okay. Can you see Exhibit 82 on your screen?
Yes.
Do you know what that exhibit is?
It's from Circuit Court. This is.
Just first off, do you know what it is?
Yes.
Okay, what is it, sir?
It's the petition to remove Jessy and reinstate me as personal representative on the estate.
Okay.
So he
And
wanted
is
all
that
the
a fair
money.
and accurate copy of the petition you and Attorney Taylor filed?
Yes.
All right, I move Exhibit 82 into evidence, Your Honor.
Objection.
Exhibit 82 is received.
And Mr. Posa, as you look at Exhibit 82, in the upper right corner, is there a date that shows when that document was filed with the court?
8/23 of 2019.
Okay, August 23rd of 19.
Yes.
And are you aware whether the court ever ruled on that petition to remove Ms. Kurczewski as the personal representative?
Yes.
And what was the decision?
They removed Jessy Kurczewski as personal
Okay,
representative.
she's probably
I'm going to
arrested.
show you what's been
Yeah.
marked exhibit 220. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes,
Do you know what exhibit 220 is?
it's the order to remove and replace the personal representative on Lynn's estate.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the court's order?
Yes,
Your Honor, I move exhibit 220 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 220 is received.
And so what did that court order effectively do?
allowed me to have some more visibility on what was going on.
I don't think they've gone
in
there yet.
terms of the estate. As far as I knew, there was no financial gain out of it. It was just to make sure that the estate was secured in case anything would be returned.
Okay. At its simplest form, it removed Ms. Kurczewski as the PR?
Yes,
Who became the personal representative?
me.
Okay. And what is the date that document from the court?
I
was
would like
filed?
to see his
10/23
bills
of
after he,
2019.
October
took over.
23rd of 2019?
Mhm.
Correct.
All right. Did you, after you were made the personal representative of Lynn's estate now in
Yeah.
October of 2019, did you become aware of any additional bills being filed?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
Jessy was sending me like updated wills from Tachita Correctional Institute via mail.
Okay. I want to show you exhibit 83, please. Can you see exhibit 83 on your screen?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's what Jessy sent me as the updated will and testament of Lynn Hernan.
And if you know, did she also file that same document with the court?
Yes.
And what do you understand that document to be?
Looks like a handwritten will that was filed after I was put as personal representative.
In that updated will that was filed, are you still a beneficiary of Ms. Hernan's estate?
No.
Does it say who is the beneficiary?
So I'm just gonna read the document.
Yeah.
You don't,
I don't believe it says on this page.
Does it say whether you still are a beneficiary?
No,
It doesn't say, or you're not?
it doesn't say that I am.
Okay. And is that the same will that was filed originally in October of 2018?
No,
And when was the date on that document that says when it was filed with the court?
Yeah,
November
it turned
4th,
into a murdoch
2019.
trial now.
That would
It
have been
got
after
way more
you were
interesting,
named to the
but,
personal representative, is that correct?
yes.
Mr. Posa, what's the status of the probate case with Ms. Hernan's estate?
Still open.
And you started talking about possible financial gain, something like that in one of your answers recently. Do you stand to gain anything financially out of this?
Absolutely not.
Are you interested in the money if you did stand to gain anything?
No.
What is your concern in all of this?
Justice for Lynn.
All right, thank you, sir. Those are all the questions. I have.
well, but
Justice
Pookie
for
said
Lynn.
that she was
Cross.
unalived.
On
You don't
that
think that
last few questions you were given
guy?
by the prosecutor, you do stand to gain in this
So-
case. If you win the case, you get restitution, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
The prosecutor hasn't listed you as a victim in this case?
I'm listed as a victim, but according to the prosecution, there's nothing to gain from this.
But you could file a lawsuit if you win
Against who?
against the estate, against Jessy.
There's nothing to gain. Spend all the money.
As far as you know, there's nothing to gain.
As far as the prosecution has told me, yes.
And so the estate is still open, correct?
Correct.
And technically, none of this property is yours because the estate's not closed.
Correct.
So as regards to count 3, you don't own any of this property, correct?
There's no property to own.
What I'm saying is in October 2nd, 2018, the property belonged to Lynn, correct?
Correct.
In October 4th, the day after death, the property still did belong to Lynn or the estate. It didn't belong to you, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, he's the victim listed in count 3, so he should know.
Sustained.
So again,
And let me say, you can ask him what his understanding is, but it does call for a legal conclusion.
as I asked you before, you don't own any of this property, correct?
No.
He's thinking too hard about these questions. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he should be ready.
You
And as
ready?
far as your recollection with Lynn and credit cards, you said she never had credit cards, correct?
She never had a credit card.
She always paid everything in cash.
How do
Absolutely.
you know? How
So
do
every
you-
time she went to the Walgreens or any store, she always paid in cash?
Or check.
And you know that for a fact?
Anytime I was with her, it was always cash or check.
Well,
When you
let's
with her,
talk about that. In 2017, or strike that, in 2016, how many times did you go with Lynn to the store?
Maybe twice.
Twice on
Oh, well, you're an expert. You are an expert. Yeah, we need some defense lawyers who can think on their
So
feet.
out of 365 days in the year, you went twice, correct?
Yeah.
How did Lynn feed herself for the other 363 days?
I assume she would drive herself to the grocery store and get groceries and feed herself. She
You
was
pay with a check every time?
pay with cash. Check, cash. Yeah.
But you don't know that for a fact.
know that.
No.
How about in 2017? How many times did you go with Lynn to the store?
And it probably went up to half a dozen times.
6?
Yeah.
And what stores did you go?
Walgreens. I'm not sure if that was
Always when she
Market or
didn't
Pick
pay
and
with
Save.
that check.
on Capitol. Go there a couple times
Where were these stores that you would go to?
on Capitol Drive.
Yeah, it's your knowledge that every time she paid with cash
Yes. Anytime
or
I was,
check.
anytime I was with her, yes.
Up to 2018, how many times did you go to the store with her?
Probably 4 times.
Oh,
When was the last time you went to
All
the store
times.
with her in 2018?
I don't recall the time period.
6 times.
What store
Never
did you
had a
go to?
credit card. Never,
Walgreens.
ever.
The one on Capitol Drive again?
Yes.
Was it in the wintertime, summertime?
I recall it was like early spring.
Okay, sure.
Sure,
Do you
Jen.
remember what you bought?
Some
Sure.
prescriptions and some holiday junk from the holiday aisle. She liked sales.
Because she
So,
never had a
It's safe
credit
to say
card.
Lynn always kept a lot of cash on hand.
I wouldn't say a lot.
Well, she was always paying in cash, correct?
Yeah, but she never had a ton of cash on her person.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah, but hopefully
I
he
was
won't get
young,
demolished
and
by the state
of
again
course
as
I'd
he has
look at
done
what she
every
had
other
when she
time.
opened up her wallet. It was usually under $200.
So every
Under-
time she opened up her wallet, you would look inside.
Not every time, but on occasion.
You
I don't
could
think I
count
had any cash in there.
$100 in her wallet every time she opened it. Sure, Jan.
We need Farrell on to just go, sure, Jen, every
You
time
know
he
that
says something.
she liked jewelry, correct?
Yes.
And she bought a lot of jewelry, correct?
She bought a lot of costume jewelry, and after her parents passed away, she decided to invest in some bigger pieces that were real gold. Yes, she loved jewelry.
She bought expensive jewelry, correct?
The last year of her life.
Correct. And she, in your opinion, she's.
Now he's
paid it
getting
with cash?
shifty.
Yeah.
$100 is
You
a
know that
lot
for a
to
fact?
have on hand at all times. I don't-
Yeah. Or a check.
I'm showing you what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit number 595.
Then I'm not
Did
sure we
you-
can play word on screen again. Then Jamie will have to be 3
Correct,
hours
it's
of
in the
interpretive
comment.
dancing. But yeah, they're doing pretty good today with the cross, but I'm just afraid that I would hammer home that
Do you see?
he was just
do
a
you
money
see that
grabber.
exhibit on your screen?
Yes.
And it's, what's the heading on the exhibit?
JP Morgan Chase.
Yeah, my dad always had a couple of bigger bills, so he
You know,
could
now
pay
on
for
page
stuff.
4 of that exhibit, what does it say? What's that exhibit say?
It looks like it's a balance of $64.42
Yeah.
on what appears to be Lynn A. Hernan's name.
Is
It
that
seems
better?
to be a credit card account, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Judge, I'm going to object to any lack of foundation or authentication at this point.
Yeah, he got real defensive all of a sudden.
He did.
So I'd ask that the exhibit be taken down from the witness.
I agree. If you can establish the foundation that he's seen these.
Have you ever
He
seen
knows what
that?
they are.
Well, you've been sitting in court throughout this trial, correct?
Yes.
You've been sitting here and back, correct?
Yes.
And you've been watching everything, correct?
Yep.
And you heard testimony that Lynn had credit cards, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, she
Lynn
will do
ever having a
interpretive
credit card.
dancing. That
I
could
don't
be an
recall any
interpretive pole
testimony
dancing.
saying she had a credit card.
Well, you heard that when she went to the hospital in September 15, 2018, when they checked her and she had credit cards.
Don't recall.
Because it doesn't fit your story, guy.
Yeah, this is the guy who said, I think it's really suspect because she wouldn't have done it at all. Please look into it again.
Yeah, she was so happy. She would have never.
Yeah, and to me, he comes off as someone who really wanted her money.
Yeah, I think he's a little butthurt about
Yeah.
getting something from the estate or something.
You indicated that you never went to the BMO Harris Bank?
I never did. And if I did, I was a minor when I did, and I don't recall.
So you could have gone to the BMO Harris Bank.
As a minor, maybe, but I don't, like I said, I never remembered even what bank it was until somebody reminded me of it.
Do you recall whether or not that bank was in Waukee or Waukesha?
I have no recollection of that.
It's because you really don't know much, guy.
Yeah. Go talk to the jewelry people and ask, how
So
did she pay for the jewelry?
We're in college between 2016 and 2017 at UW Waukesha. You would go visit Lynn, correct?
Yes, for lunch.
And you never went there much in 2018 because you were going to UWM?
Yeah, I transferred to UWM, and I probably, I'd see her a little bit less in 2018, but then the summer of 2018, I saw her a little bit more frequent. We went out for St. Patrick's Day, and we did a few things in 2018.
When did you transfer to UWM?
I think it was winter of, I don't remember, because they're all in the same school system.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember. Oh, no, maybe. Wow.
So in 2018, January,
You're the defense.
you were
I
going
can't
to
hear
UWM,
anything.
correct?
Correct.
She
That
was
was
a
my first
pretty
semester.
young thing.
And because of that, you couldn't
But it's
visit
in the eyes,
Lynn
brothers. Don't do
or
it.
stop in on her anymore, correct?
Not as frequent, no. It was UWM's on the north side of Milwaukee, and Milwaukee's 40-minute drive, opposite direction of where I live.
Oh, coffer.
There was prior testimony about Lynn moving into that condo. Did you help her move?
No.
Did Lynn tell you she was moving into that condo?
Yes,
But you didn't help her move?
I helped her take some stuff back from Madison with my mom.
But moving into the condo, you didn't help her, correct?
Just a couple pieces of furniture from our car into her condo. I guess if that consists of helping is moving. That's what I did. But no,
You're a real bro.
After Lynn passed on October 3rd, 2018, you and your mom went to the condo of Miss Herning, correct?
not on October 3rd, 2018. No.
It's after she passed, or a couple days afterwards.
After, but we had no intention on going. We got invited from Jessy.
You didn't want to go to the condo?
Not right away. I was still in shock.
Did your mom want to go to the condo?
Yeah,
No.
to me, that's the most,
But Jesse invited
that's the
you out to the
explanation of
condo.
this one.
Yes,
And do you recall how much time had passed when you went to the condo?
I don't recall. It was a couple days.
And you and your mom went together, correct?
Yes,
And Jesse invited you into the condo, correct?
yes.
And you got to look around the condo and grab take items if you wanted them,
She
correct?
she offered whatever I wanted. She, as long as I showed it to her, I could take it.
And your mom had testified earlier that you guys had spent a couple hours there looking
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, I've been talking with Jessy, trying to figure out what had happened and put the pieces together for ourselves. Because we just lost our friend.
Yeah, we
But
just
you got
lost
to look around
a
the
friend.
condo, correct?
Yes,
You got to look around the kitchen area, correct?
yes,
The bathroom,
yeah.
Lynn's bedroom.
That wasn't uncommon.
I'm not saying it is, but I just you got to look around the garage.
Yeah.
And Jesse said, take whatever you want.
Yeah.
And isn't it true, you told detectives that when you were doing this, you saw a lot of prescription bottles laying around?
I don't recall.
Judge, I'm going to bring up exhibit number 9596. Would that be right?
I'm sorry, we just don't have a copy. If I could just see a copy of what it is first, please.
This is 3. Posa's recorded interview with detectives.
So it's 596, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
I presume the state has its own copy.
I do, thank you.
All right.
Who told you that?
I've
Yeah.
definitely
You can lay a foundation for
for
that.
times with people I don't like also.
Well, you met with detectives in this case, correct?
First time I met with detectives in this case was July of 2019,
And you met with detectives several times, correct?
after July of 2019.
Correct. And the first time you said you met with them was July of 2019. Do you know where that occurred?
They met me at my house.
And were you the only person there?
No, I think my dad was there.
And they wanted to speak to you. Did they want to speak to you about something?
Pretty urgently.
What do they want to speak to you about?
The death of Lynn Hernan.
And you agreed to talk with them, correct?
Yes.
And you remember how long the conversation took?
I don't recall. I feel like they were there for maybe 2 hours.
And did they tell you they were recording your statement?
I do recall that they said they were recording it.
Did the prosecutors at all, prior to testimony, did they play that recording for you?
No, they did not.
Do you remember taking a conversation or call from me while this case was pending?
You may have called once.
Correct. I want to talk to you about this case, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you if you would be willing to speak with me, correct?
I was willing to speak with you. You never followed up.
But I did ask you, do you want to listen to your recording that you gave, and you said no. Remember that?
Yes.
Again, I asked you again whether or not when you went to Lynn Hernan's house shortly after her death, and
Have fun, Fed.
Hi, Fed.
Jesse said, take whatever you want. You can't remember if you saw a lot of prescription bottles laying around, correct?
I don't remember.
I'm playing you again. It states defense exhibit number 596, starting at 8:35, ending at 9.
Go ahead.
You were there. Did you ever see lots of medications around?
No, not until she passed away. That was the weird thing, is when I walked in there after she had passed away, Jessy said, you know, she was going through the house and she talked to me, and I kind of was looking around and I saw a lot of prescription bottles, but I wasn't like.
You recall telling the detectives that?
I do.
But you were there all the time, but never saw all of her massive amounts of prescription drugs.
And during that same time, while you were at the house, do you recall Jessy telling you that she found some letters and notes from Lynn Hernan that kind of were on the borderline of being suicide letters?
Objection calls for hearsay. I'd ask to strike the question.
The objection is sustained. The question is struck. Jury will disregard it.
Did you at all see any kind of documents there at the scene that were written by Lynn?
I was shown some documents that were handed to me by Jessy.
And do you recall what those documents were? Did you take a look at them? Or
Yeah, some handwritten letters that were on loose leaf pieces of paper.
and do you recall what they were referring to?
It looked like they were referring to Lynn. It looked like Lynn had written them. But I honestly didn't pay too much attention to them.
Did you kind of glimpse at the subject matter on these letters and notes?
Yes.
What was the subject matter?
That she just was unhappy the last couple months.
And did it appear to be in Lynn Hernan's handwriting?
No.
Because he was there all the time.
And these letters that you found on the scene, this was a couple days after Lynn's passing?
Didn't find them. I was given them.
Correct. But this was just a couple days after Lynn's passing, correct?
Correct.
Did they appear to be copies of letters or originals?
They look like originals.
Yeah, he comes off more and more sus the longer he's on the stand. He's in it for the money.
How close did you look at these letters?
Glanced over them. I'll be honest, when she handed them to me, I was still pretty distraught over the whole thing. And much of that day, it's foggy.
Do you recall how many pages of?
She might have handed me a couple loose leaf pieces of paper to read.
It was very foggy, but I
1,
remember
2,
totally
15,
clear she had
20,
no
25?
credit
I
cards
don't
the
think it
2
was
times I
15,
went to a
no,
store with her
maybe
the
3,
last
4.
year.
And you got to read, you read every sentence of each
I
letter?
glanced over them and I got the subject matter and didn't read too deep into them.
And based upon your reading of the letters, it sounded like Lynn was depressed?
Yes.
Do you know, when you walked in on this days after Lynn's passing, did you see a recliner there?
Yeah.
Was that the chair that Lynn usually sat in?
Yeah.
And did you see any documents that were around the recliner?
Yeah, that was, she had all these documents around the recliner, which was off because she usually had them in a lockbox next to her bed.
But when you were there, you saw them around the recliner, correct?
Yes.
I had exactly
And,
the
but
same
normally, as far
thought.
as you know,
His
she
mom
kept them in her
was in
bedroom?
his ear and said, but
Because she
Auntie
would,
Lynn
she would
told
allow
you
you in
will
her
have
bedroom, correct, to
50K.
look around.
I was allowed anywhere. I played with her cats and they usually run into her bedroom.
On the cats, were the cats still there when you went to the condo after her passing?
I don't remember seeing the cats.
So as far as you know, the cats were gone.
I think Jessy said her mother was taking care of them, but she needed to find a disposition for both of them.
Is it safe to say that Lynn was super careful with her money?
Yes.
I mean, if a quarter was missing, she would know it.
I don't know about a quarter, but she was careful with her money.
So if something was missing out of her bank account, she would know it, correct? Because she was careful.
Sustained.
But again, as far as you know, she was careful with her money, correct?
Yes.
Come on, Turtle. Move faster.
I know.
Because it's
Just
really
her
good questions.
Testimony that Lynn, because you knew her well, correct?
Yeah.
That Lynn was very sick the latter part of 2018 and she would not want to come out of her house anymore. Is that true?
4 weeks before she passed away, she was out and about with me and my uncle.
And that was in August, right? Or July of 2018,
It was
correct?
August, late August.
And you indicated she was talking about her estate with you, correct?
She was bringing it up and she brought up the bracelet because that was the first time I ever saw that thing.
But she was talking about her estate with you, correct?
She tried to bring it up, but I don't recall the exact conversation.
If they can prove it. And if the jury listens to it. But I think this is...
Because Lynn would always talk to you about her will, correct?
She'd
this
always
isn't
try
a
to bring
good
it up.
witness for the state.
In fact, you had original copies of some of her wills, correct? Written copies, correct?
I don't recall if they're the ones that Jessy gave me or if they were ones I had before, but I did have some wills.
And there were written wills apparently from Lynn, correct?
Yes.
Did you provide those to the sheriff's department?
Provided anything that I had with Lynn Hernan to the Waukesha Sheriff's Department.
And you think those might have been the wills that Jessy had?
It's possible. I don't recall where they originated from.
So they went from Jesse's hands to your hands, correct?
Yes.
And you and your mom appear to be very close. Is that true?
We're close.
And because your mom testified that you still live with her. Is that true?
I do.
You must talk about everything in your life with her.
That's not true.
No?
No, it's my mom.
But you would talk about Lynn Hernan with your mom, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you went to visit Lynn, you would talk about it, correct?
Well, yeah.
If you saw anything regarding Lynn in her papers, you would talk to her about it, correct?
Not so much.
Well, the receipts that you got from Jessy, allegedly, did you talk to your mom about it?
Yes.
So everything regarding the estate, you talked to your mom about it, correct?
Yes, because she worked for financial.
Right, so you both discussed the receipts and the estate, correct?
Yes.
So mommy told you there should be more money,
So when
honey.
you signed that exhibit,
Because he was the beneficiary of the will, I think. Was the reason he had it. Yeah.
State exhibit number 69, which discussed the waiver and consent form, correct? Remember talking about that with the prosecutor?
Yes.
That was presented to you by Lisa Martinson, Jesse's attorney, correct?
As far as I knew, that was Lynn's attorney.
Oh, you're coming off real smug now.
So you thought Lisa Martinson was Lynn's attorney?
Yes.
Well, she was handling the estate, correct?
Yes.
So she handed you that paper to sign, correct?
I think she emailed it to me.
But it wasn't Jesse that gave it to you, it was the attorney, correct?
The attorney gave it to me, and then Jesse proceeded to ask when I was going to sign it.
Right, but it was the attorney that gave it to you, part of the estate, correct?
Yeah, it changes it way from, oh, it was Jesse who gave me the paper to, no, it's the attorney.
And you also testified on direct regarding this bracelet that Jesse had sold. She discussed that with you, correct?
She discussed it, but she didn't really give me an option or a choice in the matter.
So, but she did discuss it with you, correct?
Yeah, she was a personal representative. She discussed it with me.
It wasn't like she was doing something without discussing it with you, correct?
In that particular instance, correct.
Because you would say you and Jesse communicated a lot, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
You talk frequently, correct, about the estate?
Yeah, go
correct?
show
Yeah,
Dave
we
some
would talk,
love.
you know, catch up every couple weeks, maybe a couple months on it. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Get him, Farrell.
Come on.
All right, come on.
Today, Junior. Yeah, it's there's a lot of content being made right now. Normally, Jamie and I are the only ones doing all of the stuff, and all of a sudden, Nick and Mo and David and everyone is streaming at the same time. But it doesn't make your head hard. It makes it way easier. You can go around and get your entire day filled with lovely, lovely people.
Yeah.
Come on. Who appears under the influence? The witness or the detective? The prosecutor. I'm not sure who you mean.
Yeah.
The witness just comes off as a douchebag, in my opinion. He's the guy who got all of this rolling because he was supposed to split the inheritance with Jessy, and he thought that was odd. And we have kind of reached the agreement that it was probably his mom said, "You should have more money than that," because he got like 13 or 16K. But he turned really defensive when the state started, when the defense started asking questions.
And again, regarding
Yeah, he just seems
this money,
very.
you said
very
Lynn would tell you that she put some
defensive.
money in the lockbox and she every time she spoke with you, she'd have a different amount, correct?
I think back in like 2016, she spoke the amount of somewhere between 10 and 20,000, and then as it got closer to 2018, became, she said I have $50,000 cash in that, and as far as I know, it didn't change. But again, I never pried into these issues. This isn't something that I was all that interested in.
But you don't know for a fact that she actually had any money in lockbox, do you?
No.
I mean, she didn't take you to the bank and say, see this lockbox? It's full of money, correct?
She wanted me to, but I never went with her.
But when she passed, you went back you wanted to get that money, correct? She told you to get that money, correct?
I was curious as to where the whereabouts of it was.
Right, you wanted to get whatever money was in that lockbox for yourself, correct?
No, I would assume it needed to be split in the estate.
Right.
When did you have that thought?
You were totally gonna
But you didn't know
put
anything
in
about estates.
to the IRS that you found
Because she was
City
a
K.
personal representative, and according to the original will, everything was supposed to be split down the middle.
When did you see the original will?
When I came to the property after Jessy invited me and my mom to go,
When was that?
a couple days after Lynn had passed.
So you saw the will.
I saw a will.
The will. Did you see any other wills?
When you went
Yeah, he's
into
very
Lynn's
shifty.
condo with your mom, you guys were looking around for the money, correct?
No,
Because your mom had told you that Lynn had taken the money out of the lockbox, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall your mom telling you that Lynn told her that she took the money out of the lockbox?
No, it was nothing that was ever important to me.
And that's why you were looking so hard in that condo, because you were looking for that money, correct?
No,
Objection, that's asked and answered and misstates his testimony.
His answer may stand since he answered it. Please move on.
Yeah. He was a kid. He don't know what's going on. He knows what he's
I mean, you
mean.
heard testimony today where that vehicle that Lynn promised you, she also promised to Jennifer Flower, correct?
I don't ever recall her telling me it was promised to Jennifer Flower, considering I picked out the vehicle with her.
Right, but she had told you that she was
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
give it to you, but you saw
Car.
a document.
Sorry?
Yeah. I said, oh yeah, he was supposed to get the car too.
Yeah, that's why all of this got rolling, because she promised him the car. So,
And it- Brand new Jeep or whatever. So you know he wanted that.
yeah, at Jeep, she absolutely bought cash because she never used credit cards.
Oh yeah. Well, she bought it after
she-
she got her big 250 payout. So
Yeah, but still, everything is cash.
yeah.
Yeah, and unaccounted for cash, he would have claimed it. He's a good boy.
Gonna give it to Jennifer Flower, correct?
Yeah.
And you said that Lynn would buy you gifts like cards, gift cards, correct?
Just for holidays.
Plus she would give you cash too?
There's never cash. I do recall on one occasion she might have put $50 in like a birthday card, I think when I was 18 years old.
Do you ever remember seeing any kind of checks from Lynn as a gift?
No, it was always gift cards.
If I showed you a check that has your name on it and your signature for $200 on July 22nd, 2016, would that refresh your memory?
Could have been a Christmas gift.
Yeah, it could have.
$200?
If I showed you this check, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
That's a lot for a lady that's on a fixed income.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and again, as one stated earlier, whenever he went over there to watch movies with her and raid her fridge, did he ever say, "Oh, Granny, it's so hard to be in school. Oh, everything's so expensive," because she had always had $200 in cash on her? Did he get a pity every time he visited? My father's brother, whenever he visited their mom, he always left with cash, because he was so that little thing, and he needed money for gas, and he needed everything. My dad, he did everything for her, but that guy, he just came, stayed with her for a weekend, ate, slept, did nothing, and left with an envelope with cash in it, because that poor little boy, he couldn't do anything.
That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
I got socks and underwear from my grandma every year for Christmas. That was what she bought us. And you know what? It is what it is. And I didn't complain.
We all also got something. Even when I was big, she died when I joined the military. So I've been 20 when she died. I never. Well, she gave us, my sister and I, when we were there in the weekends, we could get a 10 Danish for going to the shop and buying some cartoons or stuff like that. But we never got the bus ticket or anything refunded by her. But this guy, I bet he was crying that, it's so bad, it's so bad, it's so bad. Yeah, and again, they can give them stuff and money, but it doesn't mean that they will leave the estate to him, especially if he seemed like he was just in it for the money. Yeah.
Oh.
I have had a lot of knitted stuff given to me because we were poor. So.
Heck yeah. And honestly, nowadays I have nephews and I would much rather give them money than buy them things, because first of all, toys are so expensive and they have everything. So it's like,
yeah,
I'm just give them and they love $5 is like millions of dollars to them. So
yeah,
I get
their
off
own money.
Yeah.
$97. You may. State, saw that?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
My granny used to crochet us Afghans, and I love those things.
Just so
so
the record's clear, the witness has been shown what's been marked as Exhibit 597.
Yeah, and the memo's there too, so it's fine. I remember.
Did you look at the exhibit?
Yep.
Does it refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what, do you remember getting a check from when on July 22nd, 2016, or about for $200?
Yep, that was for my high school graduation.
Are you offering that?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Oh, not the Afghans, the money. Yeah. I just sent money to my sister-in-law, said, you take care of it. She know what they need.
yeah, that's what. A lot of the time, I'm like, here's some money. Go get them something. You know what they need.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because my brother works from Lego, so they don't need toys. They have so much Lego. I could build Lego streams every Saturday if I just went to their storage.
Mm-hmm. Well, and kids' taste changes so much. Like one week they love this thing, and the next week they're into something different. Like now they're super into football right now, and I never in a million years thought they would want like football cards and stuff.
Prosecutors ever share documents that they had received in this case with you?
Sustained, please rephrase.
You reviewed this case with prosecutors, correct?
Parts of it.
Did
Come on, move along.
It's hard to like be compelling when you're taking 50-minute breaks between each question.
do you recall seeing a document that was authored by Lynn at the BMO Harris Bank that talked about division of property.
Do you understand the question?
Can you rephrase?
Rephrase.
Do you recall seeing a document?
Come on, guy.
That Lynn had authored at the BMO Harris Bank on or about January 2016, where she divided her property?
I don't recall.
If I showed you a document, would it refresh your memory?
Possibly.
You may.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked Exhibit 598. Could you just glance through this document and see if it refreshes your memory? I've never seen it before.
They don't do it in this trial. They can sit if they want to.
This appears to be a document that Jesse handed to me in October of 2018. I do recognize this document.
And and the document does contain Lynn Herndon's name on it, correct?
Yes.
And the notary stamp of Allison Pomeroy, an employee at the BMO Harris Bank, correct?
I mean, anybody can be a notary.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Judge Mommy didn't like that answer.
And it
She-
seems to talk about Lynn dividing her property, correct?
Appears that way.
And it has property given to Corrine Lang. Do you know who that is?
That's my mom's maiden name, which is strange that she would use her maiden name when my mom's been married for 27 years.
And Diane Lang, correct?
Yes. It's my aunt.
And Jennifer Flower, correct?
Yes.
And Jim Kelleher, correct?
Yes.
And Keith Lang.
Yes.
And with those individuals, it also has Jessy Kurczewski on here, correct?
Correct.
Mass destruction of feet.
Oh my God. Yeah.
But so his
But the
entire
letter
family
features
was on the dole
individuals,
with
and
this
the
woman.
document seems to indicate what
Everyone
Lynn
wanted her
wants done
dead so
with
they could
her
get the
personal
money.
Property, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Again, the document again suggests that Lynn wants Jennifer Flower to get the vehicle, correct?
That's what that document says.
I mean, each page of this document is notarized by Allison Pomeroy, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. No, he should have some too. And but everyone from his family was on it. But Lynn was.
Do you know what
Jesse
that
was the problem.
means when somebody notarizes a document?
Objection calls for speculation and relevance.
No, he was asked,
Overrule,
"Do
the
you
way
know
that
what
was
it means?"
Question was fine. You may answer.
Can you re-ask the question?
Do you know what that means when somebody notarizes a document?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I mean, somebody watched, read, and confirmed that that document is valid.
And people don't notarize stuff willy-nilly. Hi, David. What are you What are you doing?
He's outside.
He's supposed to be hanging out with
Yeah.
Jody. Go hang out with Jody.
Your name's not on this document, correct?
Jessy.
I don't think so.
And Lynn wrote this apparently January 14, 2016.
Apparently.
Hey, shit, man.
Oh my goodness.
It's taking so freaking long.
Just like why?
They're doing a great job because he comes off very, very suspicious right now. But oh my God, it's taking too long.
No, see, we're just making fun of the attorneys because they talk.
Who Cole
This.
Kostreva is?
Yes, I do.
Last name spelled for the reporter Kostreva. Who's that? Because he's listed on here.
It's Laurie Kostreva's son. He's one of my best friends.
So your best friend is also in her will.
Good God. Everybody had their chokehold on this lady.
Yeah.
Because I realized on this
Seemed like a lot of people.
document that she mentions him
Ivy.
and she has you in parentheses. She does list you in parentheses. Is that true?
Yes,
She had Kostreva on one of her wills at one time, didn't she?
she did.
And that was in around 2016, correct?
I think she had that will prior to 2016, but in 2016, I think she removed Cole Kostreva from the will because Laurie Kostreva and Lynn had a small falling out. They'd been friends for a long time and they were upset at each other. I don't really remember what the reasoning was.
Right, Lynn Hernan talked to you about that, correct? Why she was taking him off the will, correct?
Yeah, she talked to me about it, and there was another uncomfortable conversation way back when.
And that's the way Lynn was, correct? Somebody pissed her off, she'd take him off the will.
Wouldn't say that.
What? Well, she took Cole Kostreva off her will.
Cole was still listed on that.
On the present will?
That's what it looks like.
No, this is just a BMO Harris document. This is not the will. This is not a will.
Okay.
No objection. Is there a question there?
Sustained, the jury will disregard any statements by Attorney Galaviz. He cannot testify.
You want to see the document again?
No, it's you said it's from BMO Harris. I've seen it.
So my point was that
He's not
she had
doing
Cole
great
on
up
the
there.
will and
Let's
she
just say
took him
that.
off, correct?
Jessy has something you
Correct.
should read.
And she took him off because she something pissed her off about him, correct?
I just don't think she'd seen Cole that much in the past couple of years due to her parents falling out, and he was a minor, and so was I. So he didn't have a chance to foster or continue fostering a relationship with Lynn.
Oh, Shizzy.
So Cole was taken off the will because he wasn't keeping in contact, or he wasn't seeing her enough, correct?
So I try to be the one who has to try to listen to all of this while still keeping an eye on Jessy and Jamie and all of their shenanigans. This attorney is killing me, and this guy he comes off as a bigger a-hole every question he answers. Everyone was in her will. Well, they got removed when she was annoyed with them. Well, it was because they didn't have time to foster a relationship. So he didn't have time to drain her wallet like you do.
Objection, ask and answer, and speculation.
Sustained.
It's making more work for Baker, not me.
Hey, Brandon, welcome.
2018, you weren't visiting Lynn as much as you were in 2017 and 2016, correct?
No, we were doing more things though in 2018 together outside of her condo.
You said you only saw her 2 or 3 times the whole year.
In 2018?
Correct.
That is correct, but it was St. Patrick's Day. I think me and my mom went over there one time in the summer. We talked a lot that summer, and then in August, I got together with her and my uncle.
I mean, when she was in the hospital in September of 2018, you didn't go visit her, did you?
I didn't know she was there because my mom was in the hospital.
They were in the same hospital, correct?
Yes,
But Lynn didn't try to call you. Did you have a cell phone?
I believe at the time I did.
I mean, Lynn didn't call you on your cell phone and say, I'm here at the hospital, come and visit me, correct?
No.
But they were very, very close.
They were so close. They went
You never took
twice a year.
Lynn's groceries. Groceries, did you?
I never bought groceries for her, but I went to the grocery store with her on occasion.
No, you should have.
But you didn't personally go take groceries to her, correct?
I was in college, I didn't have any money.
Oh, of course you
You
didn't.
didn't take her to her doctor's appointments, did you?
Never did.
When she was sick at her condo, you didn't go take care of her, did you?
I offered. She said she had help.
But you didn't go, did you?
No, I just called her.
Did you go visit her when she was sick?
Offered.
Did you go visit her when
I
she
did
was
not.
No, because he started out saying, "Well, I just went over there," even though she said she didn't want to have company. I went over there, and
You
it was
indicated
fine.
that
But he didn't do it
your uncle Keith spoke to her a lot.
Every day.
So
every day.
there should be calls from Keith to Lynn's phone at her condo, correct?
Guy.
Either that or a cell phone, although she used her landline a lot.
So there should be, so Keith called her every day, starting when?
Tell us.
They've been longtime friends for 30 plus years. I guess I can't testify to say it was every day, but it was multiple times a week.
Starting when?
30 years ago.
So for 30 years, he's been calling her multiple times a week.
Yes.
So why wasn't Keith aware that she was in the hospital?
Objection, speculation, and relevance.
Sustained.
That's a good question.
Move to strike the question. It assumes facts, not evidence.
I sustained the question and jurors to disregard it. I should say I sustained the objection, juries to disregard the question.
Yeah, sorry, that's not happening. But cool. Nice try.
So you're pretty close with Keith Lang?
Yes.
Again, he's your uncle, correct?
He's my uncle.
You keep in contact with him every day?
Multiple times a week. He lives right up the road.
So every time he would call Lynn, you were present?
Not every time, but a lot.
So when
Hot. Explain.
So on exhibit number 598 that we were just talking about, the BMO Harris document, when Lynn writes Keith Lang, glass butter dish, in courier cabinet next to fireplace. He knows he already received personal gift early. What is personal gift did Lynn give him?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained is to the form of the question and foundation.
Did Keith ever talk about the personal gift that Lynn gave him?
As far as I'm aware, Keith didn't receive any personal gift from Lynn Hernan.
But that's what the document states, correct?
Let's just say the defense have effed up a few times. So I think she's kind of mad at them.
It further goes, Richland Center pictures, parentheses, glass, all restaurants/bars. Apparently the pictures of restaurant bars, which was a dry county when grandma were alive. Do you know what she was referring to?
I think there were old pictures of a bar that was in I don't remember what state, and it was during like the Prohibition era, and it was just like a kind of like a cool old outlaw picture. But I don't remember exactly what it was.
But that's what she was referring to in this document, correct?
Yes.
So Lynn would revise what people would get, correct?
I was unaware of revisions, but it appeared that way on the documents, correct?
That's the way Lynn was, right? I mean, you're aware, I mean, she told you that when she passed away, she didn't want the estate to get anything. She wanted all her money or belongings to go to somebody, correct?
That's correct.
That was very important to her, correct? That when she passed away, she wanted her money and all her property to go to certain individuals.
She
and not
absolutely
the
didn't
estate.
think about death at all.
Not the government, correct?
She really was young. So to start planning all this stuff, that
If you know, you may answer.
that's pretty indication to me.
Yeah.
All I can remember is she was worried about other entities taking from her estate in the event that something would happen to her. Whether that was governmental or not, I'm unsure.
Yeah, it seems more likely that Jessy came in and took over their roles in her life when she might have been too sick to be fun to hang around because she had a lot of problems. She was very sick. And maybe she was too demanding in care, so they just said, well, F it. We go visit her and get a 50s now and then. But it's just not helping that they are so slow on the defense team. They've been going at it for like an hour and a half now, maybe.
Yeah.
And again, it could be done in 30 minutes. But I think they do a good job of showing that he's not that credible when he sat there and said, "Oh, she was my favorite. We hung out all the time too." But again, I bet the state will come back and
Page
do a
2
great
of
job.
exhibit number
They have been doing this so
598.
far.
It states, Eileen Hernan being of sound mind and body on this date, January 16, 2016. If any of the following people listed below, survive me, are to be given personal items under their names if property is still available to do such. Lynn Hernan. Does that sound like her?
Yes.
Mhm.
And again, on this document, she doesn't leave you anything.
Sorry, I just didn't get the question.
Again, I'll state it again, Judge. Again, in Exhibit 598, the BMO Harris document, she doesn't leave you anything.
It's what that document appears to say.
And I think that's the problem.
Yeah, there will be a lot of evidence, and it will be boring technical stuff. And I have court tomorrow, so I don't know if Dave is going to pick it up or whatever is going to happen, or if Jamie and I is just going to eat this case off the planet, because listening to bankers going through bank statements for 20 days might not be the thing I will be needing most.
Judge, I think we've talked enough about exhibit number 598 that I move it into evidence.
No objection.
Was it 8 or 7?
Oh.
Exhibit 598 is received. Make sure Madam Clerk gets a copy of that.
That it be published, Judge?
No objection.
Oh, that's not-
Permission to publish granted.
Can you, I'm just looking at the screen, correct?
Correct. It's not on.
Okay.
It's in front of the witness of the court and the parties. $598.
Well, as long as it stays interesting as it has been today, then who broke Jamie? Who broke Jamie? Jessy, did you DM Jamie something? That's not nice. Yeah, after
No.
this witness was really bad.
I went over to like David's stream and say hi. And I muted because I turned it up because I was trying to listen to something, and he played the sneeze. And then Nick goes, "Was that in the courtroom?" And then he had to explain what the sneeze was. So I was like cracking up because Nick thought it was in the courtroom. So anyways.
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
Oh my God, how can it take so long? Well, seems like they're almost done.
We have a document camera.
Yeah.
You can stretch.
I might have to see the hard copy again. I can try.
Right.
Again, technical problems.
Then please, and then we should.
Vulcaneer on.
How can they be this incompetent? I can barely make a YouTube channel work, but I'm a baker, not a lawyer.
Switching laptops briefly.
Galavies, that's the same document you had marked as 598.
Yes, ma'am.
Just be mindful of the headings. If there's any exhibits that have not been received, they should not be on that.
Mr. Post, could you
Yeah.
see that exhibit in front of you?
Yes.
And that's
The
the first
continent's
page of the
moving
exhibit,
faster
correct?
than this lawyer.
Yes.
And it starts at the beginning, obituary to be put in Madison was WI newspaper.
She even had
Officer
her
Freeman,
obituary
prepared,
plan.
notarized January 16, 2016, Lynn Hernan, correct?
Correct.
And under Freeman, for some reason, she had written the word Sunday paper, correct?
Yes.
And it states Lynn Hernan, loving daughter to Bob and Lorraine. Hernan deceased. You know
More and
who
more likely.
Bob and Lorraine are?
Robert and Lorraine are her father and mother.
Yeah.
And in 2016, were they deceased?
They both are deceased, I think, in 2016.
And it says passed away, and then there's several, like 2-3 lines in a comma, correct?
Correct.
Born June 26, 1956. Is that her birthday?
That's Lynn's birthday?
Correct. Is that Lynn's birthday?
Yes.
And it says Lynn lived more life in her first 40 years than most people do in a lifetime. Due to being surrounded by the same lifelong friends after leaving Madison, graduating class of 1974, Lafayette High School. Does that sound, do you know where Lynn graduated from?
I don't recall.
Do you know that 1974 seemed correct?
Seems about right.
I mean, me and Lynn are the same age, and I graduated in 1974.
I'm gonna object. Is that a question or outside the realm of this witness's knowledge?
Sustained. Jury will disregard that last comment.
It says followed her passion to be a salon owner, hairstylist. If you knew Lynn, her other passions, without a doubt, were the sun, water, entertaining, and cooking. Does that sound like Lynn?
Yep.
But most of all, Betty Davis in black and white movies. And The Wizard
It's
of Oz.
her obituary. You already
She
written
liked
that.
all that stuff too.
So on this day, comma, play Somewhere Over the Rainbow, in parentheses, correct?
Yep.
Does that sound like Lynn?
Yes.
Is that the song she liked?
That's the song that's in Wizard of Oz that everybody knew she liked.
By Judy Garland, as Betty would
Guys.
say, fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Favorite line from movie All About Eve. Does that sound like Lynn?
Yes.
So remember, Lynn, when you see a black and something movie and smile.
Black and white guy.
I think she's writing there white, but on my document,
Yeah,
I can't
it would
totally
make sense
out
that
what it
she wrote
says, but
black
it
and
seems up
white.
here to say black and white movie and smile. Would you agree?
It doesn't sound like something she would say, but it looks like it's written by her.
Surviving wonderful cousins, aunt and uncles located all over. All donations please give to a no-kill animal shelter,
Aww.
because another one of her passions was saving all the unwanted stray animals, which
Yep, that's
she
And,
has all
obviously all the
had
unwanted
all her
stray
life.
drifters
So
around
something
the
that she would
place.
talk about stray animals.
She always had cats.
Says P.S. Do not change. Not having a service, a memorial, or party, just I'm not sure what that word says, but sign Lynn Hernan, correct?
My God, guy. Did you not pre-read
It
this?
And on the second page of that document, these were things we were just discussing, correct? Page 2.
Yep.
She was going to give Diane Lang 2 antique pictures in the hallway. Mom's something great grandma, great aunt, 24 years old. That sound like Lynn?
This doesn't sound like Lynn. She wouldn't have misspelt my family's name wrong.
Where's your family misspelled?
Corrine Lang, for one. My mom's name is Corrine Posa. Corrine spelt wrong. It's Koren. She knew my mom very well and would address her cards that way.
Guy.
Speaking of cards, your
Yeah.
mom testified that you guys brought cards to the sheriff's department, correct?
Just a few.
The sheriff's department had asked you, please bring everything you have that has Lynn Hernan's handwriting on it, correct?
They didn't specify everything. They said, please bring some things of Lynn Hernan, with her handwriting on it. They didn't say everything.
Do you have more handwriting documents?
Yeah.
Did the sheriff's department ask you, could you bring your other documents with you to the sheriff's department?
Said it was not needed.
Do you know why they wanted the handwriting documents?
They didn't tell me specifically why. I just gave it to them because they asked.
You like to give a lot of things just because the cops asked, don't you?
Yeah.
You better learn
And
your
he
lesson.
didn't know anything, and he didn't know, and
Showing you, it's marked at State's Exhibit number 49.
You just have to switch computers.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hold on. And you'll have it on your computer, Attorney Galvey?
I go blow my nose again and have some cough drops.
Okay.
Not yet.
Hi, Pixie. How are you? Happy Halloween.
You want them published right away?
Yes, Judge.
This is document 49, Exhibit 49.
These are copies of cards that you and your mom brought to the sheriff's department?
Correct.
How does she spell your mom's name on that card?
It's Carini. She used to call my dad and mom Carini and Boobala. That was their nicknames.
How does she spell your mom on this card?
Korenie.
That's not the way you spell your mom's name, is it?
No.
Okay.
So it's a birthday card.
They got you.
Correct.
Oh.
I'm just saying that she didn't spell your mom's name correctly on that document, did she?
It's because it's a
No.
birthday card, so it doesn't matter. Okay.
How did she spell your mom's name on that document?
Same way.
So.
But she knew her
and
real
on
well,
two
would
cards, she
never
didn't
spell
your
it the wrong way.
Mom's name correctly, correct?
Why would she spell it incorrectly on a will?
No,
Well,
I'm just saying,
Hold
but
on. I'll
Correctly
strike
on a
that
birthday.
last answer as being non-responsive. Sir, you need to answer the questions.
Thank you, Judge
Yes.
Mommy.
Jury will disregard that last answer. Please
Exactly.
re-ask your question, Attorney Galvey.
Hey, Pixie.
Yeah, he said, well, it was just a birthday card. Okay, well,
Yeah.
maybe she spelled it like that all the time, obviously.
Yeah. Maybe she didn't know her so good.
in this
That
document, how does she spell
Well.
your mom's name?
Mhm.
It looks like Koreene.
And that's not the way you spell your mom's name, is it?
he knew her.
These are
She knew
copies
her
of
so
documents
well.
that you and your mom brought to the sheriff's department, correct?
Yes.
Hold on, sir, in the back, you may not be shaking your head. You cannot affirm or contradict or anything, and if I see it again, you will not be in the courtroom, okay? Thank you, I trust you'll follow it.
Well, let's go back to
It's
exhibit
it's
number,
been really good
defense exhibit number 598.
cross-examination, but it's just taking so goddamn long.
I know, because he's bringing out some good points.
Thank you. State table this time, Madam Clerk.
On page 3 of that exhibit, do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
And on that exhibit, she talks about what Jenny Flowers should get, correct?
Correct.
She talks about the gold cross with ashes in parentheses and final disposition papers, correct?
Correct.
On the next paragraph, she talks about my vehicle driving at the time of death, correct?
Correct.
She's currently a Jeep Patriot 2014, correct?
Oh, a Patriot.
That wasn't her car when she died, but correct.
Oh. You certainly knew what kind of car she drives.
And below regarding
Yeah.
Jessy Kurczewski, what does she give her? It says, in parentheses, Jennifer Flower can reach, and then it says Wizard of Oz, memorabilia, started with the first something in window you gave me.
Well, if it's candy you bought
And
to
then she
give
talks
away
about
to
Paul
others,
Gustavo,
they
correct?
will
Correct.
have to take
And
the
again, that was
calorie.
when she-
It won't
person she took off
affect
the
you.
roll.
So just
Yes.
eat it.
It happens to me every year. Nobody trick or treats at my house, but I've had candy for it.
And then that same
I'm
page
sorry,
you are
I can't
mentioned,
do
correct,
that,
in
but,
parentheses.
Yes.
I really want to speed up this guy.
I mean, this to me sounds more like a civil
On the
matter.
next page, she talks about Jim Kelleher. Who, do you know who's Jim Kelleher?
Yeah, this is
He's
civil
a
matter.
longtime friend and ex-boyfriend.
She talks about things in the house that she wants to give him. She talks about grandma's champagne glass, 2 bracelets in the ashtray. She talks about a television set. Do you know what she's talking about, television set, that Emerson?
Yeah.
Is that what she owned?
I'm not sure what brand TV she had.
But you watched movies with her all the time.
She talked about speakers, a silver ashtray filled with cross. Correct?
Correct.
And again, at the beginning of the paragraph, she talks about Eileen Hernan being sound of mind, correct?
That's what it appears.
And on the corner, she says, where she writes attached to will, correct?
Correct.
And the next page after that, I think it's listed 404. She again talked about what she wanted done if any of the people listed below outsurvive her, correct?
Yes.
She talks about Lisa watering. Do you know who that is?
I'm not sure who that is.
And then on the last page, again, in that corner, she says attached to will, correct?
Correct.
She finishes with Eileen Hernan being of sound mind and body, have a lockbox, BMO 514. List the location, correct?
Correct.
And she has copied this to self-attorney, insurance people, presently Jim Berg. Do you know who that is?
I don't recall who that is.
Apparently that's her insurance agent.
Objection, the witness just stated he does not know who that is.
Sustained.
Well, it states he has his number, correct?
Yeah, and it says independent agent.
In parentheses, correct?
Yes.
It says company is Progressive for auto homeowners, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. They don't like this kid after the defense got onto him. The state really has to get up there and get 5 really good answers and make him seem likable again.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I have about 20 minutes probably, if that's, you want to keep going?
20 minutes.
Yes,
Gee.
please.
All right, thank you. Mr. Posa, a lot was made of your visits with Lynn stopping or falling off between 2017 and 2018. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would you say that you ever stopped caring about Lynn?
Absolutely not.
If somebody claimed that you and your mother just didn't care about Lynn anymore in 2018, would you agree with that?
Who said
Disagree.
that?
Did
Yeah.
you and Lynn personally ever have any kind of falling out?
No.
did you believe Lynn was ever angry with you between 2016 up until the time of her death?
No.
You said that sometimes you can remember going shopping with Lynn, correct?
Yeah.
And I believe you said that the stores you recall going to were on Capitol Drive.
Yeah.
Is that in Waukesha County, do you know?
I think Pewaukee's in Waukesha County.
Okay, it was close to her house in Pewaukee?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever go shopping with her in places like Franklin or West Allis or Hales Corners even? I don't think my
Overruled.
question suggests an answer. I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Thank you. You can answer the question.
No.
Did you know Lynn to shop in those geographic locations?
She stayed in Waukesha County, it seemed.
You don't know
No.
that. Oh my God.
It seemed. That's
Attorney Galaviz played the recording to
But
help
it's-
you remember.
it's
what you
okay as
told
long as they don't,
detectives as far
object
as
to
seeing
it.
prescription pill bottles, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, in that recording, you said you did see prescription pill bottles when you went to Lynn's condo after her death.
Yes.
Was that normal?
No.
When you would go visit Lynn on lunch between classes, would you see prescription pill bottles everywhere?
Josh has to be, what time are we talking about?
Overruled.
You can answer.
Maybe one or two bottles like here and there, but nothing.
Oh, so now
Yeah,
they're
it's true,
saying
no.
there's client
Yeah.
notification. Okay.
And
Yeah, it's just a few pill bottles
these letters, the exhibit
that he absolutely
598
didn't
that you
see
were
for,
shown,
before.
are those the same letters that Attorney Galaviz earlier asked you that Ms. Kurczewski handed you at Lynn's condo?
It wasn't probably in the same stack. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe there were different letters that Ms. Kurczewski showed you, or?
Yes.
Okay. And when Attorney Galaviz asked you about those letters, not necessarily Exhibit 598, I'm trying to be clear about that, but the letters that Ms. Kurczewski handed you at Lynn's condo, Attorney Galaviz asked if they appeared to be written by Lynn, correct?
Yes.
And you said,
No.
why did you not believe they appeared to be written by Lynn?
It's the misspellings. You know.
But
it
the
was a will, it
misspellings
wasn't
was
something that was like a
consistent with
birthday
other
card.
writings.
Yeah.
Did you happen to find those when you were looking around the condo that day?
And to find what?
Did you happen to find those letters on your own and Ms.
No.
Kurczewski explained them to you?
No. I was handed down.
By Ms. Kurczewski.
Yes.
If this is what
Same
they
thing with
used to
Exhibit
prove that
598 and writings you saw there.
cheated.
Do you know who wrote those?
No.
Did you ever see Lynn write those?
No.
You said Lynn
Why would he?
often brought up
Here.
her estate or what she wanted to have happen if something happened to her.
Correct.
In any of those conversations, did Lynn show you these pieces of paper?
No.
Did Lynn reference who she wanted specific items of property to go to?
Not specifically. No.
You were never there, dude.
he was there two
When
times
Lynn
shopping
would
with
bring
her,
up her will,
and
you
they
said
watched
she was always doing that. and it made you
Godfather
uncomfortable.
and another
What do you
movie.
mean she would always
He
bring
was
up
there
her
all
will?
the time. Jimmy,
She would
all
reference it a lot while
freaking
we
time.
were, you know,
Hours?
together. And she said, you know,
He
it's
spent
important
more
for you
time
to
with her than
pay
you and I
attention to
spent
this.
together
And I would
online.
just reiterate that the importance was hanging out with her and spending the time with her. It was awkward for a 18 to 20-year-old to be talking about finances with a 62-year-old woman.
So then you don't
And-
know anything.
When was the first time you can remember her bringing up her will or her wishes if something happened to her to you?
Shortly after her mother passed.
And do you remember what year that was roughly?
I don't recall.
Okay. In any of those conversations where she wanted to talk about if something happened to her, did you believe she was suicidal?
No.
Did you believe she was thinking she was going to die very soon?
No.
Okay. And
You were never there.
again, you didn't see Lynn write these, and Lynn didn't bring these letters up to you. And is that true of the letters Ms. Kurczewski handed you, as well as what you saw in Exhibit 598?
Can you ask again?
Sure. Let me ask it better. The letters Ms. Kurczewski handed you a few days after Lynn Hernan died,
Judge mistakes the facts. Those letters were never handed to him, but I think the record says they were emailed to him.
I think he's testified several times that Ms. Kurczewski handed him letters at the condo.
Oh, those letters.
Oh,
Withdraw the objection.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That is correct.
guy.
Lynn Hernan never showed you those.
No.
The documents in Exhibit 598 that you looked at today, did Ms. Hernan ever show you those?
No.
Did she ever reference them?
No.
Again, did you ever go with anybody to the bank or somewhere else when they were notarized?
No.
Switching gears a little bit, Attorney Galaviz pointed out that you've gotten to sit in court for this trial.
That is correct.
Do you know why you get to do that?
Yes.
Why is that?
Labeled a victim on the case.
And you have certain rights as a victim?
That is
Did
correct.
you play nice, Farrell?
Did anything about you being
Hey,
able to
John.
sit in court thus
Hey, John.
far shape your testimony in any way today?
No.
Did you hear somebody testify and say, oh, okay, I remember it differently?
No.
Well, you've been in court.
If people are just coming over from Dave, this is the guy who started this entire trial because he was so concerned about the state, the estate not leaving him the stuff he thought he was being left by the deceased person. He did an okay job on the direct examination, but the defense, even though it took them longer than Moses to cross the desert to ask one question, they kind of painted a picture of a family, his family, who were just around to fill their pockets by the with the deceased's money, and he became more and more defensive and non-responsive. The judge have admonished him twice that he should answer the questions. So he do look like Edward, but he's an even bigger douchebag.
Yeah. Oh, I knew her
AFD.
so well, and we were so close, and I only see her twice a year.
No, they went shopping twice a year. I know she has no credit cards because we went shopping. How often did you do that? Twice a year.
But I guarantee that's the only time he visited her.
But he was there all the time, and he was supposed to.
He knows all
inherit
of
her
the
truck.
finances because he shopped with her twice a year. So he knows for a fact that she would never use a credit card. Never, guys. Never.
You've had the chance to hear that Ms. Kurczewski has used other people's identifications before, right?
Yes.
All right. So when we talk about notarized documents, you're still not sure that Lynn wrote these, are you?
At the time or as I sit here now?
As you sit here now, sir.
Don't
Does
believe
he
that
know
those
what a
are
notary has to
documents that Lynn Hernan wrote.
Thank you, sir.
Everyone can be a notary. He
No,
said
but-
that the first time he was asked.
Yeah, but like I've had to have that done a couple times just recently, and they have to take your ID and make sure it's you.
Jamie, do you even know a notary? He knows everyone can be a notary.
I'm just saying, it's not like somebody just shows up and stamps something and she's pretending to be this woman. Like, come on, I don't know. Anyways, whatever. I know.
Yeah, they really want to put it out there like it was Jessy who played the notary. But it's a legal thing. You can't just be a notary. You have to have a piece of paper.
Yeah.
It's because it's lawful law if you stamp it.
I don't know why that was so funny. C, but C Schroeder.
Yeah, let's call the notary.
I hope somebody calls a notary now. Tell them what they have to
That's
do.
all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Oh,
That was
wasn't
terrible,
20 minutes.
to be honest with you. It wasn't that good. I don't
No.
think you're
Maybe that's a good thing. But it is 12:05, and this will be an excellent time to take our lunch break. All my admonitions that I've previously given you still remain, even though you stay within the jury room area. So all rise for the jury, please.
I mean,
The bailiffs know how long.
you have like young people on the jury that's not like done anything with a notary. They might want to know.
Yeah, they doxed the jury, 3 of the jurors yesterday.
Oh yeah, I saw that. They did look young. I mean, maybe they've never used a notary because, like, I wouldn't know if I didn't have to do it myself.
I just went to the court building, said, I need these stamps on my dad's death certificate. Oh, okay, no problem.
Be seated. Please review your notes and any requests. I have documents 595, 596, and 597 all being marked. One was an audio file, so whether they are being offered or not, they've been marked, so they need to be part of the record. So the defense needs to make sure that we have copies of those for the record, including the audio file on a flash drive or CD. Then I don't believe state offered 76.
Correct.
All right, and then 83 you did not offer as well. Both of those were marked and referenced, but not offered. So same thing.
Just tell us
Whether
when we
they
have
come
to
in
come
through
back.
any other witnesses, please.
Yeah, Jamie, why aren't you dressed up for Halloween?
I have my Freddy Krueger shirt on. This is as good as you get.
Of course, I tried to fast forward and it just breaks it.
We did for the
One of
office.
the outstanding exhibits. Arthur. From
My
the
boss
state
is
before we break for lunch.
No, thank you, Judge.
How about from the defense?
Judge, exhibit number 595. Did I offer those? No. Can I make that motion now? Is it
595, there was an objection to foundation. So if you're offering it, it's, what's the state's position?
I would object. There's been no foundation to explain what it is.
Right, then I'll deny that at this time. 596 was the audio recording that you played a portion of. Are you offering that?
Yes, Judge.
I have no objection to it coming in for those 30-some seconds.
I'll receive it, noting that
Please don't
a
clip
very
that.
small
I
portion
don't
of
wanna
it
see
was
that.
actually played to the jury. And 597
Yeah.
was the check. It was clearly shown to the witness. He testified about a of course, just
To be released from all subpoenas.
no objection?
all right. He is released from all subpoenas.
Thank you.
When are we
Okay,
back
anything
after
from the
break?
defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, let's have everyone back here by 1:25 so that we can start as quickly.
Are we that behind?
Let's see if this will work today. Because I need some food.
I hope so, because I'm hungry too.
It works. Everyone have fun. Jamie will go make me some dinner.
I would. I'll send it to you.
Thank you so much.
Sure, Karen. I don't. You would hate everything I make, I'm sure.
No.
Mind you, I did try to burn my house down earlier, and you missed it. I was trying to boil eggs, and I forgot they were on the stove. And then I heard them popping in there, and I thought something was unfair. I killed them. Happy Halloween.
See you later. We're
Bye.
gonna go have something to eat. And Iris, have fun.
4. We are all back after the lunch hour. I know we had some testing of AV equipment done, but is there anything I need to address from the parties prior to bringing the jury out from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No.
All right, and you have your next witness then available?
Yes.
All right. Madam Clerk, please have the jury brought out.
And we're back. This is going to be so exciting. Oh my God. All of the excitement. I can't wait for all of the excitement to begin. Amazingly exciting things is going to happen. Hopefully. Dun, 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 dun. Yep.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, at least we couldn't hear her. I could see she was talking all the way through the break. So she's a talkative woman. Well, they were testing a computer, so hopefully it works this time. Is MG law the reason ball gags was invented, or mommy milkers? I bet it's MG.
It is a little more. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. I think you can finally feel the temperature got a little warmer in here, so I hope you are all comfortable.
Oh, so everyone's
I know
gonna
I
fall
can't
asleep
make
because it's-
everyone happy, but my rule of thumb is if I'm warm in a robe, then I know you all, or cold, vice versa, then I know you all are as well. So, all right, we will continue then. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Paul Novakowski.
All right. My note fell. Good afternoon. If you would make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
He looks like a former officer.
When you are seated, the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Paul R. Novakowski. First name is spelled P-A-U-L. Middle initial is R. Last name is spelled N-O-W-A-K-O-W-S-K-I.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Novakowski, what is your current job?
I am the registrar in probate for Waukesha County. I'm also a supplemental court commissioner.
Can you tell the jury what that all entails?
The register in probate is basically the clerk that handles all of the probate matters that get filed in Waukesha County. The registrar in probate is the judicial arm to the registrar's office when they're handling informal administration, allows me to sign certain documents, notices, statements, domiciliary letters, and the like.
Before
so this is the guy who signed all of them.
Those positions, how were you employed?
Prior to coming to Waukesha County, I spent about 2.5 years as the registrar in Jefferson County. And prior to that, I spent 25 plus years practicing law in the probate area.
So your practice primarily focused on probate?
I would say about 75 to 80% of it.
He also stamped.
What sort of education did you receive for your position as a registrar in probate?
I have a degree from Marquette Law School, a Juris Doctorate degree, which is just a general law degree. There was no specialty training in the law school for probate. I did take a class in probate as an elective. Prior to that, I was an English major at Marquette University in undergrad.
We've been kind of talking already a little bit about probate, but can you just tell the jury what probate is generally?
Probate generally is the procedure that's in the court system that allows for the transfer of assets of a decedent that are in the decedent's name alone without a listed beneficiary or a joint tenancy with right of survivorship to the either heirs at law if there is no will or beneficiaries if there is a will. It also is a procedure at which the creditors of the decedent are paid through that process.
I think a masturbate
What is
is
the
at the
principal
same level
purpose
as a
of
conic linguist. So it's
The
around the
principal
same.
purpose of probate is basically what I just said, is to make sure that if a decedent owns assets in their own name alone, no one has the ability to manage or sell or transfer those to beneficiaries or heirs without the appointment of a personal representative. If the estate exceeds 50,000, there is a requirement of a personal representative. If it's under 50,000, you can have a personal representative, or you can do it through a summary proceeding.
Are there different types of probate?
There are two types of main probates. One is informal administration, which is managed by the Register and Probate's office, that being the clerk, that being myself as the register. And then there's formal probate, which is the court administration of the estate. That is
Yes, he
before either
is
a commissioner or a judge,
registrar
depending on
probate.
what is all involved.
You heard
in
that
the matter.
correctly.
What is more popular between informal or formal probate?
I would say informal is the most popular proceedings when you're dealing with assets that are in excess of 50,000.
If there's a will that exists at the time of death in a probate matter, how is a personal representative appointed?
Well, the will nominate someone as the personal representative. That nomination is purely that, a nomination. Until the will is admitted to either informal probate or formal probate, that is still just a nomination. If the will gets admitted and the court, either through the registrar's office in an informal administration or through the judge in a formal administration, they will then appoint the personal representative, whoever that is agreed upon or determined based on the needs of that estate.
Speaking further about personal representatives, if a personal representative
Good evening,
is
Anthony.
appointed
Yes, welcome.
and they are represented by an attorney, whose interest does that attorney represent?
That attorney represents the personal
to the toilet all
representative
night.
in the administration of that estate. It's a misconception a lot that that attorney would represent the estate. They are truly not doing that. They are representing the individual as the personal representative.
So I just briefly mentioned a will. If you could just tell the jury what determinations are made in admitting a will to probate.
Well, first of all, the will is required to be in writing, and it is required to be witnessed by at least two non-interested parties to the administration of the decedent's estate. It can be admitted, it can be witnessed by an interested party as long as they are not getting any more than their intestate share through the will itself. But normally in Wisconsin, it's two witnesses. It can be more. And there is something called a self-proving will, which is where the signature of the testator or the testatrix, that's being the decedent, and the witnesses are notarized by a person who is a notary public.
How is a disinterested witness defined or determined?
They basically cannot have any interest in inheriting any assets of the estate. They can be nominated as a personal representative and still be a witness to the will as long as they're not inheriting anything beyond their intestate share. When I say intestate share, I mean the share that they would receive if there was no will.
What's the next step in the probate process after a will has been admitted to probate and a personal representative has been appointed?
We would, in the appointment of the personal representative, we would issue domiciliary letters. And those letters give the power to the personal representative to step in the shoes of the decedent and do all things necessary to administer that administration, to pay any outstanding creditors, pay any bills, and distribute any assets throughout the course. We would also schedule if it's on notice, meaning that if there was a hearing on the admission of the will, there would be a deadline for filing claims, which is usually between 3 and 4 months after the notice has been signed. If it's on waiver, then it would be done at the time of the admission of the will as well. And that would be, again, 3 to 4 months. Usually in Waukesha County, we've usually done about 100 days for the creditor's claims. Once that deadline is set, it gets published. In Waukesha County, we use the Waukesha Freeman, although it can be a different newspaper as long as the newspaper is published once a week and it has a certain circulation level, which off the top of my head, I don't know what that is. And then you'd file an inventory within 6 months of date of death or date of the appointment of the personal representative, excuse me.
Okay. So I want to kind of go back
How
to
many
the
things
creditor
Dave,
portion of this.
Dave
Does
went down
the
and
personal
kidnapped
representative
Jamie,
have
and that's
a
why she's not
legal
here.
or fiduciary duty to notify those potential creditors?
If the personal representative reasonably should have known of a creditor, they are required to send to them a copy of either the notice to interested person deadline for filing claims if it's on notice, or the notice to creditors if it's on waiver. They are required to send that to them, giving them the deadline for filing that claim. I believe that has to be done no later than 30 days prior to the deadline for filing the claim. If they don't do that, potentially those creditors, if they can prove that they were reasonably should have been known of, they have up to a year to file a claim.
Okay. So you had testified earlier that you did a lot of this probate matter in your own private practice for 25 years, correct?
Correct.
In your practice as a probate attorney, what have you advised your own clients in terms of notifying creditors?
That's early.
Overruled, he may answer.
What I would have advised my clients is, first off, I'd like to get a list of potential creditors, their contact information, and then I, as their attorney, would then send out that notice to them so that they would have that notice for the deadline, properly giving notice to these creditors so that they have a chance to file.
All right. So say that 3 to 4 month process goes pretty smoothly. What must the personal representative do to actually close out a probate matter?
It takes
in
forever.
formal proceedings?
In an informal administration, like I said, they have 6 months to file an inventory with the court, although in an informal administration, they can exhibit it, which is basically bringing it into the courthouse, showing it to the register or the deputy register, paying the filing fee, which is 0.2% of the value of the estate. And then they would take the original document back. We would file a document in the case file showing the amount of the inventory, but no one would be able to know what the
2/10?
contents of the inventory.
That's 20%. That's a lot.
That is required to be done within that 6 month period of the appointment of the personal representative. Once that is done, they have, in Waukesha, we require the estate to be closed within 1 year. The statute actually says 18 months, but in an informal administration, when the personal representative statement to close is filed, there is 6 months from that date for anyone in the estate to file an objection to anything that the personal representative might have done throughout the course of that administration.
Dave
Does
has
the
kidnapped
personal
Jamie.
representative have to file any financial receipts with the court to establish
It happens.
any accounting documents that are true and accurate?
In an informal administration, they are not
Probably fell
required to
asleep.
file that accounting with the court. They are required by statute, and they're stating on their personal representative statement to close that they have provided that accounting to any of the beneficiaries or outstanding creditors that are there at the time of attempting to close.
No, it was only
I
for
just have a few
Farrell
more
and
general questions here about this
John.
whole process. Kind of going back to wills a little bit as well. What is the formal process for revoking an old will?
Well, if it starts as an informal administration, they would have to file a demand for formal proceedings because the register and probate, again, is an administrative proceeding or a person that deals with the administrative proceeding of an informal administration. They cannot necessarily, they don't have the authority to revoke an old admission and put in a new admission. So it's going to go before the judge to make that determination as to whether or not that second will that comes up is a valid will and should be replaced by the old one. Now, it rarely, if ever, happens, but so that could happen in that respect. But they'd have to go through a demand for formal and be a formal proceeding moving forward.
What about just generally? So if someone had a will at their residence,
I would
that
pay
was old and they
to
wanted
never
to
sit
replace
next to this
that
guy
with a newer
at a
will,
party.
how would they go about handling those two wills?
Well, they'd have to petition the court to admit that secondary will. If the first one was already admitted, then the court's going to have to make a determination as to which will should have been admitted and which will.
I would do a will and probate and whatever with you any day of the week, but with this guy, never.
All right, now
I'd rather
we got
burn my
kind of a
house down.
general probate matter here. I just
Yes,
wanna
you
direct your
missed
attention here to an
the
estate
guy who
related
started
to
all of
Lynn
this
Kernan. Are you
because he
familiar with
was
that estate? Was that estate
he
opened in
wanted
October of 2018?
more money.
To my recollection,
plain
yes.
and simple. And
Was there a will filed in that case?
and
There
he
was a
didn't
will
come
that
off
was dated
very
from
well.
2016 that was filed in that, and an
No
application
liquor
for
enough in
informal
the will.
administration was filed with it.
Did you admit that will into the probate case?
That will was admitted to informal administration, yes, after the application was filed and other documents filed with it.
Well,
So by
then you have
admitting
just
that
missed
will,
the
you
boring
believe
is
that
just
it
guy in the
complied
will.
with the statutes and that it was a valid will, correct?
Correct. Either myself or my deputy, I can't remember which one of us, examined that will and determined that it was obviously in writing, whether it's typed or handwritten. It can be either way, as long as it's written. It was an original signature on the document, and the witnesses on that document, as I recall, were representatives from BMO Harris Bank. So we presume they were non-interested parties based on their affiliation. They were not listed as beneficiaries under the will.
Was that will actually notarized as well?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay, so I think you mentioned earlier that it would have essentially self-proved, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And in an informal administration, they don't need to prove up the will. We just have to make a determination as to whether it's a valid will.
All right. And moving forward in regards to the beneficiaries of that will, are you familiar who was listed as the beneficiaries in that estate?
Beneficiaries, there were two of them, Jessy Kurczewski, and I'm drawing a blank on the other gentleman. It was another friend. It was not a relative.
Okay. If I was to tell you that name of Anthony Posa, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, that is the correct name as I recall now when you told me that.
In terms of evaluating this case, you mentioned Jessy Kurczewski. Was she the personal representative in this estate?
She was the appointed personal representative. She was also nominated under the will.
Did Anthony Posa have to consent to Jessy Kurczewski assuming duties as the personal representative?
He did sign a waiver and consent, having no objection to the appointment of her as the personal representative.
Okay. When that whole process is done, so after he had waived here and she was ultimately appointed the personal representative, what happens at that point?
Like
Yeah,
I
he
said,
was the guy.
it was on it. The notice to creditors was issued. The deadline for filing claims was stated, and then she went and published that creditor's notice in the newspaper, or her attorney did, one or the other.
Are you aware of whether or not creditors came forward in this estate?
There were some claims filed.
How are those claims filed?
The creditor would file a document called a claim of an estate. They would spell out what their claim consisted of, how much it was. They usually attach some sort of proof to it, not a lot on a normal basis, and then they pay a $3 filing fee.
Did you accept into probate some documentation of these creditors related to the estate?
Yes, I did accept some claims that were filed.
Okay. For example, did you accept some claims from Pro Healthcare?
Judge, don't object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did accept the claim from Pro Healthcare.
Ultimately, at some point during this probate proceeding, there was a filing regarding a loan from inheritance funding. Can you talk about what inheritance funding is in those types of loans?
Sometimes beneficiaries will want to receive a portion of their estate early before distribution, so they will contract with a company that will give them a percentage of their benefits from the estate for an amount that they agree upon. So they'll maybe get like maybe a 60% of their payout.
Yeah,
and
she
the-
does what
and
what
then
she's
they,
supposed to do. She even
the inheritance
shared
fund company would then
the
step into those
proceeds
shoes,
with the other
and they would be
guy.
the ones being would be receiving the beneficiary's distribution when it comes to that point.
Based on your experience as a probate attorney as well as the register in probate, how common are these types of loans?
Not extremely common. I mean, I've seen them over the course of time. When I was in private practice, I don't think I recall ever having any of those come through an estate, but that could have happened. I don't remember.
Okay. Moving forward in the probate matter with Lynn Hernan, ultimately, did Jessy Kurczewski successfully close out the estate for Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that actually happened?
I don't have an exact date to my memory.
Are we talking spring of a year or 2019?
It was within the 1 year period, I believe, that it got closed, because it did not appear on the order to show cause at any point in time during the course of the estate. That part of the estate.
Can you close out an estate if any outstanding creditors who file claims against the estate are not paid?
If a claim is filed against the estate and it's filed appropriately with the court, then those claims have to be satisfied before I will allow the estate to be closed.
So you mentioned earlier, though, that ultimately this was successfully closed, correct?
Correct. All the claims that were filed prior to the filing of the personal representative statements were satisfied. There were estate receipts from all the parties involved.
Once a probate file is closed, what happens if any other creditors come and say that they have some claims against the estate?
There's two theories on that. Potentially, a lot of attorneys that represent estates would want to have that claim resolved. So they may petition the court for a special administration or a request to reopen the estate. As I stated earlier, when a personal representative statement to close is filed, if it's filed within that 1 year period, there's 6 months, or whenever it's filed, there are 6 months after that the estate should remain open for some of these things to happen. If a creditor thinks they are entitled to payment or that they weren't properly noticed, they could file that claim, and then the personal representative is going to have to deal with that claimant at some point.
In this case involving Lynn Hernan's estate, did claims come against the estate after it was closed originally?
There was one claim that got filed. I don't recall what it was for.
Okay. Do you recall what happened after that claim was made against the estate?
The attorney for the personal representative requested that the estate be reopened, which I agreed to. They filed an objection to that claim, and they filed a demand for formal proceeding because, as I stated earlier, as an informal administration, you cannot deal with any contested matters. It has to go before either a court commissioner or a judge for determination. And even a probate court commissioner, if it is contested throughout, cannot make a decision on that. Any ultimately contested matter has to be decided by the judge. So what they did is they filed a demand for formal, and they asked for a hearing to be held on that claim.
Do you know what happened with that claim at that point?
I believe that claim, eventually the creditor did not appear at that hearing, so I believe that claim was dismissed for lack of prosecution of it.
Does that mean that the personal representative had paid that claim, or just that they didn't show up?
It's just that the creditor didn't show up to contest the objection to the claim.
Moving forward in this, after the estate was reopened, did an attorney, Beth Taylor, get involved in this?
She was retained by Mr. Posa as the other beneficiary in this matter.
And then further on after that, did attorney Lisa Martinson cease being involved in this case?
I believe she withdrew as representing the personal representative at some point.
Okay. And later on, even more so at that point, are you aware of a time in this estate where Jessy Kurczewski was removed as personal representative?
A petition was filed by attorney Beth Taylor on behalf of her client, Anthony Posa, requesting that she be removed as personal representative in the estate. And that came before, I believe that matter was contested. So that came before Judge Maxwell, who made the decision as to whether or not to remove her.
Do you know what that decision was?
He eventually did remove her as personal representative.
Do you know then who was appointed personal representative?
Mr. Posa was appointed as a successor personal representative at that time.
So he got what he wanted. He got access to all of the money instead.
I'd like to show the witness here, exhibits 67 through 86 on his.
And he
screen
came off
only.
like a guy who was
And I'm
really in
just
it for
gonna
the
have-
money.
Or ask Mr. Buccaneer to slowly scroll through each of these exhibits. And once we've done that, I'll ask further follow-up.
All right, go ahead.
After seeing all of those exhibits, are you familiar with these exhibits that just have been shown to you?
Yes, I am.
Are these all filings in the probate matter involving Lynn Herning?
Yes, they are.
Do those appear to be true and accurate copies of those filings?
To the most part, I think some of them only have like one page, but not the full document.
Okay, but what you've seen here, you don't have any reason to believe that they've been doctored in any way?
Not that I can tell.
Okay, Your Honor, move exhibits 67 through 86 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 67 through 86 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
We're just going to start with exhibit 67 here. And I'm going to, when this ultimately gets pulled up, I'll ask some follow-up.
Yes. It's in the jury file.
Awesome, thank you. So Exhibit 67, what is Exhibit 67?
That is called an application for informal administration. It is an initiating document for opening of informal probate.
On that document, does it discuss further down on page 1 a will dated November 26, 2016?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And further down, does it talk about on the top of page 2, does it talk about who is nominated as the personal representative?
It does state on page 1 who the nominated personal representative is in the will. And then it also states that they are nominating that person as the personal representative. It is actually on the line above paragraph 8 where the initial nomination shows up.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to Exhibit 68, please? What are we looking at in Exhibit 68?
68 is the first page of the will that I believe was the will that's discussed in the application of informal, but I'd have to see the final page to see the date.
Okay. If we could just scroll down.
All right. So that the date of that will was that Ms. Hernan signed that will in November of 2016. And it was.
And that is the will that was admitted into probate in this matter, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to 68 or 69, please?
Hey, greedy bloke, you came just in time for the most boring
Exhibit
man in the
69,
universe.
what are we looking at in this?
69.
This is a waiver and consent in an informal administration. Waivers and consents are allowed for a person to not object to the admission of the will, to the use of informal administration, and to the appointment of a specific personal representative. All beneficiaries or heirs at law would have to agree to the same personal representative.
So in Exhibit 69, it appears Anthony Posa signed it and waived any issues in terms of this administration.
That appears so, yes, based on the document, and he signed it on October 11th of 18.
Okay. Exhibit 70, please. There was some talk about some domiciliary letters. Can you explain what those are again?
Domiciliary letters are the document that grants the authority to the personal representative to act as the personal representative. It shows anyone who receives
I
that
wouldn't
document,
mind a
the court
little
has approved
excitement.
them as personal representative.
Okay.
Because it's
And
it's 8 p.m. my time.
Mr. Balconier pull up Exhibit 71, 72, and 73 kind of in short order. Are Exhibits 71, 72, and 73 claims against the estate?
Yes, they are.
And again, those are filed here, and those have to be satisfied essentially before this probate matter can be successfully closed out, correct?
That is correct.
Exhibit 74, please. We were talking a little bit about inheritance funding and those types of loans. Is this a copy of that loan that was submitted?
Yes, it is.
In that loan, under, I believe, paragraph 1 and 2, does it discuss the terms of that loan?
Yes, it does.
Could you please tell the jury the terms?
So basically, the person, that being Jessy Kurczewski, received $10,000 for the ability for this company to receive $18,700 out of the estate. She received cash in the amount of $10,000. Paragraph 3 actually says that if they pay it back within a period of time, some certain, then they would release that lien.
Okay, that leads us perfectly into Exhibit 75.
Oh.
Does Exhibit 75 talk about the satisfaction of that claim or that loan?
Yes, that document is the release and satisfaction of the assignment, showing that Ms. Kurczewski has paid back that company $14,000. So therefore, they are no longer an interested party in the estate.
So I just want to make it clear for the jury. So essentially, Ms. Kurczewski receives $10,000 originally upfront, and then she ultimately pays them back $14,000.
That's correct.
And that's from her share of the estate, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we show
So
Exhibit 76?
totally normal stuff again. That's
What
made
is
to look
Exhibit 76?
different than it is.
Exhibit 76 is the accounting that was prepared by Attorney Martinson and filed, and it was signed by Ms. Kurczewski. This is what is called a final accounting, showing basically the accounting from the start of the estate to the time that they were ready to close it.
I want to direct your attention here on page 1 to debts of decedent. Do you see that on page
Yes,
1?
I do.
Does anything about that number stick out to you?
Well, it's a fairly large number.
30,000.
Then I want to go to actually the next page. I apologize, page 3. And page 3, that further talks about capital gains and further debts of decedent.
The new
correct?
will is
Yes,
valid.
page
Jessy had taken out a $10,000 loan by against a claim in her part of the estate for $14,000, and that was paid back. So far, so good. But now we go into there seems to be some rather large debt of the decedent. So let's see if that's the smoking gun in this case.
3 begins basically the breakdown of what all of the numbers were made up of that are on page 1. So page 1 is the synopsis. Page 3, moving forward, is the breakdown as to what that was.
It could be my death.
Are there
I feel like
several
my
credit
cold is
cards
coming
listed
back.
under debts of decedent?
Yes, there are.
I'd like to move on to Exhibit 77, please.
How funny could it be if Jamie is sitting
In
there talking
Exhibit
and forgot to turn her
77,
camera and mic on?
What is this document telling us?
Exhibit 77 is the personal representative statement to close. This is the document that the personal
Irish,
representative
and
files,
the Posa guy,
with the
he
court
signed
to
off
tell us that
on
they are
it,
ready to
and
close
then
the
he
estate.
found out that
Once this document
maybe
is
I should
filed, that's
open up
the
again.
that's the period of one for people to anything that occurred during this estate. This basically states that they've given notice to all the parties. The time for filing claims has expired. They fully administered it. They provided an inventory to the benefit to all interested parties, that being the beneficiaries in this matter. They've sent they've paid there are no unpaid claims. They've provided a copy of this statement to all the interested parties and any outstanding creditors, which at this time there were none. And they furnished a full accounting of the administration in writing to all persons interested, and they paid attorney fees.
Moving on to Exhibit 78, please. Is Exhibit 78 a claim against the estate that was filed in June of 2019?
Yes, it is.
That was after Ms. Kurczewski
I thought David had
successfully closed the estate, correct?
That's correct.
And I think we had gone over this, but someone
And a phone call right before back on.
That is correct.
And this is the most boring
then
part so far.
At this point, shortly after, sometime that summer, did Attorney Martinson move to reopen the estate?
Yes, she did.
Moving on to Exhibit 79, please. What is Exhibit 79?
Exhibit 79 was the personal representative's objection to that claim that was just on the screen before. That's Exhibit 78.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 80. Is this another claim that was filed against the estate after it had originally closed?
Yes, this is a different claim that got filed back in July of 2019.
All right. And similar process, I'm going to show you Exhibit 81. Is this also an objection to this claim?
Yes, this is an objection to that particular claim.
And I believe earlier in your testimony, you had stated essentially these claims against the estate ultimately were dismissed because they didn't show up at that hearing.
That's my recollection.
All right.
But who filed those claims? Is that
Moving on
important?
to Exhibit 82, please. Is this
What?
the petition to remove?
Irish, you work with this. Why is it in any way interesting that someone filed a claim against an estate after the estate was closed? If it's okayed by the court system, it's okay that she closes down. I find this why were we listening to this testimony? It should be if you have, I don't know how long. I think in Denmark you have like 3 or 6 months to make a claim against the deceased. But if the time has gone and everything is signed off of, yeah, if you don't file it in time, yeah, and that's why bring it up? At least if it was Jessy who had filed charges against the estate she was she was the caretaker of, then I could understand it. But they just mentioned 3 claims that came in late. Yeah.
So what exactly is this person testifying to? I missed all that.
He's the notary, registrar probate, the notary public, whatever the name is. And he's testifying, yeah, there was a will. The will was done by the book. It was closed. And then they came back, and that's what we're going into now. And this Posa guy wanted it open and got Jessy thrown out. So everything was okay. He signed off of the estate or whatever, signed it on the dotted line and got his money. And then he reopened the estate, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Exactly. It's just that there were three claims that wasn't answered. But again, it's posted in the newspapers. I think in Denmark you have to post it in the newspaper, and it goes into some government's kind of thing where it's also listed for X amount of weeks. And if you don't make a claim, too bad. See you. Bye-bye.
Like, what are you getting out of this financial stuff? It's not as, like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it's not as damning as I thought it would be.
And again, he signed the dotted line. Then his mom got in his ear and said, I believe there were 50K waiting for you in a lockbox somewhere. Why didn't you get those 50K? You only got 16K.
And
Idiots, please.
well, and also then all of this speculation of like, see, look, she wouldn't write this. This isn't her writing. Look, she's misspelling names and da 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 da. Like,
yeah, and then they showed 20 papers where she misspelled it exactly the same way.
Yeah, a couple different ways actually. So
yeah, that Posa guy, he seems so fake, and he seemed like this the forced relative, the guy where his mom said, you know, you're gonna inherit, go over there and say hi to her. But I don't like her. She's an old woman who drinks too much and smells funny. Yeah, but there's 50K waiting for you and a car. Come on, go over there.
Yeah.
That's the impression I got this morning.
And
it was
the stuff he knew about, like, it reminded me of like the stuff I learned about like my aunts and uncles that I don't really see all the time. Like me sitting at my mom's house and she's like, well, did you hear about your aunt? Da, 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 da. You feel like you know what's going, you know, and you're like, but you haven't seen them in a hot minute. So that's what it sounds like on his end. Like he was just, his mom was in his ear.
Yeah. And she said, go over to Auntie Lynn. Yeah, but I don't want to. She smells like cat pee. Yeah, but she got 50K stashed away for you. And you know, you can always get a 50 for gas. Oh, okay. And then he went over there, brought her a quart of Jack D and said, hey, Auntie, how you doing? Could I have some money, please?
Mm-hmm.
Money, please.
Money, money.
You're too young to know that reference.
No, I feel like I do, but I can't. It's
Think about it while I go to the toilet.
Move and replace Jessy Kurczewski as the personal representative.
Yes, this is the petition that was filed by Attorney Taylor on behalf of her client, Anthony Posa.
Thank you. Moving on to 83, please. What are we looking at in Exhibit 83?
This is a document that was filed by Ms. Kurczewski purporting to be a will that was executed by Ms. Hernan after the 2016 will, but before she died. And this was filed, it was a handwritten document. I don't think, we looked at it, I mean, it was obviously an originally handwritten document, but we didn't know if it was original will or not.
You had stated earlier, though, that a will being handwritten in and of itself is not a problem, though, correct?
No, that's called a holographic will.
Okay. Was this will eventually admitted into this estate?
It was filed in the court, in the estate, but it was never admitted to probate.
Why not?
I believe the court, after it was objected to, determined that it was not a valid will. Or no, I apologize, I take that back. The court determined that no,
Signed by her in July of 2018, correct?
Uh-oh.
per that document, yes.
Can I see exhibit number 83, please?
Oh, God. I don't know.
Could you
Just like-
scroll to the last page?
Hello, David.
That will was also signed by Lynn Hernan, correct?
That is correct.
Yep, glitch in the matrix.
Can you take me to exhibit number 68, please? The top page, please. Thank you. The last paragraph, sir, in that first page, second to last sentence, it says, wish I may own at the time of my death to Corinne Mary Posa, correct?
Yes.
And Corinne on that will is spelled Koreene. Is that true?
That's what it says right there, yes.
And that's not her, you would know if that's her correct spelling or not her correct spelling, correct?
I have no idea if that's a correct spelling. I have to assume it was when it was filed.
So if I would tell you that Corinne is spelled Koreen based upon her testimony, would that affect the will?
It probably could not. It might. Depends on what the objection to the will would be.
But her name is, if her name is spelled Koreen, it seems like somebody misspelled her name, correct?
Could have been a drafter's error. And quite frankly, it's a contingent beneficiary. It's not even the beneficiary that was named in the will. She only would be receiving if the other two were not there.
Correct, but if her name is spelled Koreen, it was misspelled on the will.
Yeah.
I don't know. Irish, what were you saying about that looks suspect? What do you mean? Explain yourself. And sorry, guys, I'll have to wait till Baker gets back from the toilet because it skipped over everything and I have no control.
This initially started with a petition put into informal,
It was initially started with an application for informal administration, yes.
and that was drafted by Attorney Martinson.
That is correct.
Is it safe to say because Attorney Martinson is, who is she representing? What's her part in this?
She was retained by Ms. Kurczewski and was representing the nominated person representative in the filing of those documents.
Does it matter much if she was also the one that drafted the will that was accepted?
It doesn't matter unless the will is contested, in which case then she could, and although she didn't witness the original will, so she would not be brought in as a witness, so she could move forward as in a contest.
It skipped to current while in the middle of all this, so I don't know.
Oh, we're a little way back. We were around this when I went to the toilet.
Well, they
Back in
were
July of 2019.
All right.
Further
And
forward.
similar process, I'm going to show you Exhibit 81. Is this also an
Yep.
objection to this claim?
Yes, this is an objection to that particular claim.
And I believe earlier in your testimony,
Sorry.
you had
Okay.
stated essentially these
Oh, wow.
claims against the estate ultimately were dismissed because they didn't show up at that hearing.
That's my recollection.
I took it back, Carissa, just for you.
Moving on to Exhibit 82, please.
The expert.
Is this the petition to remove and replace Jessy Kurczewski as the personal representative?
Yes, this is the petition that was filed by Attorney Taylor on behalf of her client, Anthony Posa.
Thank you. Moving on to 83, please. What are we looking at in Exhibit 83?
This is a document that was filed by Ms. Kurczewski purporting to be a will that was executed by Ms.
There you
Hernan
go.
after the 2016 will, but before she died. And this was filed, it was a handwritten document. I don't think, I mean, we looked at it, it was obviously an originally handwritten document, but we didn't know if it was an original will or not.
You stated earlier, though, that will being handwritten in and of itself is not a problem, though, correct?
No, that's called a holographic will.
Okay.
so it's not a problem.
Was this will eventually admitted into this estate?
It was
No, it's not a
filed in the
problem.
court, in the estate, but it was never admitted to probate.
Why not?
I believe the court, after it was objected to, determined that it was not a valid will. Or no, I apologize, I take that back. The court determined that notice was not provided.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Iris, what does that mean?
I know I was asking her questions because I was like, I don't really know what that means. I don't know. A lot of this estate stuff goes over my head.
Judge, this is hearsay.
Overruled.
She is really helping the state today.
Continue.
Mm-hmm.
This came before Judge Maxwell in a hearing, and he dismissed this document because the document was not properly petitioned for admission and it was not noticed to the parties.
I want to scroll down to page 3 of Exhibit 83. Do you see who the witnesses are?
Witnesses were Jennifer Flower and Jessy Kurczewski.
All right, and apologize, Mr. Buccaneer. Can we please scroll back up to page 2? During, I believe the main paragraph at the top here, the first paragraph, does it talk about who the beneficiary is of this will?
Based on paragraph 3 of this document, or article 3 of this document, it listed Jessy R. Kurczewski as the residual beneficiary of this document.
We talked
We
about
need
this
Irish
a
for
little
this.
bit earlier about disinterested parties. Does that cause a problem with her being the sole beneficiary and a witness here?
Potentially, yes. As I stated earlier, a witness cannot receive any more than their intestate share of the estate. And Ms. Kurczewski, as my understanding, was not an heir at law, so she would not receive anything as an intestate heir.
So if this will was actually admitted into the estate case, Ms. Kurczewski would have received nothing, correct?
Correct. She could have been appointed as the personal representative, but she would have received no assets. It would have ended up going to an intestacy. And so they would have had to locate heirs at law to pass those on to.
What does that even mean? Speak English.
Yeah.
If we could move on to exhibit.
If we don't
84,
get it,
please.
the jury don't get it.
What are we looking at in exhibit 84?
This is a petition to remove and replace the last will and testament due to reasons stated in the will being produced. This is Ms. Kurczewski's attempt to get the document that was just as exhibit 83 admitted to and replacing the will that was dated from 2016.
Can you please read to the jury the date that this was filed?
It was filed November 4th of 2019.
And I apologize. Can
I think the issue was that the will was offered in the probate as a competing will, but proper notice was not given to the parties in interest, so the court did not accept it. Okay. We're just trying to figure out why this written will isn't accepted. But MG thinks it's because it wasn't offered the proper way. You really have to stop working and keep up with this. We need you.
I don't understand estate law stuff, Irish, so thank you. And thank you, MG.
Yeah, it costs 20% as far as I figured out.
we go back to 83, please? And scroll to the top of page 1. What date was that filed?
November 4th of 2019.
Moving on to exhibit 85. What is exhibit 85?
At this point, it was Ms. Kurczewski's attempt to remove Mr. Posa as the personal representative, put her back into that position as to the will that was admitted or that was filed on November 4th of 2019.
Similar question still asked to what date was this filed?
The same date, November 4th of 2019.
I just have one more exhibit to go through with you. Moving on to exhibit 86. What is this?
This is believed to be a different version of that will that was originally filed on November 11th. This is another version of that will.
What date was that filed?
It was June 17th, 2020.
On the top of exhibit 86, does it make any reference to Jessy?
Yes, it does state that Jessy rewrote and removed, I believe that says authority, and it says need to copy and notarize, serve copy to lawyers.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Can you keep that same exhibit up? Can you flip to the last page?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, this is really boring.
Well, it's just like,
Sir,
I don't know.
that will was signed by Lynn Hernan. Do you see her signature on there?
Yes.
And it was signed by her in July of 2018, correct?
Per that document, yes.
Per that document, yes.
Can I see exhibit number 83, please? Could you scroll to the last page? That will was also signed by Lynn Hernan, correct?
That is correct.
Can you take me to exhibit number 68, please?
Well, son of a bee sting. Oops.
The top page, please. Thank you. The last paragraph, sir, in that first page, second to last sentence. It says, wish I may own at the time of my death to Corinne Mary Posa, correct?
Yes,
And Corinne on that will is spelled Koreene. Is that true?
that's what it says right there, yes.
And that's not her, you would know if that's her correct spelling or not her correct spelling, correct?
I have no idea if that's a correct spelling. I have to assume it was when it was filed.
So if I would tell you that Corinne is spelled Koreen based upon her testimony.
That's what I gathered. It was notarized.
Would that affect the will?
The will was notarized. The estate
probably
was
could
settled,
not,
and then it was
right?
reopened.
Depends on what the objection to the will would be.
But her name is, if her name is spelled Koreen, it seems like somebody misspelled her name, correct?
Could have been a drafter's error. And quite frankly, it's a contingent beneficiary. It's not even the beneficiary that was named in the will. She only would be receiving if the other two were not there.
Correct, but if her name is spelled Koreen, it was misspelled on the will.
Yeah.
Like, why is he getting testy? Like he has something to.
It's the defense dementia thing going in.
Oh, it's just like, come on. He's
Yeah.
just asking questions. Like he hates this girl too.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Turtle. Move faster.
Lord, sir.
This initially started with a petition put into informal,
It was initially started with an application for informal administration, yes.
and that was drafted by Attorney Martinson.
That is correct.
It was.
It's
Is
Jamie
it
who's
safe to say
she's
because
working.
Attorney Martinson,
Sorry.
who is she representing?
Trying to get
What's
this
her part?
delivery out.
She was retained by Ms. Kurczewski and was representing the nominated personal representative in the filing of those documents.
Does it matter much if she was also the one that drafted the will that was accepted?
It doesn't matter unless the will is contested, in which case then she could, and although she didn't witness the original will, so she would not be brought in as a witness, so she could move forward as in a contest.
So she could have drafted the will for Ms. Hernan, correct?
She could have, but that will doesn't state who actually drafted it.
Did you ever find out who was involved in drafting the will?
No.
What law firm is involved?
Might have been stated throughout. It might have been her law firm, but I don't recall for sure. I'd have to be refreshed my memory.
Notary gives it more weight because they validate is who they say they are and is competent to sign. You know,
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
they had two people
Any
from the
redirect?
bank
No, thank you.
signing
You may step
the final will.
Be released from this.
Yeah.
Objection.
Thank you once again, sir. You are released from your subpoena.
And that to me carries more weight because the one hi Farrell.
Yeah, because again,
Statement called its next witness.
the estate
They call
was
attorney
finalized.
Elizabeth Taylor.
Oh, I thought she was dead.
What did you just say?
I thought Elizabeth Taylor was dead.
What?
They called Elizabeth Taylor. I thought she was dead.
Oh, I thought they called. the
Good
same
afternoon.
person.
If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up at the front of the courtroom to my right. When you get there, please
She
remain
changed.
standing. Raise your right hand.
Oh
My
God.
clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Oh my God.
Thank you. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Elizabeth Taylor,
ELIZABETHTAYLOR.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Attorney Taylor. How are you employed?
I am an attorney at Walden Knights Ginkgo-Harry here in Waukesha.
And how long have you been an attorney?
I've been an attorney for about 27 years.
Do you practice a certain type of law?
I do. I do estate planning and estate administration.
Is that the entirety
It
of
wasn't
your
the handwritten
practice, or
one.
do you do some other
No.
things here and there?
They had one
I
typed
guess
out.
there are some other things that come into play from time to time, but all of it is related to estate planning or estate administration.
And is that the type of law you've done for your 27-year career?
It is.
Okay. And just real briefly, what was your educational background leading into becoming a lawyer?
I went to undergrad at Northwestern in Chicago, and I went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison for law school.
As a probate or estate attorney, what's your general job duties?
I would say my job is really divided into two parts. The one half of it is working with people to develop their estate planning, wills, trusts, things like that, powers of attorney. And then the other half, the estate administration piece, is helping families after somebody has passed away, settle all of the financial affairs.
In your daily job activities, do you ever represent personal representatives of estates?
I do, very often.
And as a lawyer, how do you assist a personal representative?
Really, we work together on the entire probate process. So handling the decedent's estate, from filing the initial paperwork to open the estate to ultimately paying all the bills, distributing all the assets, and then wrapping up the court matter.
As a personal representative's attorney, do you just kind of take care of all of the paperwork, or does the personal representative have to review your work and sign off?
Personal representative is ultimately the one who's responsible for all the actions we're taking, of course, with my advice and counsel. So we really work through that whole process together. But no, there's nothing I'm filing that the client hasn't seen and reviewed and okayed.
Do you generally come on as an attorney at the beginning of an estate case, or I should say a probate case?
Yeah, typically I'm involved from the beginning of the situation. Most
Always
of the
pinky
time,
promise.
families don't have a real good idea of what to do after somebody passes away. And so their first call is often to somebody like me to help them with that process. There are, though, some cases where somebody else has been involved at the beginning and there's something going wrong or something isn't working right, and they bring in a different attorney. So there have been some estates that I've started in the middle, I guess.
Do you know an individual named Anthony Posa?
I do.
And how do you know him?
He is a client of mine.
How is it he became a client of yours?
He called me in the spring of 2019 and let me know that he was a beneficiary of an estate and he had some questions and maybe concerns about what was going on with that estate. And actually, the first time he called me, I asked him a few questions. We kind of talked through what had happened so far. And I honestly told him I didn't think there was anything wrong. I told him that I didn't think things were amiss at that point.
You said that was spring of 2019?
That was spring of 2019. Then later in the summer
Let me
of,
stop you for a second,
Okay.
because I want to stay there for a second. Do you recall at what point the probate case was at? Was it still open? Had it closed? Where was it at when he first called you?
when he first called me, it was right around the time that the probate was being wrapped up, and the steps that come into play at that point are filing a final account showing the court and the estate beneficiaries where the assets of the estate, where they used to pay expenses, where they distributed to beneficiaries, showing.
Sorry, just stop for a second.
Can I have the witness just answer the question?
I believe she is.
She's going on narrative.
Yeah.
She's
She's
explaining a
very
process
on-
that's think requires a longer.
She's a
answer, so
lawyer.
She may continue.
She probably talks. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you remember where you left off?
Can you remind me?
Sure.
Yes, this is the whole thing, and that's why I don't think he came off as a very good witness this morning, because he didn't care about money. He didn't know everything was okay, and after I believe he got $16,000 after they closed the estate. He contacted this lawyer to get more money, but it's up to the defense to tell them.
I did. What are you talking
Just talking about where the estate was, as you recall, when Mr. Posa first called you.
So I can't remember whether the final account had been filed and the receipts had been signed, or whether we were just before that time, but we were right around in the period where that initial administration was being wrapped up.
And you stated that at that point, over the phone, you thought there really was nothing amiss, I think were your words, right?
Correct.
Why did you feel like that?
He had been provided an inventory. He had been provided evidence that expenses were paid, as was shown on the final account. His answers to my questions just really lined up with the way things should have happened.
At that point, spring of 2019, did you have anything in front of you that you could look at when you were sort of making that initial determination?
I didn't. That
Okay.
was just from our conversation.
Okay. And before I cut you off earlier, you were saying something changed in your assessment.
And then later, Anthony called me again in July and let me know that there were some detectives investigating how the estate had been handled, and that he thought I should take another look at it. And so I did. We sat down with the final account and reviewed things a little more carefully.
Okay. So let me ask you this. In that July phone call, did you know where the estate was at that point?
Yes, I knew that it had been closed and in fact had been reopened at that point to address a couple late creditor claims.
So it had already been reopened without you becoming Mr. Posa's attorney?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Have you ever had to move to reopen a probate case on behalf of a concerned party?
Yes.
Is that an easy process?
Yes.
Okay.
Very easy.
But that's not what you had to do in this case.
No, the estate was actually already reopened because two creditors had filed claims that the estate owed them money, and those needed to be addressed in court.
Okay. And you said one of the first things you did with Mr. Posa was look at what document?
The final account.
Okay. Could we pull up Exhibit 76 and publish it? It's already in evidence.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And Ms. Taylor, Attorney Taylor, we just have to wait for the jury box TVs to click on. Thank you. Got the thumbs up. And could we make it a little bigger, Mr. Vulcanier? Thank you. All right. Attorney Taylor, do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this the final account statement you've been referencing?
Yes, appears to be.
When you and Mr. Posa looked through this, did you find anything that stuck out to you?
I did.
What was that?
If you go to,
And Attorney Taylor, let me stop you because you actually have a touch screen in front of you. So if you want to circle and direct all of our attention to what you're talking about, that would be
Oh,
great.
did you get all excited? Oh.
can I, oh,
We can clear the screen.
how do I move to the next page?
Oh, we'll do that for you.
Oh, okay.
You can't do that. We'll do that for
Okay.
you. So you'd like us to go to page 2?
I'd like to, it might be 3 or 4, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's scroll through them. All right, that's page 2, it looks like. Should we keep going?
Keep going to the bottom of that page. Or it might actually flow onto the top of the next page. So this right here is what concerned me,
Just let me
or
stop you for a second, Attorney Taylor, just to document the record. You've drawn a line to the right-hand side of what's labeled on the left there as SCH capital G. That's of
Yes.
decedent. Is
The
that accurate?
problem is
All right, thank you. Keep going. Why
We
was that a
have
concern to you?
ventured into the
So this
financial crime of a
showed
murder.
That credit card bills of, if you look to the top of the next page, you'll see they total about $100,000. It's,
For the record, we switched to page 4, Your Honor, of Exhibit 76.
so there are $100,000, some of those are medical bills, but almost $100,000 of credit card debt, which is pretty unusual for an older woman who, by all accounts, didn't leave the house much.
And where were you getting that information about?
From Mr. Posa, from Anthony.
Okay. And so, Attorney Taylor, you've been doing this kind of work for 27 years, you said. Are you saying that that was such an unusual number, it caused you some suspicion?
Yes.
Had you ever seen a 62-year-old decedent with that much debt before?
No, and it's not just the amount of the debt, it's the amount of the debt relative to her assets. So only after selling her condo was there enough money to even approach paying all these bills. And does somebody run up credit card debt that's more or close to the equity in their condo or house? It just struck me as unusual.
So with that then, what did you do with Mr. Posa next?
At this time,
What do you say, Jamie?
It's like people are just making all these assumptions.
Making assumptions make an ass of you and me.
Well, it's just like, I just would never see somebody her age doing. Oh, how do you know? How do you know she didn't say, you know what? I'm going down swinging. I'm going to have some fun with my money. I don't know. Or maybe she literally was just doing things for this woman. Maybe Jessy did like manipulate her a little bit to be like, can you give me more money? But how do we know she didn't do it?
She was sound of mind.
She got manipulated to give the chick more money. It doesn't mean that she's really in the wrong. You know what I mean? Like criminally.
And she was sound of mind. If she was sound of mind and she said, well, you know what, Jessy? I want to go out in a blaze of glory. Get me all the Colombian marching powder and all the male strippers you can get me.
Yeah.
You can't buy Colombian marching powder with a receipt. So,
but like,
how would you prove she didn't do it?
Yeah, like, let's say my mom came into a bunch of money, and I went over there and I was like, "Hey, Mom,
Yeah,
your good old
I really need a new desk. When David finally comes down with my new PC, I need a new desk. Come on, Mom.
On my phone bill, you know."
Yeah.
Does it mean that I I might have been a little. Maybe I didn't need phone bill money. Maybe I was just saying that so I would get a few dollars from her. Doesn't mean she's not capable of being like, oh, I'm gonna get here you go.
I didn't say the Visine part. I said if she had said, I want to go out in a blaze of glory with Colombian marching powder and male strippers.
Yeah.
That's a different thing. No, they don't feel it's like that. And again, the fake grandson said she was very mindful of her money. She really made sure that everything was okay.
Yeah, but she just handed him money all the time.
Yeah, and as Greedy says, a lot of old folk get scammed into death. How many people? We don't know anything about. Again, let's see what the money is going to. If it's going to the casino, yeah, it might be a smoking gun. But again, accruing massive amounts of debt while you're drunk and on pills, it's not the first time in history that had happened.
Giving massive amounts of debt to somebody that you considered a friend, I mean, yeah, it's not, but is it criminal? Like, is she doing it in a way that this woman doesn't know what's going on?
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah, again, she was living on borrowed time. No other way to say it. She was going in and out of hospital. She hadn't eaten in a long time and still gained massive amount of weight, gaining massive amount of weight in a short time seems like it's the system that can't get water out of your body. You have a lot of water retention. My dad had that, and that's a sign of a weak heart. So again, show me the crime.
Show me where Lynn said, no,
Yeah.
you will not put me in debt, Jesse. Do not use my name on things.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
Or else what we have right now is a victim with Visine in the body who might have, she left some notes indicating it was a self-unaliving. Jessy said, well, I helped prep the bottles. That is probably a crime because assisted unaliving isn't legal in the US either. But other than that, do we have any evidence why she should have done it?
No, because she was, if she was doing all this manipulating, she was racking it in. So
yeah, and all the other people were over there all the time. The dude this morning said, well, he got $100 gift card sometimes, and only once did he get $200, a 50 or something in a birthday card, and then he got $200 on a check. He forgot about those.
yeah, and I don't know who escalates from just like frauding people and getting money to, okay, well, I'm gonna just up the game ante and just off this person.
Yeah,
I know it happens, but
yeah.
It seems just doesn't seem very likely. But
no.
Jessy Kurczewski was still the personal representative of Lynn's estate, and she was incarcerated at that time. And we felt that it wasn't appropriate for her to serve as personal representative when she wasn't available to handle responsibilities of the personal representative.
So what did you do in light of that?
So we petitioned the court to remove her as personal representative and replace her with Anthony.
Okay. Can we put up Exhibit 82, please, Mr. Vulcanier?
I agree, but it wasn't even that much
And
money.
Attorney Taylor, this has already been received as Exhibit
I
82.
think they got
You
like
recognize it, though?
16K.
Yes.
Got like 16K,
That's
but she could
our
have
petition
defrauded
to the
her
court to
by buying a lot of
remove
stuff.
Jessy and replace her with Anthony as personal representative.
Have you had to do that before in your career?
No.
This is the first time?
This was the first time.
Was it a simple process where the judge just kind of makes a ruling, or are there court hearings involved? How does it all work?
No, we submit a petition to the court and serve it to all the interested parties, and then the court schedules a hearing where everybody has an opportunity to be heard, and then the court makes the determination.
And did the court make a determination on your and Mr. Posa's petition?
It did, yes.
All right. Can we pull up Exhibit 220, please, which is already in evidence? Yeah, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the order that Judge Maxwell signed.
And what is the date of that order?
October 22nd, 2019.
2019? Thank you. And what does the order essentially do?
It removed Jessy as the personal representative of Lynn's estate and appointed Anthony in her place to continue the administration.
So as soon as this order was signed by Judge Maxwell, you were now representing the new personal representative of Lynn Hernan's estate?
Correct.
Did you have additional work to do then on the estate?
Yeah, part of our reasoning in wanting Anthony to be the personal representative is that would allow us to gather some additional information about the estate and see what was going on with all of those credit card bills.
Up until this court order was
the White
signed,
Rabbit.
did you personally have
Thank you
access
so much
to the
from
probate
the
file?
fun stream on Friday.
After Anthony Posa was named personal representative, did that grant you access to the probate file?
That granted me access to the court probate file. So all the filings in that estate that had been made with the court. It didn't give me access to Jesse's attorney, Lisa Martinson's file. So I'm not sure which court file or which estate file you mean.
Well, I think you answered my question, but essentially you then had access to the actual court filings in Lynn Hernan's probate matter.
Correct.
Okay. And is one of the, I'm sorry, let me not assume, did you go through that court file?
We did, yes.
In looking through that court probate file, did you find something involving an inheritance loan?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So in the court filings, there's quite a bit of paperwork that deals with an inheritance loan. That's the best way to describe it. It's a program where somebody who's a beneficiary of an estate can pledge their inheritance and basically get cash up front.
Have you had clients of yours utilize something like that before?
I have not.
Have you been familiar with that type of process in your career?
I've known that it existed, but I've never dealt with it before.
Okay, so I'm not very good with numbers, but can you, as basically as you possibly can, in a perfect world, how would an inheritance loan work?
So recall that it's the beneficiary of the estate pledging their inheritance to get cash sooner. So Jessy pledged, in theory, her share of the estate. She got $10,000 of cash in, I believe it was February 2020. And then she was obligated to repay the inheritance funding company $18,700 if the amount was repaid kind of at a later date, if that term extended longer. She was able to sell the condo and get cash and pay back that loan in about 2 months. So she paid $14,000, and that extra $4,700 was refunded to her.
Okay, let's pull up Exhibit 74, please. I think I heard you say February of 2020, Ms. Kurczewski did that?
I believe so.
Okay, and do you recognize what Exhibit 74 is?
Yeah, yes, that's the assignment that Jessy and the inheritance funding company both signed and filed in the probate.
Okay, and do you see the filing stamp on there in the top right corner?
2019. I had my years wrong, sorry.
Okay, no worries. I just want to make sure we
Yeah.
have it right. So February of 2019.
2019, yep.
Okay. And does it talk in that document about what amount Ms. Kurczewski was essentially putting up or offering the loan company for that $10,000?
Can you scroll it down? There we go. So the 8,700 right here.
8,700 or?
Sorry, 18,700.
Okay.
And then she got the immediate cash payment of 10,000.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, this company gave Ms. Kurczewski $10,000.
Yeah, that's
with the promise that when she got her share of the inheritance,
that's my
she would
problem
give
with all
them
of this again.
$18,700.
Correct.
And then you said something about
That
an early
he had her removed out
payment type thing.
and
What is that?
after she was put in
So
prison.
apparently they give you a little bit of a discount if you can pay back sooner. And so it was paid back.
Objective foundation as to how this witness knows what this company does.
If she knows, she may answer. Overruled.
Oh, God.
So since there was cash in the estate, that was used to pay back the inheritance funding company.
Okay. And in fact, that early payoff rebate, can we see that in paragraph 3 there on?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you just finish describing that process?
So when a check was written to Attorney Martinson's attorney trust account for her fees and costs, plus the amount to pay back the Inheritance Funding Corporation. That was used to pay back $14,000 to the Inheritance Funding Corporation. $4,700 was rebated to Jessy, and then the balance was payment for Attorney Martinson's fees and costs. So the loan was actually repaid with estate funds rather than inherited funds.
Is that how it's supposed to work?
No.
If we can go briefly to Exhibit 76, please, page 1.
It isn't, but how do you know how many people do that kind of stuff? I mean,
Yeah. It
If we
isn't
can
how it's
scroll down
supposed
just
to
a
work.
little.
Has she done all
And Attorney
estate
Taylor, right
cases
above that
ever?
signature on the right-hand side, do you see an amount listed as attorney fees or attorney and then a number to the right of it?
Correct, yeah.
What is that number?
That number represents the attorney's fees paid out of estate assets.
It
And
worked.
what was the attorney's fees in this case?
Back.
$3,020.
Okay. And as the personal representative's attorney now, after Judge Maxwell's order, were you also able to get access to the estate bank account?
Yes,
And were you able to see what had actually come out and gone into that account?
yes.
All right, I'd like to show just the witness exhibit 123, please. And if we can just scroll through a few pages, Mr. Vulcanier, for Attorney Taylor. Attorney Taylor, we've gone through about 5 pages, 6 pages now. Do you recognize what exhibit 123 is?
It looks like the copies of statements from the estate checking account.
Okay. And when you had access to this, and Mr. Vulcanier, if we could, I'm sorry, let me first move in exhibit 123 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
I
Good.
didn't participate
Exhibit
in any screens.
123 is
I saw
received.
Jamie was on. She did
And I would
great.
ask to publish it.
Permission to publish is granted.
No
Yeah,
glasses, Jessy,
And if we
Jamie.
could
Is the
go
best
to
Jamie.
page 5 of that
I
exhibit.
was looking like a
please.
hottie, wasn't I?
You were.
Attorney Taylor, do you recognize what we're looking at on page 5 of exhibit 123?
I do. It's a copy of the April statement.
And in that April statement, do you see any additions or deposits into that estate account?
No,
And do you see a number of subtractions?
I do.
Do you see sort of in the middle of that subtractions column a rather large number?
I do. That 22,113, that was the payment to Attorney Martinson's trust account.
On this financial document, is that 22,000 figure, is that linked to any checks?
Check 1008.
All right. And Mr. Vulcanier, could we please go to page 19 of that same exhibit? And if we scroll down, Attorney Taylor, are you able to see that check number 1008?
Yep, I sure do.
And does it appear to have the same figure on it?
Same 22,113 written to Croak Law Office.
And do you know what that law office is?
That's Attorney Martinson's firm.
Okay. So Attorney Taylor, can you explain to us, if the legal fees in this case were $3,020, why is there a check to Attorney Martinson for over $22,000?
That was one of the first questions we asked when we got the bank statements. And Attorney Martinson let me know that 22,000.
Judge, it just goes to what she did next in handling the estate with Mr. Posa.
All right, so it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
Correct.
All right.
But it will be
following answers not being
taken
offered for
as the truth of the matter
but to understand
accepted.
why this witness took the next steps that she did. With that, you may answer.
The 22,000 was payment of the approximately.
What? I haven't heard that in a while.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Jamie. It's so nice of you. You got 2 sneezes for 1.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but thank you so much. And everyone, happy Halloween.
Happy
And
Halloween.
Don't go around and beat cats in a barrel.
Don't do that.
Come to
Ever.
Denmark and do it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and again, even if it's not offered for the math, offer for the truth. No, but the jury will hear it and say, "Oh, she's an attorney. She looked into this. This is the truth." It's such a stupid way to It's hearsay. It's pure and simple hearsay. No,
You haven't heard
you're
this.
not. You're not a. You're more of a beating up dog person.
Oh,
Hey,
apparently
Flux.
this is a thing in Denmark.
It was a thing.
It
Yeah,
well, sorry. It well, I don't. Facts not evidence that they don't do it anymore. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I don't know what you guys are doing.
I've shown you a barrel. We have just had a paper cutout of a cat we beat up with a stick.
You guys are something else. I love it.
Yeah, it was a hit. People say I looked kind of like her, but my lashes wasn't quite on point. But my eyes still hurt.
You didn't put them on properly, guys. It's fine.
I had them up here.
You tried
because I have this heavy eyelid. I can't have them on properly. So it was so annoying.
It's not how they are in real life.
Thank you so much, White Rabbit, for wishing everyone a happy Halloween with a super chat.
Woo!
It was a three-peat.
Oh man.
Thank you so much for the super. It wasn't me. It was actually Jamie. We just blue screened her background, so it looked like my living room.
Did you see it? You guys were fooled, weren't you?
Yeah, she just took off her glasses.
Yep. And then I
$3,000.
Quick.
You forgot to shave before you went on screen. That's why she was a bit late after lunch today. She had a little 12 o'clock shadow.
I had to go take care of that.
Yeah, I should be nicer to you. You're such a nice person, and I just...
It doesn't seem to bother me.
No.
Fees. There were about $300 of costs. Those are filing fees and publication costs. Then the balance was that $18,700, $14,000 of which was sent to the inheritance funding company to repay them, and $4,700 of, $4,700 of which went back to Jessy.
Okay. So again, if I understand you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the way this was done, that $4,700 should have been put back in the estate when it was refunded, correct?
Correct.
And as well as the original $14,000 then?
The original $10,000 that was received from the inheritance funding didn't flow into the estate. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking what of the inheritance loan funding should have been put back in the estate?
Oh, so the repayment should have, number one, come from Jessy personally, not from the estate. And that $4,700 that didn't have to be paid back to the inheritance funding company should have gone back into the estate.
But
And if we go back to page 5 of Exhibit 123, please, Mr. Vulcanier. And I believe we have to scroll.
If she gets money from the estate, like, is it against the law for her to use that to pay off her loan thingy? I mean, yeah, probably on paper it doesn't look the greatest, but how many people probably do stuff like that?
Iris, that's your department again.
I know.
Thank you so much, Jude, for a big super chat, $10.
Hey.
Thank you so much. You're also generous. I just, saying boo.
Boo.
It's because of Halloween. It's what ghosts say, Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know if you understood the reference. Or maybe it's because I'm a boo.
You're a boo.
I'm a big boob.
Hey, boo.
Yeah, I'm a big boob. That's the problem. Yeah, she should just had let those 4K flow back into the estate, and she would have gotten them in the end. Yeah, she kind of took a payday loan
I mean,
at 40% interest.
Seems suspect because a ton of people. I mean, there's maybe she's just like, oh, this is available. Okay, well, I'm going to do this because who doesn't want money right now? I love money right now. It's tempting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Baker's boobs.
Baker's boobs.
Baker's boobies.
Buh. That's beautiful in French.
Up to go chronologically in order. If we could scroll up to page 4 and scroll up to page 3, please. Do you see what month we're in here?
May.
So we're in the following month from that payment to the law office?
Correct.
Do you see any additions of any kind?
I do not.
Maybe just an 11-cent interest payment there?
Oh, I do see 11 cents in interest. I'm sorry. Yes.
Nothing of $1,000.
Nothing of substance.
I was very
okay. And if we continue to scroll up to page 2, it appears this June 6, 2019 is sort of the end of this estate account.
Yes.
So in your review, was any money from that inheritance funding ever put back into the
ghost
estate?
June bug.
Not that I can.
What did you just say?
Okay.
A ghost June bug.
Having this background, along with sort of the debt of Miss Herndon that you talked about, did you look
I thought it was
into
ghost.
any
was a
other
ghost
activity on this estate
June
bank
bug.
account?
It was very
That's how all
interesting.
June bugs
The statements show a large amount of cash
I should blow my
being
nose.
withdrawn from the estate account, which struck me as very unusual.
Can we go back to page 19 of Exhibit 123? Attorney Taylor, do you recall approximately how many cash withdrawals were made?
It was in the $50,000 range.
Okay, so you remember a dollar amount?
Yes.
Do you remember how many?
How many transactions?
Correct.
I would be making a guess, but I would guess 15 to 20.
Okay, and you beat me to my next question, but you remember the approximate dollar amount of those cash withdrawals?
Yes, 50. It was in excess of 50,000.
And if we were to scroll over the next several pages, we would see those cash withdrawals that you saw?
Cash withdrawals, and there are a few checks either written to cash or written to, there's one written to Jesse's mom. One written to herself.
Now, as we continue to scroll, Attorney Taylor, certainly there are some legitimate payments to creditors or expenses related to the estate. Is that fair?
Fair, yep.
Okay. And in your experience, and that's fine, Mr. Vulcan, thank you. We've scrolled now to page 25. In your 27 years of experience, you've sort of helped people manage estate accounts?
Yes.
Is there anything per se illegal about taking cash withdrawals?
No.
Are there any rules to it when a personal representative does take cash withdrawals?
A personal representative is a fiduciary, and they have an obligation to act in the best interest of the beneficiaries of the estate. So not the personal representative's best interest, but the beneficiaries. And so there are certainly things I could think of that would be legitimate reasons for taking cash out of an estate account. Maybe somebody needs to pay the painters in cash or something like that to repaint before selling. But I can't think of a reason you'd need that large a sum of cash.
Do you know, while you were representing Mr. Posa, did he or yourself ever reach out to Ms. Kurczewski to ask what in the world were all these cash withdrawals about?
I did ask Attorney Martinson that question, and she didn't know anything about them. But I didn't ask Jessy. She was incarcerated during this period.
Understood. In your experience, again, 27 years of doing this work, have you ever
Are you a
seen
Jessy
$50,000 of cash withdrawals from the state account?
No.
Now, going back to the probate case, sorry, I keep mixing my words, probate case, what's the current status of the probate case?
The probate is open, but there's really nothing left to do other than anything that is dictated by the outcome of this litigation.
Earlier, we talked about you filing the petition to have Ms. Kurczewski removed as the personal representative and Anthony put on, correct?
Correct.
And that was granted, you said?
Correct.
Did Ms. Kurczewski object to that?
I don't believe so, no. I don't believe she was in attendance. I'm not sure if she was in attendance at that hearing. I don't believe so.
Are you aware of new court filings after she was removed from the personal representative made by Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
And was one of those something declared a new or somehow a different will than what was originally filed?
Yes.
Have you seen a copy of that?
I have.
In your 27 years of experience, have you ever seen?
Because the judge is
anybody
telling
in a
them
probate case
it's
come
nothing
forward with a different or new
you
will?
don't think about it.
No, I can't say that I have.
Did you wonder about that?
Yeah. It certainly raised a lot of questions because when a will is admitted to probate, the application to the court to open the probate and admit the will is a sworn statement. So by admitting the will initially, there was a sworn statement signed by Jessy that was in fact the last will.
And that would have been in October of 2018?
Correct.
And are you aware around what time this new will was filed?
It was I believe it was first filed in October or November of 2019, the year after Lynn's death.
Okay. And you said you were curious about that.
Yes.
Never seen it before.
Never seen it before.
Were you able to determine any sort of explanation?
Really, no. It was kind of a particularly curious will because it was handwritten, which isn't prohibited. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's unusual. And it was witnessed by Jessy and her mother. And they were the beneficiaries under the will, which is a little bit of a problem.
When that was filed, was it before or after you were successful in having Mr. Posa put on as the personal representative?
I believe it came right after, but I would have to look back at the filing dates to know that for sure. It was right around the same time.
Right? They are.
Prior to it being filed, were there any other filings in this court probate matter of a different will hanging out there?
No.
Were there any talks of tests to either beneficiary that they would have to pass or something like that?
Well, in addition to trying to file the new will with the court, Jessy filed a number of letters that were allegedly written by Lynn, and they talked about a test for Anthony that the first will was, the plan was to try to admit the first will and see whether Anthony objected or caused problems or something, I guess, and then admit the second will where he wasn't a beneficiary if he caused problems, something like that. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
What?
Again, in your 27 years of experience doing this, have you ever seen anything like this?
No.
Anything closely resembling a test will?
No.
Now,
Why did she know
said
that?
the probate case is just kind of hanging in limbo right now, correct? And
Sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
and does that have anything to do with this case that we're here for?
It does to some degree. If Jessy were to be convicted of killing Lynn, she would not be entitled to inherit from Lynn's estate.
And to be fair, Mr. Posa would stand to benefit then,
He
correct?
would, he would.
Now, earlier, there was talk with
What are
Mr.
you
Posa
doing?
about not really having anything to gain. Would you agree with that?
not really having anything to gain in terms
Yeah,
of.
why can she talk about, well, I
theoretically, he
think
would
it was
stand to gain
because
something.
of,
Would you
He
agree?
would, yeah.
In your 27 years of experience, practically, do you believe there's anything for him to gain?
yeah, there's things for him to gain.
Is he subject to, or is there financial gain kind of potentially out there? Yes. Do I think it's substantial enough that it would influence him? No.
But
I
it's
don't.
substantial enough
You
for her.
yourself, you're his.
This is
Jamie.
ridiculous.
This is absolutely ridiculous. She's allowed to speculate on everything. Jessy did this because there was a substantial financial gain. But the guy who got her thrown out, no. He just loved this lady, and it absolutely, it doesn't mean any. Well, he might have gotten a little more money, but why would he care? Well, he didn't care enough to show up when the lady was sick. I thought this would be a slam dunk case where I would hate the defendant every step through the trial. We wanted a slam dunk case. Today has really turned this entire case upside down on me.
Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of like riding the fence on it anyway, because I don't think with all of her illnesses, they can really determine it was that was the cause of death. And also, they don't really have anything on like really her doing it. And now we're getting into the financial stuff, and that's what I thought was going to be like the most damning. And it sounds like normal stuff. Everybody's just being whiny and shady about everything.
Yeah, and the guy who just spent 3 hours on the stand making me hate him for every little statement he gave. He absolutely, even though he opened the will again after signing off of the closing of the estate, all of a sudden, no, he wouldn't gain anything. Oh, he was just a good boy.
I don't want anything. I would never want anything. I just want my friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who I never visited after she got really sick.
Did you ever visit her when she was sick? Oh, no.
No, I was in school. It was a long
We
time.
went shopping all the time. How many times? Twice a year, maybe. Okay.
Yeah. How many times did you see her buy stuff? Maybe 4 times. But I know she never used a credit card. Well, she had a lot of store cards, but they're not like credit cards or anything.
That's not the same thing. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, let's get
every case.
let's get Patrick Jane in here and talk to the decedent.
His attorney,
That's
correct?
the mentalist
You're
reference.
charging him money, presumably.
In theory.
In theory. Do you yourself stand to gain anything financially in this case?
Yeah.
Anthony initially paid some of my fees for, I don't know, the first few months of the representation. When the situation kind of became clear, it didn't make sense to me that he would be paying for out of his pocket for me to kind of keep
So
an eye on the
you charged
estate
it out of the
until
estate.
things could be resolved. So those fees are just accruing. If the estate gets money, I suppose I would be paid those fees.
Oh,
You get your fees. Would it be some sort of
So
windfall or pretty
you-
standard fees?
Just say
you
yes.
will also
I think right now my outstanding fees are in the maybe $5,000 or $6,000, something
That's
like
still a
that.
big chunk of change.
Is that pretty standard
Honey.
for you in the work you do?
I would say that's pretty typical for an estate, although this is a very not typical estate.
I freaking hate this. She is directly involved in if Jessy gets thrown out of this and he gets all the money, she can have her payday.
And he gets his payday.
They both get their payday. She has a vested interest in having her thrown out.
Yeah.
What the F is this?
And I guarantee you, like Farrell said, it's gonna rack up. It'll gonna be way more than that. She's being modest. Oh, it's
Yeah,
only
we see it all the time.
$5,000. Like, okay.
We see it all the time when lawyers get involved in estates. There's always another piece of paper they need, a little more money to put into the file. There's always a little. How many estates go bankrupt because lawyers fight over the paperwork? This lady saw an easy meal ticket and jumped on it. Now I think she's innocent. I hate lawyers.
It's not a
present
significant
lawyers,
portion of
of course.
my receipts in a calendar year, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
No.
Would it cause you to change your testimony that you stand to
Yeah.
gain maybe $5,000 to $6,000?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. That's all the questions I have.
Bullshit.
All right, before we have cross, I am going to give the jury a break.
This, yeah, I don't think that Dave
Handled
makes
many
quite,
wills, I take it.
what?
Oh, I actually thought, didn't know anything about any of that.
It just skipped it.
You could be absolutely right.
Hold on, there's been an objection
Sorry.
overruled, so now you may answer.
I don't know what happened in
Lorraine Hernan's estate, these documents with the,
one of the detectives of 2019. It is kind of, when
Everyone, please be seated.
I don't know why it dropped. It's 5 minutes after.
Attorney Galaviz, you may start your cross.
thank you, Judge.
Yeah, she's just a nice lawyer. Yeah.
Mhm. This looked really rough, and I just wanted to
You said
help.
you handle wills, correct?
do I draft wills? Yes.
Yes. And it's safe to say that normally the person that you meet with ends up being the personal representative of the will?
Usually when I meet with a family, I will want the person who's going to be the personal representative to be part of that discussion. Yep.
Is it uncommon that the personal representative is also the beneficiary?
Is that uncommon? No, it's really not.
And there are even times that they're the only beneficiary, correct?
There are times, yep.
And in regarding this, we addressed this loan
Oh my
that
god.
Jesse apparently got with the estate. That's like a payday loan, isn't it?
It is kind of like that, yeah. Get your money now.
You indicated that Mr. Posa came forward, he thought something was strange, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
And he said that he was sent to you, or he talked with sheriff personnel or detectives or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Did he identify who those individuals were?
He may have told me at the time, but no, I don't recall.
Did he tell you about what month and year that this happened, that he approached you?
What month and year did he approach me? Initially, it was in the spring of 2019. I can't remember if it was April or May.
And did he have any information regarding his discussion with some of these detectives, like documents?
Did he have documents from his discussion with the detectives? Not that I recall, no.
Did you ask for names and numbers of these detectives?
No.
So you never connected yourself with the detectives?
I did talk with one of the detectives. I can't recall his name right now.
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
She really likes to
You
talk
were
as
able
well.
to get documents from that detective?
I don't think I got any documents from him though, no.
And you found that we'll strike that. Did you make contact with the attorney that was handling the estate?
I did.
And that would be Lisa Martinson, correct?
Correct.
And she had filed these documents with the estate court, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't appear to think it was strange. Would you agree?
I don't know if she thought it was strange or not.
Were you aware that Lisa Martinson had handled the estate of Lynn Hernan's mother, Lorraine?
I think I did know that, yeah.
And that happened in the year about 2013. Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't know when. I didn't have anything to do with that estate.
And did Lisa Martinson inform you that she had handled Lorraine Hernan's estate and knew Lynn Hernan from that point on to 2018?
Did Attorney Martinson tell me that? No, I don't recall.
Did it appear that Miss Martinson was really familiar with the family, the Hernan family?
No, I didn't particularly have that impression.
Well, she knew them since.
She
knew
would
Lynn
never
since
speculate. She's a
2013.
lawyer.
Yeah.
If you could be absolutely right.
Hold on, there's been an objection overruled. So now you may answer.
I don't know what happened in 2013 or Lisa Martinson's relationship with the Hernan family. I don't really know anything about any of that.
Hey,
We
Reindeer.
were the-
Welcome,
Lisa
welcome.
Martinson drafted Lynn
Every
Herman's
day.
will.
No, I actually thought an attorney named Bob Gonzalez drafted Lynn's will.
Yeah, so you're not aware that Lisa Martinson works with Bob Gonzalez?
I do know that they work together, yes.
You have handled many wills, I take it.
Have I administered estates? Yes.
And how many estates have you handled where you said where the person who passed away is 62 years old?
How many estates have I handled where the person who passed away is 62?
Correct.
I'm not sure.
If you could give me a number.
I have no idea. How many decedents were exactly 62?
Correct.
I would have no idea.
How many estates have you handled who are 62 and female?
Reindeer, I would say today has actually been quite interesting. Whenever the defense is asking, you can just skip the 60 minutes of dead air between his questions. But we had the guy who started all of this, Alexander Posa, maybe.
Anthony.
He, what?
Anthony.
What? Anthony, that's the same name. He was the one who raised questions about her death. And when he was interviewed by the state, he loved her so much. They were always watching all the old classic movies together, and he visited her all the time, and he knew she never had no money lying around. And he was told there would be between 10 and 50,000 bucks waiting for him, but he didn't care. He just loved her. And then the defense got a hold on him, and I started to change my entire perspective of this case, because to me it seemed more and more likely that he was angry he didn't get the full payout, so now he wanted to hurt Jessy so he could get more money. This is his attorney who reopened the case and got him put in as the executioner of the will. Oh, we have to say he even signed off of her closing the estate, but then reopened it because he wasn't satisfied. But I think he was paid $16,000 or something like that. But well, he couldn't recall a lot because he was asked, "Do you know if she had credit cards?" No, she never had a credit card. Well, how do you know? Well, I went shopping with her. And how did she pay? Well, I saw her pay with cash or with a check. So did you know she had store cards? Yeah, she had some of those. That's credit card. Well, I don't know. And he got real shifty. He was admonished twice by the judge and told that he should just answer the questions. He got real testy. And now we have his lawyer on the stand. She was speculating so insanely just before, and now she can't really speculate on anything. She can't remember anything. It's the old defense dementia creeping in again. But it was actually a pretty good. The turtle man just takes way too long to ask questions.
Female.
If I don't know how many were 62, I don't know how many were 62 and female.
How about single, never married?
Single, never married.
62.
Again, I don't track my decedents by age, so I do know their birth date and their date of death, but that's not something I note. That's not important in the administration.
Well, how many estates have you handled where the person is single and have no dependents?
A handful.
Thank you for the
Number?
replay.
5.
And how old were those individuals?
And how old were they? I don't know. I would need to refer to my files.
And these individuals were never married?
I have handled estates for some people who were never married, yes.
And no dependents?
And no dependents, correct.
Approximately how many of you have less than 5?
I said about 5.
How many of these same 5 committed suicide?
I'll say 2. It's a guess.
I don't want you to guess. How many you know?
Without my files, I can't give you an exact number. I don't know. This has been over 27 years.
I mean, it's not strange that somebody who's single, no dependents, wants to spend all her money before she passes away. Correct?
Sorry, I didn't think you was still on. Objection vague and speculation.
Sustained. As to the form of the question, you can rephrase if you'd like.
Yeah, defense dementia is a disease
Did you
that
handle
will
the
hit
states where
almost
the
all courtroom.
person who passed away spent all their money?
Yes, I have handled estates where there is a deficit. The expenses exceed the assets.
And this is sped up.
And in this case, the deficits didn't exceed the assets, correct?
Correct.
But there are cases where the person passes away and they leave nothing.
That is true.
And when you were deciding what you thought was unusual, did Anthony or Mr. Posa provide you what has been described here as letters that Lynn wrote that were, in his words, distress letters?
I have seen letters that have been attributed to Lynn. I don't know that I'd call them distress letters.
I mean, it was his, I'm sorry, man, it was his words, not my words.
Okay.
Can you describe what letters that you observed or that you read?
There were some letters that Jessy filed
Yeah, they
with the
seem
court,
really weak at
along with the new will, that
what does new will mean?
purported to explain why the new will existed.
And were those letters, did they have a name on the letters as to who drafted it?
Yes, she knew every
I
case she
believe
had
they
done in
were
27
signed
years
with Lynn's
until
name.
the defense
So
asked.
those letters all had Lynn Hernan's name on it?
I don't remember if it said Lynn or Lynn Hernan. I'm not sure.
How many pages of those letters did you read?
I don't know if it was 4 or 6.
What was your impression of the letters?
Given that they referred to the new will and talked about the new will and all of the concern I have about the new will, I didn't put much weight on them.
Well, the new will, you're referring to the one that was filed by Jessy, if I can give you
In 2019, yes.
exhibit number 56.
You're really taking the time to pull it all up.
This has been published, Judge. No. I'm showing you, can you take it down then? I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 56.
You want the witness to see it or?
Correct.
Oh, yeah. Okay, put it back up for the witness, please.
Yeah, again, how did you know it
These
wasn't her?
letters- You want me to scroll slowly?
I didn't put much in it. Huh.
Yeah, if you would scroll down some.
Am I scrolling too fast? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I don't know that I've ever seen this particular letter. I want you to do this for
Let me take you to,
the first one about the cats. I don't think I'd ever seen that.
I'm showing
Yeah,
you,
this is the will, the new will, right?
so this was provided to you by the court or just you sent that directly to you?
Both. When she filed it, when she files anything with the probate, I see it electronically because I'm on the probate.
Judge, I'm sorry. Can I just ask for a sidebar briefly on this issue?
Yeah.
Let's
please take it.
use the same exhibits that were used previously. So this is a portion of.
Yeah. I don't need your love. It's a Danish group
Who is it?
called Me and My.
Me and my.
Yeah, I saw them once in a nightclub. They were dressed like Mexican nurses, and they couldn't sing.
Right, Galaviz, you may continue.
Are they ladies?
Yeah. No, let's use the previous exhibits. It's two sisters. They're from the time around Aqua and Whitfield and
Aqua
all
Dan-
the greatest Dan. What?
Is Aqua Danish
That's the exhibit from you.
or are they Swedish?
Do you not know my country by now? It's the greatest export.
I moved that exhibit number
I
56.
thought
The
so.
evidence and asked that it be
The
published.
lady is from Norway.
I don't object, subject to what we discussed at sidebar.
The guys
Understood.
from
Exhibit
from
56 is
Denmark?
received. Permission to publish is granted.
Sorry?
I said the guys from Denmark.
Yeah, the three guys are from, well, they're down to two guys. But Lena is from Norway.
Aww.
And hey, MJ. But she's been living in Denmark all the time since they.
Do you ever
they
see them
made-
like in real life?
No, because they played in my town when I had a work week, and the week after was another amazing artist called.
Hi, Mel.
What's her name? I can't remember. She had one song, and there was so many technical difficulties, and they only had one song. So, and she was supposed to play for 45 minutes, and after the third time, the music stopped, and we could see that she was just faking singing.
Like lip syncing.
Yeah, lip syncing. They started giving us free beer if we would stay and listen to the rest of the concert.
Oh boy.
It was so bad.
Aqua was Danish.
Yeah, Aqua started in, it must have been like 90. I think they were playing in my town in 96 before they really hit it big.
You guys
And,
hear that? Remember Aqua? Does anybody else remember Aqua? I had all their CDs.
Yeah, lip syncing. Yeah, yeah. That we have had some few problems with the internet from court as well today. No, but my friend got to hear Aqua. He didn't think they were all that great. So
Their music
but
is
yeah, they became a great band. It's a good drinking beer and dancing band.
I mean, Barbie Girl was like the jam back in the day, and then I just loved all their songs were just they were so goofy, but they were like fun beats. So, anyways,
We had a lot of we called it cartoon dance. We had a lot of cartoon bands back then.
Yeah.
That was kind of the same. So, and they every weekend there was one of them playing at some club in my town because we had a big party scene. So we saw a lot of different. Some who went on to become big and some who never made it. So, but we have a very big, not indie scene, but a lot of bands start up in our town because we have a big culture footprint in Denmark.
favorite music, his favorite band.
Did Wheelhammer say that Aqua is his favorite band?
He knows all the songs.
Yeah.
I just imagine that he hates them too, is because he hates like everything I listen to. So I'm assuming.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to this murder case and not talk about it. My, oh my, I want to say goodbye to rule the kingdom, baby, you and I.
Like,
Then
Oh,
exhibit
my.
number 56 is in front of you, page 5. Do you see it?
Yes.
It's entitled Last Will and Testament of Lynn Hernan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, Lynn A. Hernan. Yep.
And it first starts out with I, Lynn Hernan, being of sound mind and body.
Yes, it does.
And this is the letters that you said you reviewed in this case, correct?
The first page you showed me didn't look familiar, but these later pages do.
And at page, the second point in the paragraph, it seemed like whoever wrote it made a mistake and corrected it with the correct word in the paragraph, correct? Outside the paragraph.
Yes, it
Would you
looks like
agree?
the word tangible is crossed out and then written in the margin.
And then,
I can't spell either.
paragraph, or point number 3 in that paragraph, it says, I give, devise, and bequeath all of my remaining property which I may own at the time
Happy
of my death
Halloween,
to Jessy
Yamaha.
Kurczewski, correct?
Correct.
And in that sentence, the last name of Jesse's incorrectly spelled.
Oh, yeah, it's
Oops.
missing a W.
But
And it
didn't she
says in
say
the
it
next
was written
paragraph,
by
in the event
Kurczewski?
that Jessy R. Kurczewski does not survive me, I give, devise, and bequeath all of my remaining property which I may own at the time of my death to be donated to the Wisconsin Humane Society. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Kurczewski's name in the underline again is misspelled.
Oh, why am I torturing everyone
Looks
with
like
my
the
signature?
W is in there.
The C is there, but not the E.
Everyone go show
you're
Melissa a little
pointing-
love.
yeah, everybody.
Oh, yes, I see that one is also misspelled. I thought you were looking at the one up above.
My cat is snoring. I can't believe you can't hear that.
Well, you have a
These are
very
the
active
letters
noise
that you're
gate on your
referring to,
phone.
correct? That you were talking about.
Yes. I believe so.
He's so loud. Oh, right there.
And on page 2,
She's snoring.
on the second line, it says, I then nominate Jenny M. Flower. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. Flower's name is Jennifer, her first name.
She couldn't spell for.
Okay.
She couldn't spell any names, but they still believed it was Jessy and her mom who wrote this.
Again, on the bottom page of this is Lynn Hernan's signature, correct?
It says Lynn A. Hernan, yes. I don't know that she signed it.
And it wasn't accepted into probate because Jessy stood to inherit, not because it wasn't Lynn's intent, correct?
Jack to speculation.
The witness may answer if she knows, given her role in the probate case.
Can you ask that again? I didn't understand your question.
I said it wasn't accepted into probate because Jessy stood to inherit, not because it wasn't Lynn's intent. True?
I would have to be guessing why Judge Maxwell didn't admit it. And I think it has much more to do with the fact that there was already a will purported to be the last will of
Yeah.
Lynn that was admitted to
She
probate.
didn't have a. She doesn't have an easy life.
You would have to agree that you can't witness a will and be a
Millions
beneficiary.
of dollars don't always make you happy.
You can, the statute
Right.
actually contemplates that.
All of it. She has been doing all of the speculative hearsay today, Valhalla.
The statute
Yeah.
says that if you are a witness to a will, you're
Valhalla, I'm
limited
going to
to your
shoot you a link
intestate
for
share
the stream tomorrow night.
of the estate. And for somebody who's unrelated to the decedent and not
Turtle.
married to the decedent, there is no
Turtle boy.
intestate share.
Turtle boy.
And in this case, Jesse's share would be 0.
That is correct.
And on page 7 of that document, it seems to, Lynn is given, if it's Lynn's writing on this will. She's given instructions to Bob Gonzalez, correct?
Well, it looks like it's instructing Jessy to call Bob Gonzalez. Yeah.
And you've indicated who's Bob Gonzalez?
He's an estate planning attorney in Madison.
And he was the one who handled Lorraine Hernan's estate, correct?
It was my understanding that he had drafted Lynn's, the will of Lynn's that was admitted to probate.
It's given direction to Lisa Martinson, correct?
I think it's giving direction to Jessy to call Attorney Gonzalez and Attorney Martinson.
No, he won't.
And this is the paragraph where it's talking about testing.
He's so mature.
And as you scroll through these documents, you see Lynn Hernan's signature on them, correct?
I see a signature that says Lynn A. Hernan.
I'm at the bottom of page 9 again. There's somebody who's written the name Lynn Hernan on it, the date of September 3rd, 2018, correct?
I see that, yes.
And from this case, you know Lynn Hernan passed on October 3rd, 2018, correct?
I do.
And above her signature, the last sentence, she's talking to Jenny and she's saying, Jenny, thank you for being my best friend, correct?
It looks like that's what it says, yes.
And she says, you know me and goodbyes. I'll see you someday walking around the yellow brick road. Or in our case, in the sand on the beach, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And you weren't here previously, but when Anthony Posa testified, he indicated that Lynn Hernan it's very common to her to refer to the yellow brick road.
Okay.
Objection to that misstates testimony and asks for comments on another witness's testimony.
Well, you can't say
just
you
saying-
weren't here, but that was kind of a stupid question. You just wanted to
Hey,
get it
Money.
out.
Welcome,
Yeah.
welcome.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
If I could have Exhibit 56, please. As we bring that back up, Attorney Taylor, do you know where those various letters that were part of Exhibit 56 came from?
They were filed with the court along with the new will, and there was a request to admit them to probate.
Okay, that's how you came to know of them, correct?
That's how I came to know them, yes.
Do you know where those physical letters actually came from?
No.
Okay. And at least as far in Exhibit 56, one moment. Do you see it up on your screen now?
I don't yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I rushed it. Let me know when it's up on your
Okay.
screen, please. Yes, please. Thank you. Now, Attorney Taylor, if this exact document had been filed in the probate court, would there be some sort of court markings on it?
At least on the first page, yes. If this isn't, I don't know if this is the first page.
Okay. Nonetheless, do you see any court indications on that sheet of paper?
Just the Exhibit 56.
Okay. Let me show you Exhibit 222. I'm sorry, just to the witness, since it's not in evidence yet. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Now, do you recognize what these items are?
This is, it looks like the same letter, but with the file stamp that it's been filed in the probate.
They appear to be the same letters Attorney Gallies just went through with you?
I think so, yes.
The only difference is these have some sort of court notations on them?
Correct.
And what is the case number in the upper left corner of that document on page 1 of Exhibit 222, please?
18 PR 561.
Do you know that to be the case number related to Lynn Hernan's estate?
Yes, that's her estate probate case.
All right, I would move Exhibit 222 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
I'll ask to publish it, please.
Exhibit 222 is received. Permission to publish granted.
Now, oh, let me wait for the jury. I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself.
I think it was before she was in jail that
Okay, thank you.
this new will.
Have indicated with a thumbs up, it's on in their jury box.
I'm not
Attorney
sure.
Taylor, aside from the
actually.
case number, can you see a date when these letters were filed with the probate court?
Objection, all evidence.
Overruled.
June 17th, 2020.
Do you know whether Ms. Kurczewski was incarcerated on June 17th of 2020?
As far as I know, she was.
So she was filing these letters while incarcerated.
That's my understanding, yes.
Had you ever seen these letters prior to June 17th of 2020?
I don't believe so, no.
And again, you don't know where the exhibits from Exhibit 56, the documents, I should say, from Exhibit 56. You don't know where those were taken from.
I don't.
Okay. And finally, just one thing to clear up. I think Attorney Galaviz was
Yeah,
asking
she's
you
trying to find it as
why
a new
the-
will
We've been
when
calling it the
this
new will, and these letters
Posa
were not accepted into the probate case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
made
If I show you,
problems. Yeah, that's right.
and I'm sorry, just the witness, I believe. I don't think this one's in yet. Exhibit 221. Do you recognize what Exhibit 221 is?
Yes, that's Judge Maxwell's order declining to admit the new will.
And does it state a reason on that document?
That one, so she actually tried to admit them.
Hold on, can you just answer the question?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It does. It says that the documents that were trying to be filed weren't properly served on all the interested parties.
And what was the date of that court order by Judge Maxwell?
That was November 11th, 2019.
To your knowledge, has that new will or any of these letters we've been talking about, have they ever been admitted to that probate account or case?
No, they've been filed, and so they're associated with the case. They're in the electronic file, but they haven't been admitted to probate. So nobody, the judge hasn't made a ruling that this new will is in fact Lynn's final will.
Okay, and that goes back to this November 11th, 2019 date.
Yes.
Nothing has changed since then related to the new will and these letters.
No, they've been refiled. They were refiled after November 2019, but still not admitted.
Okay. And so the original will from October of 2018 still rules the day in the
Yes.
probate matter.
Yes.
All right. Attorney Taylor, thank you. Those are all the questions.
Sure, can we
Go ahead.
cross?
Go
Can you
ahead.
keep the exhibit back up again?
It's still up.
Oh, good.
Are you talking about 221, the order, or
Yes,
something
ma'am.
different?
221.
You want it published?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Just real quickly before I do that, just for the record, I would move it into evidence.
I guess I jumped the gun a little bit, given his request. It is received, and jury may view it through publishing.
The
I agree.
second paragraph on that exhibit, what is the reason why it wasn't accepted? Where's the state on the exhibit?
What I said before, that the documents weren't properly served on the interested parties in the estate.
No further questions.
Yeah, so
Perfect.
it wasn't a fake will. It just wasn't served properly.
Thank you. You may step
Yeah,
in.
and all the evidence is buried in the
You'll be
if
released
that
from-
stuff comes into this case as well,
You are released from your subpoena. Thank you again for being here.
it will be really bad for her with her hiding all the evidence.
All
that
right, you
can
may call your next
clear her.
witness.
Thank you. The state calls Todd Zada.
Oh, I can't spell that. Did he say Todd? He looks like a Todd.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would make your way all the way up to the witness stand, which is on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Todd Zada, Todd, S, Z as in zebra, A, D as in dog, A.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Zada, how are you employed?
Self-employed. I own my own company.
At one point, did you own a business called ServPro?
Yes.
When did you own that business from and until?
About March 2010 until January 12th of 2023.
What kind of work did ServPro do generally?
Fire and water damage, cleanup, restoration.
And in sometime in 2021, did representatives of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department come to your ServPro business to talk to you?
Yes.
Did they bring with them an invoice that they wanted you to look at?
Yes.
All right, I'd ask to show the witness Exhibit 65, page 40. This has already been introduced into evidence, so I asked to publish it.
Go ahead.
Objection.
It's going so much faster this morning.
No, it's not going so much faster.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zada, does this appear to be the invoice that the Waukesha Sheriff's representative showed you?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about it right away?
Yes. The formatting is very different than the formatting we're required to use. Our accounting software is QuickBooks, and that's not the format that we're required to use.
Okay. Nevertheless, if you look towards that
So
sort of
she
middle
faked
section,
invoices.
you
Yeah,
see
that could be a
something,
problem.
where it's labeled an authorization code.
Yes.
And is that a term that routinely appeared on your invoices from ServPro, an authorization code?
No.
Were you able to do anything with that authorization code?
No.
Did the sheriff's representatives ask you to look up any name associated with that particular invoice we're looking at?
Yes.
And that was a Jessy Kurczewski, it appears?
Correct.
Did you in fact search your business records?
Yes.
Did you find any jobs associated with a Jessy Kurczewski?
No.
And if I could take this down briefly and show the witness just Exhibit 94, please.
Jamie.
Did the Sheriff's Department personnel ask you for what a ServPro invoice would look like?
Yes.
Were you able to provide them with one?
Yes.
Do you see Exhibit 94 on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a standard ServPro invoice with the proper formatting directly out of QuickBooks.
Now, before I have to publish it, there's a name and address and such given. Is that a real person?
No, that's a fictitious name that was used just to create the sample invoice.
Okay. And is that because you were asked to create an invoice?
Yes.
Okay. Now I would move Exhibit 94 into evidence and ask to publish it.
No
It's
objection.
really cold in Denmark
Exhibit
too.
94 is
Say it
received,
can
permission
go
to
below
publish is
zero for the
granted.
first time this year tonight.
Mhm. It snowed up north already.
Yeah, food truck said they had snow in Chicago.
Great. So
And
again,
one
Mr.
of
Zada,
you
this,
saying
what we're
it's
looking at
snow
right now in
outside.
Exhibit 94 is an actual invoice that
Yeah,
ServPro would
this
give
is
to
a
client.
problem. Now
Correct.
we're back to
But this has
not
nothing to do
liking
with
her
a Jessy
again.
Kurczewski.
Correct.
And if we go back to Exhibit 65, please, Mr. Volkner. You're saying this is not a legitimate ServPro invoice.
Correct.
Did your invoices ever look like that?
No.
Never in 2018?
No.
2019?
No.
Never.
Never.
All right. Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Any cross?
Sir, did the sheriff's department or whoever contacted you, did they ever ask you to check on whether or not you ever had to provide service to a Lynn Hernan?
I don't recall that name.
I hope.
Or your company provide, well, strike it. What does your company do?
At the time that we owned ServPro, it's a fire and water cleanup and restoration company. Also did mold remediation.
So would that consist of like mold inspections?
Yes.
So if I was to show you a check that was written by Lynn Hernan to your company on September 14th, 2016 for a mold inspection, would you be able to recognize it?
Possibly.
I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 56, page 11.
To clarify the record, that's 568.
Strike it, 568, page 11.
No, but if you're faking it to a, yeah, well,
That appear to be a check written to your
if they
company
fake
by
the
Lynn Hernan
account
on
that's paid into as
September
well,
14th, 2016.
then
I mean,
a
it's
big
spelled
problem.
ServPro, so that part is correct. I don't know if this is a check we actually received.
But it has a memo line mold inspection,
Yeah, that's what I see.
and it lists the same address on the check. Well, you see where it's been cashed on the right, the back of the check?
Yes, I see that.
Is that the company?
Yes.
It has to publish.
Okay. Are you offering it?
Okay, so she
Any
just,
objection?
things
Not to
really
page 11.
existed.
Page 11 of exhibit
just made
568
for
is received.
Is that what I'm doing?
Did she get a mold inspection? Because if the company cashed the check,
Like, maybe Jessy was just making receipts to cover all this stuff. But
yeah, if
those were,
she had,
but they were actually being paid. Just she didn't have receipts. I don't know. That to me doesn't seem too crazy. But
no, but
you know what I mean?
yeah, why would she make a fake
Maybe
invoice?
maybe
But
She wanted to have documentation of the things that were paid. I don't know. And she didn't have it. Instead of just
Yeah,
like it out, like making it so that I don't know.
yeah, but the most important thing is, did this company cash it or did someone else cash it? Because I don't care about a fake invoice if the company cashed the check.
That's what he said. He said the company.
No, there's a stamp on the back. He's about to tell us if it was cashed by the company.
Yeah, I thought he said yes.
Because
But
no, he said he could see that it was cashed. That's what I thought he said. Well, let's hear.
Again, the back of the check seems to signify that it seems to suggest that your company cashed that check, correct?
I don't know for a fact that my wife and I are the only two that would ever deposit checks. She might have deposited that. I don't know if that account number is an actual account number.
But this was dated September 14, 2016, the date of the check?
That's what I see.
And the address matches the invoice that you were shown by the state?
On the back of the check, yes, that does match our address at that time.
Yeah.
When was your company terminated?
It wasn't terminated. We sold it in January 12th of this year.
Yeah, we just take on the screen and have a sidebar very briefly.
Sure. Well,
Yeah, is it their stamp?
it's their stamp. And that's checks from the bank, right? So those are going to the bank. Those are the, what do they call them? I don't know. Where you can get those.
Yep. Because if it's going into the, well, they should make sure that it's their account that it's going into. Yeah, get him to find out his account number.
The state probably just showed him the receipt and said, "Is this your receipt?" Well, no.
Yeah.
And then that never went into anything else. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe she had a system set up.
Are you putting the other exhibit back up? Or are you done with it? Okay.
That's weird. I thought that it was really clear that, but again, he couldn't even testify if he got the money or he didn't. And we know from, I believe, Posa's mother that she was afraid they had mold in the house.
Name of
That's
the
why she got
detective
sick.
that questioned you regarding state's exhibit.
I do not.
Do you recall when that interview took place?
The exact date, no, I'm sorry, I do not.
The reports indicate that you
the
found no
defense
record
would
that
probably
you
like
registered
him
for Lynn
not to
Hernan or
check it
Jessy
if there's any
Kurczewski or that
doubt.
address.
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
Is that true?
Could you restate it, please?
I said the police reports indicate that you found no records at all for a Lynn Hernan or Jessy Kurczewski or that address on Meadow Grass Circle.
Well, then
That
you
is
have-
correct.
Then you have a phony check.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect?
Briefly, could we please bring up page 40 of Exhibit 65? Do you have that up in front of you?
No.
Sorry.
Not yet. It's coming shortly.
Thank you.
Should be there.
Mr. Zada, you testified earlier, this is the invoice that Servpro never used, correct?
Correct.
This is not something your company gave out to any client.
Correct.
Nevertheless, what is the date at the top of it?
December 18th, 2018.
And that
So that's
is
2
nowhere near
years
time for that
after
check
this,
that Attorney
the
Gallagher
check
asking.
was.
Fair?
Fair. That is correct.
So that's
Is
a
this
bit weird.
particular invoice associated with any Lynn Hernan?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you see any address on this invoice or what's purported to be an invoice that you can see?
The only address that I can see is the address of my business.
That's a bit sus that it's
Those
noted
are all the questions I have. Thank you.
2 years after
Thank you.
the check
Sir, you may
was
step down.
made to the company.
Well, they should have looked into that.
May he be released from his subpoenas?
Yes, please.
Well, the
All right.
state
Any objection
doesn't
from the
need
defense?
to.
No, Judge, thank you.
No. I mean, well, the
No.
defense should have.
The state wanted to show that she faked a receipt
But
because
then
they have a
company. Then
they have a check from
Right, he is released from his
2016 and a receipt from 2018. So the state don't want them to check
All
anything.
right, go ahead.
They want to imply that she lied 2 years later.
Oh yeah, obviously, because the guy said they had no record ever, but then they have a check written to them.
Yeah.
That they,
But that was written 2 years before the receipt.
Good afternoon,
But-
Ms. Kirby. If you would
but-
please make your
but
way
again-
all the way to the front of the courtroom, up to the witness.
She might have made her records and something was wrong with her receipt and couldn't remember when she wrote it and just put it in.
Yeah.
We don't know that. But
Exactly.
again, it's 2 years after.
But to me,
Uh,
that proves that they had some sort of relationship with this company.
Yeah, but again, if the defense wanted to, they could impeach his account numbers.
Yeah.
If they were but they weren't sure, and that's why they just wanted to float it out there that
But
there
how-
was a
like-
check.
But how long does that stuff keep? Because like if the guy said that they didn't have any records, then if there's no records, like I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, well, he didn't know this check was cashed to them, but that doesn't matter as long as the check was written 2 years before the receipt. That sounds kind of like she's fudging the books. Maybe in relation to maybe she put those invoices in to cover up or to steal money from the estate.
And it
You can
wasn't-
put that in and say, well, we have a $4,000 mold inspection. The estate owes those money.
Yeah, like I
So
thought
you can embezzle the estate in that order. So that's probably where the state is going with that. No, but again, remember it was paid 2 years before the invoice. 2 years. Well, the state doesn't want to do that because the state got exactly what they wanted. They got the defense to provide the check, and they got to say, "Oh, the invoice is made 2 years after the check. That doesn't make sense." Another indication of fraud. That's what the state wanted. They probably checked his bank records and knew everything about it. They wanted the defense to say this.
it's true.
There's nowhere near the necessary level of broken Jamie today. Yeah, that's Jamie broke and turned the camera off. It was too much.
I had
Yeah, why couldn't he? But again, the state got what they wanted. They didn't care about any account number or anything. They just wanted him to provide the check so they could say, but it was the fraudulent invoice was made 2 years later. I think they helped establish that there was some shade of, if they tie back to it with either other fake invoices or in the closing, this will help them. That's my personal opinion. But again, what do I know? I'm an idiot from Denmark.
more than likely they are looking at her right now like she did this. I guarantee it. But you have to be more open-minded than this because this doesn't. Yeah, this woman
This indicates she defrauded either the lady or the estate. It doesn't mean she killed her.
Exactly.
We are in a Murdoch situation. The money will get her hooked on the murder.
Yeah.
And that's not right.
I had a potluck with that guy. So we never ever ate anything. One day he brought instant oatmeal and made it in like the office on the table, like for us, because we had like a breakfast potluck. So he got a box of instant oatmeal and he opened every one and he poured it in there and put the hot water in there and mixed it up and like set it down for us. It was like plain oatmeal. And I was like, I don't think anyone touched it.
Yeah, I think Jessy, yeah, she stole a lot of money, but again, that doesn't make her into a murderer.
Nope.
But what's a potluck?
Oh, you don't know what a potluck is? Nope. It's basically you do it for like a lot of things, but people just bring a passing dish, like something they made, and then we'll have like a theme, like we did like breakfast food. So everybody brought like a different breakfast food. And then we all enjoy it together. Yes, guys, instant oatmeal. And he made it in front of us and it was disgusting.
But as Matt said, how can you make oatmeal any more instant? You have oatmeal and milk, and you do this.
No, it was
Then you
hot
have
and some packets of oatmeal, plain oatmeal, and he just threw it in a dish.
so you it's hot oatmeal.
Yeah.
Because I eat oatmeal every morning. I take it out of the packets, pour it in my bowl,
Like
put
flavor
water on it.
anything?
You don't flavor oatmeal.
Oh my God. I'm not talking.
We are not French. We are not decadent.
Other people might understand. Who eats plain old oatmeal ever?
Normal people.
No, you have to have something. in
I have a little bit of muesli on top of it.
Well, people usually put like fruit in it or like cinnamon and sugar or like maple syrup. See? He knows. Brown
Yeah,
sugar.
it takes 2 minutes to make it in the microwave if you want it hot, but I don't like hot breakfast.
Well, I mostly my point is people were making these cute, elaborate casseroles, like these biscuits and gravy and sausage and hash browns and all this stuff. And this MFer came in here with some packets of instant oatmeal for us.
I would have done that because you want me to give you food. You can get. I would have placed.
Oh,
packet-
but you know what he didn't eat? He didn't eat his own oatmeal. He ate everybody else's meal. He ate everybody else's food.
He's not an idiot.
I did, Eric. I hate that. That is like a pet peeve of mine. People that do that, because this MFer used to always come to the potlucks and bring like the dumbest thing that I swear he knew no one would eat. And then he would eat everything else and he would eat plates of it. And then I'm like, well, what about your oatmeal, son? You had to have that oatmeal.
Oatmeal's really good for you. It's good carb to get the day started and go work out on it.
Get the day started. A potluck's meant to just fatten yourself up and have a good old time. Anyway,
That's just a fate.
rant over about potlucks because I do miss potlucks because I don't have them anymore because I don't go to work. But yeah.
Stand. It is next to me on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who will be on our left, will
Jello
swear you in.
salad.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
Yeah, he made the
Thank you. Have a
healthy
seat.
birthday cake. I hate those people.
I know.
The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Okay. First name is Ann, A-N-N. Last name Kirby, K-I-R-B-Y.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, how are you employed?
I'm an office manager at VCA Milwaukee Emergency Center for Animals.
What is some responsibilities as the office manager?
I'm the manager of the front desk. I do customer service, assist the medical director in scheduling
No,
for the
I'll
hospital.
try a Jello salad.
As part of that, do you help maintain records of the animals or receipts involved with animals?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to November of 2021. In November of 2021, did some officer come and meet with you about a receipt?
Yes.
Maybe it's about receipts.
Can you just describe what they were wanting to talk
I
to you
think
about?
the rest of the day
He
will
came
just
in
be
and
fake
asked
receipts.
me if it was a receipt that came from our hospital. And I said no, that it had all the correct information on it, but none of the graphics were the same. And there was handwritten, like paid in full type things. It looked like it was made like off just a regular computer, and we don't do any handwriting on ours. Ours is all computerized. And the amounts weren't the same as what we had in our system.
So you kind of beat me to my next question.
Sorry.
So you're reading my mind here. So at that point, did that prompt you to look at your official records?
Yes.
Were you able to pull the receipt from that same transaction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could just show the witness here, Exhibit 96.
Go ahead.
Ms. Kirby, On the top of Exhibit 96, do you see a date on there?
Yes, January 9th of 2019.
Okay. And then actually even higher on that, do you see where it says duplicate and then a date?
Oh, yes, 11/2 of 21.
Would that have been the time that the officer had come talk to you?
Yes.
Okay. And does that look like a true and accurate copy of the receipt that was provided from VCA regarding this subject?
Yeah, that looks like the one.
She
that
had a
I
lot of
had,
cats.
Or I move Exhibit 96 into evidence and.
But why though?
Objection.
I'm not Luna.
Exhibit
I swear
96
I'm not.
is received, permission to publish granted.
Ms. Kirby, if I could direct your attention
This
to the patient portion
oatmeal
of this receipt.
and a little bit of
Could
chocolate
you,
muesli.
give a name
That's
under that.
breakfast of
The
champs.
name of the patient was Sam.
Good
Okay.
for you.
Could you give the date of birth?
I love Sunny.
1/9 of 2010.
It's really good for you.
Additionally, could you,
Helps you with
is there a weight
fiber.
listed here?
Really like eggs.
No.
Okay. Moving on, I want to direct your attention to the detailed visit information. What date is that?
1/9 of 2019.
All right. And then can you please tell the jury what the price was for the euthanasia?
The price was $244 and 55 cents.
There's very little chocolate
Specifically
in
just
this.
for
It's
the
just to
euthanasia,
give it a
can you
little bit
please
of
read that
flavor.
amount?
Oh, I'm sorry, 148.55.
No problem. Thank you. And then moving further down in the
You know what they say
receipt under
about
invoice
flavor.
summary, does it give a
Once you
patient
go
name?
dark chocolate,
Sam again.
Okay. And
Luna
if we
knows
could
what I'm
take down
talking about.
96, and then just showed to the witness Exhibit 65, page 25.
Jamie.
Ms. Kirby, do you recognize this document?
Yes, that's the one that the officer brought and showed
You're
to me
gonna
and
bring
asked
over some
if
candy.
that was the one that came from our hospital.
Okay.
Yeah,
This has
I
already been
said that.
received, so I'd be asking for permission to publish.
Go ahead.
All the
Just for
animals
the
were
record,
sent to a
it'd be
farm. They
page
weren't
50
put down.
Sorry, 25 of 52 of Exhibit 65.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, on the top, do you see a date?
1/10 of 2019.
Is that different from the date in Exhibit 96?
Yes, I thought that it was 1/19 on the other one. Am I wrong?
We can actually show you Exhibit
They
96 again.
they
so-
talked about
No, you're fine.
the
What is the date
Visine
on
with
the
the
top
Oh,
there?
first
1/9 of 2019.
No problem. Thank you.
responder, I
You go back.
believe, at the scene, but
Again,
not very
under
much.
The
I know.
patient information, does it give a name of the patient?
No, this one states unknown.
Does it give a date of birth?
It says unknown again.
All right. Does it actually give a weight listed here?
Yeah, 6 pounds.
Thank you. Moving forward on the detailed visit information, what date does it provide there?
1/10 of 2019.
And specifically under euthanasia, what was the price?
248.55.
Is that the same price as the official receipt from your company?
No, I think it's slightly different.
Okay. Under the
Pause
invoice
for a second.
summary,
Hey,
towards
where'd you
the
go?
middle of that document, does it talk about patient name?
Again, unknown.
Okay. And on the last few questions, on the top middle of Exhibit 65 on page 25, do you see an invoice number?
Yes, looks like 854-701-016.
And I would just ask Mr. Vulcanier to Exhibit 96. Could you read the invoice number on that?
He did.
854-701-016.
Does that appear to match the other receipt?
No, I think it's different.
Can I just have you compare those again, please?
Sorry.
And then flipping back to 96.
Yes.
So they do appear to be the same?
Yeah.
And lastly, is the client information on both of these receipts Jessy Kurczewski? So if we could flip to Exhibit 65.
Yes.
I apologize, Ms. Kirby. One final question.
Sure.
Can you just explain what euthanasia is?
Euthanasia is if a pet is sick or very advanced in age where they don't have a good quality of life, they are given medication to help them pass away.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Ma'am, can you put back up exhibit number 96, please? 96, thanks. I mean, you testified that this is a legitimate receipt from your office?
My screen is blank.
I'm sorry.
It'll take a moment. There you go.
Yes.
So it signifies that January 9, 2019 at 12:45.
So what, now I've lost my train of thought. Hang on. So what were these receipts being used for other than given to that kid?
To fake the estate, putting it into the estate so the estate paid those bills. She wrote checks, maybe, I don't know, maybe to explain why there was money missing in the estate.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
An individual who identified him or herself as Jessy Kurczewski bought in a cat.
Yes.
And the cat's name was Sam, correct?
Yes.
And again, this is a receipt that you kept in your records that signified that transaction, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
So what was his question? Missed it.
Yes, that should be released.
If she bought a cat.
All right, ma'am, you are released from your subpoena. Thank you again for being here. Any additional short
It was
witnesses for
all
today
set.
or?
We do not have any additional short witnesses for today. I believe our next witness will be quite a lengthy one with financial documents.
Oh, and
All
I'm
right,
in
then
court when
we
they
will
have
break
that one.
for the
I'm
day.
so sad.
We all have
Well,
either
yeah,
to get to.
like,
See you,
Let me
Greedy.
read the instruction to you. Do not
That's
begin
fine.
your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented, and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among.
You're wearing a stupid turtleneck today, and I don't like it.
She's gonna read something into the record.
You know, what is she yapping about? Always yapping.
Sidebar, the state had asked that the documents not be published, and that was because there was a tab open that had a heading of goodbye letters. And this goes to a prior ruling by the court for both sides to avoid having tabs open when documents are published to the jury of exhibits that have not been received. And so I've given that admonition to both sides.
Inherence.
So that was done. And that document, or actually they didn't publish after that. So anything
But
you
she,
want to add
she
to those
alluded
sidebars,
to
Attorney
helping
Sitzberger?
her.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything you want to add, Attorney Galaviz?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, is there anything else we need to go over tonight from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, we'll see everyone tomorrow bright and early. We'll get going as close to 8:30 as we can. We are in recess.
Thank you.
But if she had those receipts and she needed them for the estate or whatever, why would she give them to the kid then? Because if she
To
needed,
show him, because she was showing him the money coming out of the estate. Why, if you wanna,
I know, but she would
she-
need them, right? Why would she give them away?
yeah, but again, they will just file them, and no one would check if they're real because they had a real header, they had a correspondent check or something. You just throw that in the mix. No one in court will call the pet cemetery and say, "Do you have a tombstone from a small kitty called Sam?" No one cares. They just look and say, "Oh, it's $200, so it's $1,000." They
Well,
just say that's okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, she's fudging the books.
I have a hard time believing that this is, I don't know. I don't
To
really
me,
understand a lot of the financial stuff all that well, and it just seems like she was just, I don't know.
she was hiding expenses. She might have taken money out of it, and instead of having to explain why are you lacking.
But this is after she passed away, right?
Yeah, but it's again because you have to settle the estate.
I know, but I'm saying
and,
like,
and you have to show why is the money not in the account, and you say, well, I paid this and she paid that and she paid this, and you just dump it off. And the state, the manager of the estate, he won't go in there and say, oh, I better call this cleaning company and ask, did you get $4,000 for a mold inspection? It sounds reasonable. His header was on it. There was a check corresponding at some point. He didn't look at the dates. They don't do anything for the money. They just stamp it and move it on. As long as it's not obvious fraud, they don't care.
Well, there's so much speculation of her doing all these things to her when she was alive. And then now this stuff's showing up after she passed away and she's having to do all these things. Like, why make more work for yourself after the fact? So to me, you know what I'm trying to say? Because it's like,
Yeah. Why go through all this trouble when you can just wait for the inheritance to come out? But if you're missing a chunk of money,
that's what I'm kind of like what Irish was saying. I feel like, why do all this? That when she, you know, you unalive her and then make all this work for yourself because now you got to like fudge all these things. Why would you do that? Then keep her alive, because then you can keep living off of her for God knows how long.
yeah, I really can't tell you why, because one thing I have learned watching trials, doing trials, is
Yeah, she did get a loan against the state, but she paid it back.
yeah, and what I've learned is criminals are not
And it wasn't
often
even
criminal masterminds.
Sorry.
Yeah, and my problem with all of this is just it makes her look guilty in front of the jury.
Oh yeah, because like she got that she took a loan against the estate. It was like only 10 grand. Then she had to pay. She paid it back.
And
But
she
they were
paid
saying-
14 back.
Yeah, she had to pay 14 back. So
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the reason why people do stupid all by themselves, and it doesn't look good. No matter how. But you have to remember, don't look for reason in a criminal case. Just look for what do it look like in front of the jury.
I know.
What did all of the stuff in Alex Murdoch's case have to do with the murder? Absolutely nothing. But he was found guilty because he fudged the books. It's exactly the same thing we see here. And she's an idiot because she fudged the books, which will end her getting found guilty in
I guess
second-degree murder.
all in all, it's a thing. Same thing with Murdoch. Like, I'm just finding it hard to put the two together.
Yeah, but they don't go together. But the problem is, if you're guilty of B, you must be guilty of A.
I know.
That's the
not
reason.
How it should be. Not how it should be.
No,
Now
it's not.
I feel like
No.
Yeah, now I feel like we're focusing a lot on this fraud stuff.
Yeah.
And I still don't really know what happened to the woman.
Why do you think they talked about what happened to the woman the first 4 days, and now they're gonna spend 20 days talking about the financial things? Because they don't have enough on the murder. But they're gonna ram so much bad stuff about the money down on the jury. When they go to closing, they will just mention, oh, and she was so guilty of all of it and of the financial stuff. And yeah, ram it hard. And that's kind of the idea you do here. And reindeer, they don't have to prove motive. Always remember, they don't have to prove motive. They just have to prove that she did it. And you can do that by implying she did it because look at all these money she stole.
I mean,
And the jury will find her guilty because she was a thieving little C word.
when she was alive, it didn't seem like it seemed like lady was right along with her, giving her money, letting her do things.
Yeah. And that's why it doesn't make absolutely any sense that she should have unalived her, but that doesn't count.
I know.
Yeah, we are just finishing up, Fed, and I hope you had a good shoot. The only thing that this is about with all this financial crime is because they don't have enough on the murder trial.
Mm-hmm.
And no, she shouldn't take the stand because with all of the note making and all of the time she had pushed notes to her defense, she will make an ace of herself. It's yeah, it's gonna be a S show if she takes a stand.
Yeah.
Exactly. If you can paint a picture of someone who lies all the time about the money and stole a lot of money and used a lot of money and probably defrauded this poor old lady, she's guilty of the murder as well, even though they didn't really prove the murder. They just showed there was Visine in her body.
But she
So-
also had a lot of pain medications and a lot of ailments and a lot. They can't even say what caused her death.
Yeah, but again, that's not important. The only important thing is that she's going down because she did a boo boo. It's and again, she kind of dug her own grave with trying to hide. And again, I don't know why she tried to hide anything. It doesn't make any sense in my opinion.
Yeah.
Whatever she's going for, it's gonna bite her in the behind.
Mm-hmm.
And again, one thing you have to learn about criminals, they're not really smart criminals. That's the big problem in this case. But let's find somewhere to redirect people to. Melissa, she's just playing words on screen. I don't want to. Good Logic is covering something about the former president.
You really like to redirect.
Yeah, that's the cool part.
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah. No mummies are present today. I'm sorry, expert.
I haven't seen mummies in a while.
No, it's because Halloween is almost over, but we have our little mummy on the screen. Oh, Mrs. Valhalla posted her first video. Everyone should go and check that out. Yeah, again, she's an alcoholic. She was on death's door. It doesn't make any sense at all. But this lady fudging the books makes less sense.
I used to watch Love After Lockup, and they used to drink hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
And somebody on Intervention, that show Intervention, that was addicted to hand sanitizer. They would just put like sugar and Kool-Aid packets in it to like boost it up. Anyways, I don't understand why people do stuff like that, but hey, whatever.
Addiction is a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna close this down. I don't know when we will pick up tomorrow because, as I've said earlier, I have court duty tomorrow, and we start actually half an hour after this court starts. I don't know why it's that late. It's a weird time. I have to be there tomorrow. Maybe it's a short one. And don't forget, tomorrow night at 9 p.m., I will be having Turtle Boy, Dr. Turtle Boy, Aiden Kearney on to talk about the Karen Reed case. Valhalla might be joining me. Jamie might be joining me because we have a lot of questions about the Karen Reed case. I know he's been talking a lot about his own case. I'm not that interested in it. Interested in that. The Pharaohs have sandy cats. Yeah, probably. Valhalla will be there. Good. Because I have made some slides and then I ended up making another lot of notes on my paper because there's so much I want to ask him about. But I'm going to redirect over to Joe at Good Logic. He's talking about I think it's Oklahoma trying to keep the former president off the ballot. And Jamie, the White Rabbit, and Jude, thank you all for the super chats. And you people, go out, have fun. See you all somewhere down the lane. Bye.